One sec.
The second place curse was something Semantic suffered while on that team. SK have suffered, some of their fair share of disappointments over the last few years, and I think they've decided it's time that they stand at the top of the heap.
We have some huge things to talk about. We have the script that completely went out of the window. This storyline is writing itself, really. We will have a lot of talk about Toxic Lotus later, I'm sure. And yeah, many more to come. Only 4 teams are left. If you want to give in your vote, head over to events.com and do it now. You still have some time until the very first match is going to kick off if you still want that Pro Pass XP.
I am live. Hello.
Make sure to get your predictions in, grab those snacks, hype up those voices, because we need you to make some noise.
Hold up. All right, hello everyone. I hope everyone's having a good day. Holy dudes. Holy dudes. Were you right about Toxic Lotus? You were, bro. You knew something. Thoughts on Tribe's performance? They played great. Represented our region very well. Is my notebook ready? No, I lost it. I'll explain what Brawl Cup is. It's the mid-season international tournament. It's like a mini Worlds in the middle of the year. Yeah, I know, Fuad. Genie told me. Yeah, holy aura music, bro. How do I make this wider? Oh, there we go. Is TL winning it all? Maybe. I scrimmed TL for the first time yesterday. At like midnight. What was it, maybe 11 o'clock or like 10:30 at night. I saw them tweet and they're like, all the teams are not scrimming us, and I was like, bruh. So then I DM'd China and I was like, yo, if you guys need someone, I can get some people together. And they're like, yeah, that'd be great. So yeah. Yeah, why is this guy like getting down like that, bro? Holy aura. They have no trophies? Well, that's because they have a different version of the game, and then Supercell gives them this version. Who I got winning? Zeta.
The stage is set, and just
Zeta
remain lit as we head into our final day of competition.
No, Blaze, definitely not.
Definitely not. And if there is one rule to live by today, it is that every setback is a setup for a comeback. And
exactly. So that's why NA's still winning it all. NA's winning it all. Oh my God, Rafiki, they love when IOC gets the floor cleans. These dogs love when IOC, dude. All right, sign wasn't up. Where's your hello, KPC, hello.
Toxic Lotus surprised us again. We knew from day one they were really good individually, but what we didn't expect was them to have some really
They love the IOC deep clean. Why am I not there? I'm not good enough.
It was one of the most legendary.
You don't want to read? What'd you say? 100 brawl passes that Toxic Lotus is winning?
I think both day 1 and day 2
I saw so many funny Toxic Lotus
out of the window at this point. This tournament writes its own story.
This is a tough one to call. I really don't know what's going to happen today.
That grand final's going to be nuts if we get these 2 EMEA teams, because they know each other so
I don't want to watch that. Does anyone want to watch EU versus EU?
I expect to see SK Gaming make it through to the grand finals.
One thing's for sure.
Like, even people from EU, do you really want to see EU versus EU? Like, I know you get to be like, oh, EU's so good, but like, do you really want to see that? We see that all the time,
Whether you are at home or right here.
No, that's what I thought. That's what I thought.
Welcome to the Brawl Cup, and welcome to Championship.
I want to see the signs. I'm pretty sure Genie had a sign in the front row. Dude, no. We'll take it. We'll take it. You know what? We'll take it. We'll take it. EMEA all day. Gross ass sign. I can't even read that sign. Show dog. I don't know why I always have to go back to go live.
Hosting the very first
W Unk sign. W
Unk
Unk sign.
From around the world aren't just playing for themselves. They're fighting for their flag,
EU versus EU and lower? I wouldn't even want that. I want EU versus EA. Or,
monthly finals.
You know, obviously versus.
They earned their place here at the Brawl Cup.
I don't think it's
gonna
happen.
Stand ready to represent their region on a global stage. With 2
me.
LCQ slots and 1 World Final slot on the line, This weekend will shape the competitive scene for the rest of the year.
Here comes the Mo. Luffy taken down by Joker.
Scott with the 10 was good. Not much, bro. Dude, I had such a crazy stomachache this morning. I was like going through it, bro. I was going through it, and I was like, I'm gonna be late. I'm gonna be late. I'm gonna be late. But I made it somewhat on time. I appreciate the 10. What jersey? Zeta. Most of my jerseys, they're too small. Like Joker's jersey, 10 size jersey. Like, dude, I do not fit in that, bro.
From mainland China. Today,
SA has their time to prove they're a good region and immediately lost it.
Will
Dude.
take the crown and earn a bonus.
Yeah, low key, huh? But it's all good.
So I hope you two brought the hype. Ark, Uber, you ready?
I've been accused of many things, but bringing the hype, not one of them. Not me, not ever.
Turning me up is not the problem. It's turning me down, isn't it?
Anything that
You're
you
just
want
sad
to touch on
because
briefly?
NA's gone?
The
Dude,
highlights
I
from
am
yesterday
sad
before we
because
head
NA's
right
gone.
into the format.
I mean, look, I'm glad we got a GSL format to have a
Need
look
more
at these
streams
teams,
now
right?
since
Two
you're out of
groups of
school?
4 with the
Sheesh,
top
how'd
2
your exam
advancing,
go,
but a
bro?
second chance
NA prove
for one of the
themselves?
teams in
Yeah.
those groups who do lose their
Exactly.
opening game. Now, though, no second chances. You lose in
Am I
these
doing
semis,
good-ish?
you're into the third
Good,
place
good.
match, which again does have an LCQ slot available, but it's not
Am I
where
reaching
you
my
want to
final
be.
form this
No
year?
second chances. This is
Maybe.
it, folks.
I gotta say, I do love the format the way it's gone down. The
hope.
second chance that I just
I
allowed
scrimmed,
before the
I
nitty-gritty
scrimmed
stuff
China
to fill in
last
with the
night,
elimination
and we
rounds.
took 7
You can see
sets
here
to
the
5.
brackets and
So,
how things went down
I'm
there.
slowly
Hull had a
evolving.
Very, very clean sheet.
I'm
on things.
slowly evolving.
Not one. I mean, that was
Better
that's
than
what's astonishing to me.
09
I don't
versus
think that's
Humble.
going to be the case today. Zeta
Predicted
Division
China
will be
beating
their
Zeta.
opponent in
Am
this
I
first
cooked?
game.
Yes.
That semi-final,
Yes.
SK Gaming versus
Yes.
Toxic Lotus.
The Brawl
What do they have up
announcers
their
would be
sleeves
so
to
mad
this
if
team from
Toxic Lotus
mainland China?
won.
Because they've shown us they've
It would
innovated.
be cool.
They've really
Is that a
prepared
Naui
on this
jersey?
patch
No,
a
it's
lot, and
like
they've got a
tempo.
really deep understanding
I
of the
mean, it's
metagame.
just a scrim. There's
Then
no
on the
winning,
other
but we
side,
took
have
more
Humble
sets.
versus
Yeah.
Zeta Division, a World Finals rematch
Which is a
from
little bit-
2024. We
I
all
don't know.
predicted, and I hope
Not
you did
a
too.
great
Do you
look.
play Brawl Stars by any chance? If you still need some Pro Pass XP, get your predictions in over at event.brawlstars.com right now and get.
All right, chat, who we cheering for?
pure
SK
XP
or
along the
Toxic
line.
Lotus?
Now,
Who we
looking at
cheering
those
for,
predictions,
chat? Who we
guys,
cheering
I see a
for?
lot of the same thing again.
Who
Did
we
you
cheering
copy my
for?
homework?
Do I got winning? Zeta.
You were coming on stage chatting to SK and just like, you know, there was definitely, I felt a little bit of bias going
That's
on.
the
Some
guy
SK,
wearing blue.
I mean,
I think it's like 60-40 TL to
I don't think
maybe a
that
little
it's
bit more.
nearly as clear
Because,
cut,
like,
I will say.
everyone
I
loves an
have a few
underdog
reservations
story.
on Toxic Lotus
Everyone
because
loves an underdog story. And as
Yeah,
much
I
as
wonder if Toxic
TL's
Lotus already
got
played
great
their
players
final
and
in
likable
that
players,
reverse
you
sweep
know,
against
everyone just
Loud.
likes
There's a question of
likes the
depth here,
underdog.
and it takes years and years to build up that bag of tricks. Can they dig deeper into that? Because teams like SK and Humble, they prepared and they expected to be in this day 3, whereas Toxic Lotus did not. SK Gaming, anything less than utter victory here is unacceptable.
this is not a squad that looked to gain second place. This is a squad that wants to go all the way. And they've never looked better. That can't be denied. You know, SK Gaming's start of the season has been phenomenal. 2 monthly final wins. And this roster of Joker, Yoshi, and OPE, it just seems to have the perfect synergy.
But no one thought they would. No one thought going back to the well and putting Ope back on this team would actually give SK the boost they
Cap,
needed to
I said he would be
become
good.
the undisputed
Cap.
#1 team
Capper.
in the EMEA. He was on this roster, right? I think his fallibilities and his shortcomings were really obvious
OP's so
in that
good, bro.
2023
OP
run.
is so
But
good.
he's matured since then. He's become an incredible drafter. So his brain, alongside that of Joker, these guys just seem impenetrable when it comes to the
OP's
mental
really
side of the
good,
game.
yeah.
We want to see what they can do against Toxic Lotus today. Let's see if they can defend that EMEA slot. We have a second team, but hey, and they had a lot of appearances already, not only in the World Finals, but also
We
in
played tap
other
game in,
finals.
huh?
Sorry, Uber, what's
Oh,
going
in
on?
Wolves. Dude, I hate
It was
Wolves.
mentioned in the media
Dude,
interviews
what?
that they asked to describe...
Oh yeah, the Doch said Doch.
in the media interviews
Yes, they know ball, bro. They know ball.
that they
I mean, that
They
word
know
has a meaning
ball.
as well. It's a
They
problem.
know
So, Joker's
ball.
like, what do you mean, Doch?
You don't know
Did you
what
actually
means
give
what?
some context now?
Wolves?
I mean, look, I think we did.
Wolves like
I
a
mentioned,
Uber
but I do
Eats,
think that
but in Europe.
that Joker
He
guy
drafts
is
for
crazy. He's
Zeta?
always put in the toughest position on this team. He's expected to do the most with the least, and he's
for
often put in
Zeta? I don't
losing
know. I think
matchups
Suzuki.
and expected to sort of turn those into a result. While
But she has
Joker's
4
often
World
put in a
Finals
centerpiece
appearances.
position, right?
Yeah,
Or
but remember like the
Ope's on
AQM
tank,
ones
for
where he
example.
didn't
So
play?
I really think that guy is the unsung hero of this team. He doesn't have a lot to say for himself. He doesn't care about the glory so much, but Yoshi, he is He's top dog in that team.
Yeah.
And then on the other side of the ring,
Yeah,
we have
good.
what we call expect the unexpected in person or in one team. Toxic Lotus made it all the way
The
through
goats.
to day 3.
The
Mainland
goats.
China still has its flag up there.
What a way we've come, honestly. Looking back to 2022 when it was just literally White on his own on the stage versus this very organization. And, you know, now Toxic Lotus have been recognized around the world, and it's, you know,
If they take
impossible
one
not
single
to
game, I'll be
love
impressed. We
how
need to
they've
see
come
a
into this
set out of them.
competition,
We
how
need to
they've
see a
blown
set.
away our
We need to see a set.
expectations. And regardless as to what happens today, they can just leave proud, nothing but proud for what they've achieved for their region.
Yeah, Star Dragon couldn't even translate the interview properly because he was so emotional as well. But Engine basically couldn't end a sentence without yelling. Like, you could see the vindication on his face was
To me,
extreme.
Zeta
He's
is
like,
a better
"We have
version
shown
of
that
Toxic
China
Lotus.
has a
Weird
right.
drafts
We
and great
are here.
mechanics.
We
A bit
have stood
overrated
up to be
too. I
counted,
don't know,
and
but
now
my
we
gut
count
says
ourselves
close
among the
match.
very
Humble beat
best in the
Zeta.
world. Top 4 placing at minimum for this team is
Fair.
incredible.
I
mean,
it
and
can
who
go
knows
either way.
how far
I think
they can
SK
truly
has
go.
a slight advantage,
between
obviously,
the
because
regions is
I think there's like
closing.
the 3 top
Toxic
dogs,
Lotus, we
and
talked a lot about
SK
how maybe
doesn't
they
face
don't
one of
have
them.
the same amount of scrimming
So it's obviously going to be harder for
opportunities
the
as
other
they
2 to
share
win,
here.
but I think any of the 3 can win. Like, who knows? Who knows? I appreciate the 5 though. Thank you.
中国相比于中国赛区，相比于其他赛区，需要更多的努力，更多的关注，而且相比于其他赛区，训练的机会会更少。
They're taking every opportunity they can get, and they're getting better and better with every event they show
The
up.
Monkey
I love
King.
this. I mean, yeah, we've seen
He called
2
himself
Miko
King
games on
Wukong,
heist
bro.
maps from Engine, and they were perfect.
He played
The
bull in
gameplay was
my-
excellent. Toxic Lotus
in
not
my
only just
scrim
picked a
yesterday versus
gimmicky
them.
brawler here,
And I
but
was
they
like,
built an entire strategy
"Why you
around
playing bull?"
taking
It was
eyes
brawl
off
ball,
Engine,
too.
allowing him just
Realize
to go
they
to
ain't
work
even using the
on
Wukong
the safe
skin,
with that
yet
star
he
power.
called
And of
himself
course,
King
allows
Wukong.
Miko to double his damage against inanimate objects.
King
or
Wukong goes hard a little
targets.
bit, bro.
The
A
safe,
little bit.
Of course, is one of.
Yeah, and for me, you know, that came at the perfect time, didn't it, in the 5th and final set with that Miko pick. Getting that damage done against Loud and making sure to seal that reverse sweep was crucial for them.
Yeah, I mean, this team, man, they're exciting. I do have to wonder, like, okay, now they go up against a team who don't leave any, like, obvious
I think
gaps in
Sunny's
their drafts,
mic
and they're
isn't
gonna ban
working.
Miko, so now that
Maybe
heist
I'm
map is
wrong,
no
but, like,
longer
just
a
her body
guarantee,
language
right?
makes
In
it
the
seem
past,
like her
yeah,
mic
you
isn't
basically
working.
give them any heist map. Now, if you're SK Gaming, you've got Ope and Joker on this team, they are going to ban that brawler, and they're going to make sure they can still put a very strong SK strategy out there, too.
The stage is set.
Alright,
Let's
alright.
get started. The only team,
I
or
lied,
the only
chat.
thing still missing are our 2 teams.
Do I think I could beat
So let's
Tribe?
meet
I
them.
mean, Tribe's still really good. Like, I don't know. I don't know. It's really weird. It's like, I really thought Tribe was going to be really good. This, like, I made a tweet saying, like, there's never been a good NA team
They play really different
outside of, like,
They have a different
us
meta to us. I'm
and
curious to play
old
against
Tribe.
them. I think against Toxic Lotus,
Because
it
every
all
time
comes down to
Tribe
the
goes,
我
we
觉得我们
fail.
的特点一定是我们拿出自己最
Anytime
擅
NA
长、
goes,
最
we
自信的
fail.
英雄。
I think
我
that's
觉
what I
得虽
said.
然 SK
And I said this
是
is
强
going to
队
be
但
the
我们
time it's
不
going to
会
be
觉得
different.
我们拿下了北美赛区，
And it was not
又
different.
拿下了
But
南
I
美
still
赛区
think the
我
and
们
the reason
下
I
一个
thought it
要
was
拿
going to
下
be
欧洲
different
赛
is
区
because they're like,
等着瞧。
out of all the teams that's ever gone, that wasn't us or Tribe, I thought they were the best ever. But I don't know. It was really disappointing what happened. Their excitement when they won was so
It's
fire.
really special that as of now, everyone gets to witness the passion and the drive behind Toxic Lotus. They are mechanically the best in their region. Really, the big difference is that they have Star
Like,
Dragon
seeing that
as
stuff
their
is
coach.
so
He's been absolutely
fun, you
cooking
know?
on some of these drafts.
I think SK Gaming are
Drafts
going
are
to
the
win.
key.
They
You
were
have
my
to be
favorites
good at-
entering the tournament.
You have good
I
enough
feel like they have
mechanics,
solid
sure
drafts.
to be-
The mechanics are
yeah,
there.
yeah,
EMEA
yeah,
is a
I'll
battle-tested
try, I'll
region,
try,
while
I'll
Toxic
try,
Lotus have made an incredible run. I think it ends here.
I'll try. Aren't you proud of me? You picked Draco and Shooting Stars? So proud of you. So proud. Can you break down some of the drafts and explain the matchups? I always do, bro. I
Can
always
they
do.
lock it
Hello,
in
Ducky.
and make it to the final? Ladies and gentlemen, dream up, go crazy. It is your first semi-finalist. They are SK Gaming.
Yeah. Chat, that's a...
SK Gaming's team consists of Joker, Ope, and Yoshi.
Never mind. What's up, Uncle Acro?
Their opponents stepping onto the stage are Toxic Lotus. Toxic Lotus have Top, Engine,
Oh boy.
and O.
Is Tomsy watching? I haven't seen Tomsy, no. Why Asia? That has to be racist? Can't be
It's
racist.
another battle of the regions. EMEA.
Oh,
versus
baby! Here we
mainland
go. Here we
China.
go. Here we go.
SK Gaming versus Toxic
Chad, Ducky's
Lotus.
not there. He's not allowed out of his house.
And Kenny there in
Mother
the pre-roll is saying he thinks this is the
yells
end
at
of
him.
the road for Toxic Lotus. I think at some point, like, we have to take stock of things and go, it's going to get harder and harder.
Put a
From
sign
here
that
on
says
out,
Bilal
for this team
Rat?
from mainland China, they put
Oh, I see,
themselves
I
on the
see,
map.
I
But
see.
can you realistically ask for more
Ring of
from them
Fire
now?
set 1. Sneaky
I've
Field
never
set 5,
wanted
bro. Thoughts
more
on
from a
Primo?
team,
What was
honestly,
it? Primo,
and it's been
Frank,
such an incredible journey.
Nita
I
Bands?
think Setfin and
You think they're
Underdog
taking it
want
out?
to end. That is the question on one's mind. You know, is it that
Surely.
just that wonder story,
Surely.
that Cinderella fairy tale? That Toxic Lotus
Didn't we
can
beat
go
them
the
on all
distance?
these
Will they
maps
be in this
yesterday?
grand final?
But SK Gaming on the
No.
other side, they have never really had the
split all the
privilege
maps.
of being that underdog
I think
team,
besides
right?
the last one, but I don't know what the
heartwarming
last one
fairy
was.
tale story that people get behind. They've come
Maybe
into
it was
basically every
sneaky.
event they play
I think
expected
it was
to kind of go
sneaky.
all the way. The weight of that sits on them, and I think it adds to pressure in situations like this, but they know they've got one job, and that is just to close the deal, to land the plane, to execute on all these months
They win,
of
it's crazy.
training
No, if they
and the
win, this
hard
is
work
like
in EMEA.
probably the
To
greatest
win a
underdog
global
story in the
event,
history of
SK
Brawl.
Gaming, despite all of their
Esports.
successes
We're loading
in
it
their
on
own
set
region,
5 and seeing
did
Primo
not
Frank
have
fans?
a global
Surely
title
not, right?
just
Hank
yet.
won.
Crazy.
93% here for the side of SK Gaming, and only 7 for Toxic Lotus. You just touched on it. We don't have them as the underdogs here, SK Gaming. But honestly, Toxic Lotus are looking fiercer
elevate
than
signed Evex's
expected.
entire
They
team,
already
yeah.
kicked out
They
the
dropped
region
their old
South
team and
America.
signed
Let's see if
Evex's
they can
team.
do the same with the first team of the EMEA.
Coming to our draft here now. Like we mentioned, SK Gaming amongst the very best
day 2, was it any
drafting
good? Yeah,
teams
day 2
in
was
the
great.
world. It's one of the reasons why they wanted to bring
All right, boys,
Ope
here we
into this
go.
team, a good
And
purpose,
girls.
a great tank
And
player,
unks of all
but someone who could
ages.
Step into the shoes of someone like Lenara and really
We are
add
starting.
more into that
I'll bring my mic a
pre-game
little bit
phase.
closer,
Some
so maybe you
ideas,
can hear a
just
little bit
mix it
better.
up a little bit with Joker, who's already heralded as a bit of a
Ladies,
mastermind.
gentlemen,
To
and
come up with
unks
the
of
perfect
all
answer.
ages.
You need something tailor-made, though, to deal with a team like Toxic Lotus. And can you target
Lou
all of those
thinks
sort of niche
Lumi.
brawls they're bringing in? The answer is probably not.
You turned
But they're
20 in
gonna
4
target the
hours?
Charlie
Holy
here.
dudes, that's
So
exciting.
it's likely that
Happy
they're
early
looking to play
birthday, bro.
Draco, or a brawler that does not
You're
want
Unk
to deal
now?
with
You
that kind
are.
of stopping power.
Bobby,
that
my
the Cocoon
fave Unk.
offers.
Thrift.
Great for the opener, though.
Yeah, it's
Can I lower the sound of stream? Yeah, I'm gonna lower it a tiny bit.
Gaming would never
Since a
ban
couple
a
people
Charlie.
said the same
Double Fix,
thing.
I think that is wise. The Lou ban as well on the side of Toxic Lotus.
Representing for
Looking
the
to shut
Unk crowd?
down
Yes,
those
sir.
games.
All right,
Also,
chat.
Frank Hank certainly is a concern here.
I low-key
That
think
hypercharge addition now to Griff. Really
Lola
and
and Bell would eat.
to retake, and we want to
Stream
be
is like
aggressive
4
with those
minutes
lane
behind.
sides.
You're capping.
Lane sides, no doubt
You're
about it.
capping.
So having some extra HP goes a long way here.
I think that hypercharge ignoring walls or going through them really removes one of the core weaknesses that Griff had,
B,
was that, you know,
okay,
Cashman was blocked by
okay,
terrain and
okay.
you couldn't hit people on the other side of those walls.
Oh wait,
Toxic
Kenji's
Lotus have a
open.
very reasonable,
I didn't even
surprisingly,
realize Kenji's
third pick.
open.
They start with the B.
Ooh.
She's been heavily contested.
I didn't
as
even
of late.
realize
There are a
Kenji's
number of ballers
open.
that can cause their problems. Finks, though, has been banned. That's been the go-to.
I
in the
think you have
past
to
sort
take
of,
Kenji. How do you give someone 4 or
neutralize
5
the impact of
Kenji?
that beast, slowing those projectiles down to snail's pace, making
How
it
do you give
easy to
someone
dodge
4 or
them on the
5
point.
Kenji?
Neither team wanted to allow for the possibility of Finks here, but so have another
Kenji into
pick coming through
Griff?
from Toxic Lotus.
Yeah.
Do they mix in a thrower? The answer is yes. Barry comes
I
in.
just don't think you can give the other
Kenji's
team
available here,
Kenji.
and Joker is one of the best Kenji players, not just in the EMEA,
Dude,
but in
Domi,
the world.
I do
and
not
I'm
want to
just a
see
little
that,
bit
bro.
scared, for
Hello,
Toxic Lotus in
Toma.
that regard. They've got the berry here.
Hello,
I think they're
Toma.
taking
Maury
some
with the
time
5.
it,
Bobby,
yes.
my least favorite
Still
Unk.
Hank,
That's
still
so
Kenji.
kind of you.
Those are dangerous brawlers here. Draco
I think
as
you
well.
had to take the Kenji there.
Definitely could be
Kenji's
a
still
possibility
broken?
to
Yeah.
consider
I
here
don't
for
see
SK
these guys
Gaming.
passing up on it.
Got somewhat of a tank counter already, but they haven't got
6
the tank
second stream
here
delay?
yet.
That's fine.
And
Whatever.
I'm
It's
kind
6
of surprised
seconds.
this weekend that we haven't seen as many healing qualities behind those tanks. So it's great to see Toxic Lotus doing just that.
Bell.
Coming in for SK Gaming, long range stuff. Okay, it's looking like a very different kind of opening stance for them. The question is, are they going to be going tanky, or are they going to be taking it to a long range affair?
So this is very SA pilled, but
Are they going to be going tanky, or are they going to be taking it to a long range affair?
Did
So
you guys
this
see
is
that
very
Bilal
SA
equals
pilled,
rat
but
sign? Did you guys see
growing
that?
potential. Cena
Did you guys see that sign?
The SK Gaming
It's like-
might also be looking
it was like
at
in the
something
back.
a little bit more durable.
You go back
The
to
Griff
watch?
here adds an
Okay,
interesting
okay.
element of war
Hank.
planning. There's a Hank. So feels like start to finish SK Gaming
Body.
won a really a great draft with great defensive
It's in
potential
1080.
behind these nest eggs as well. Punishing Toxic Lotus first.
Chat.
Too far forward.
interesting from SK. It's
Chat.
like they're planning for the Kenji almost, having the bell to be able to mark that one up, and it's gonna be quite tough to play into Hank
Exactly,
as well with Super,
Scott,
and the
exactly.
Griff as
Chat,
well.
what are
Those
we going
five
here?
brawlers to be able to really shut that idea
It's a
down.
pretty good B
Again,
game
if
outside
it's
of the
late,
bell.
the
Like,
SK
the
are
B
gonna
eats
pick
the
up
other
if they
two.
feel it's the right time in the draft to do so. In fact,
Do they go
have
Kenji?
means that they might
Do
be
they go
laying
Draco?
here to be Draco for Toxic Lotus. Again, a really solid brawler that's been getting a ton of play rates and win rates, no less. So, quite a nice brawler, especially combined with the berry.
I don't know whose I like.
Evenly matched in this respect in terms of the draft, and that's one thing I've got to say about.
I don't know
Toxic
whose I
Lotus
like.
And the Chinese mainland region.
I don't
is
know
that
whose
their
I like.
drafts, they're really keeping up with the rest of the world. And
50-50,
prior to this period of time,
SK.
that hasn't necessarily been the case.
So both teams passed the draft.
It's a really free
With
B
flying
game,
colours. We're pretty happy with what
and
we've seen. No glaring weaknesses
that
for either
Talk
composition.
guy was
The
really
Draco's been
mechanically
often pitted
good.
against the Hank. We've seen
They have a
experimentation
berry as
there,
well.
sometimes with the
I
Draco,
honestly think I
wanting to
favor
lock up
Toxic
the Hank,
Lotus a
he's
little
run
bit, but it's not enough to perhaps replace the team diff.
Joker in the mid, you've got to respect Joker on the other side though. The German Dynamo is truly someone to be feared.
You know what though? I could see Talk
Confidently dancing among those ice cream
potentially
puddles, getting topped up by
diffing
OU.
though. We'll
Joker
see.
missed the mark.
He doesn't use shield, by the way. He always uses extra 3k. Nah, he's getting different. He's getting a little bit different. He is getting a little bit different. He is getting berry healed, mind you.
These ricocheting shots, if the berry and the bee are too
Joker,
close together,
almost
they
hit him
are
there.
going to pack a
Got the
big amount of
3k.
damage. So, again,
Spinny B. He one-shots Joker. Damn, he does one-shot Joker.
quite a low amount of
Good
control so
slow.
far
Good
in terms of
heal.
the objective
Oh,
that,
baby.
seriously is marked up. Despite this control in the mid from Toxic Lotus, they
He's
are
got to go down
still
here.
a
Joker's
little
got to
bit
hit this.
Joker
Joker's
really
got to
needs
hit
connect
this.
these shots. He's actually struggled in the 1v1 against Talk. That
Oh, big miss by Talk there.
There should have been an easy target for Joker to deal with. Engine knows going to step up, and that
Joker
gets him to
does
the
counter
off
him.
cooldown by his next foray
Joker
into the
does
back
counter
line,
him.
and expected to look the same.
I don't know.
Off that last stand to at least get a kill on Ope, if not both him and Yoshi.
36 apiece.
Joker, like Joker counters him, but he does also have heals. Oh, Yoshi. Engine going in. He's gonna die, I think. Yup, no kill. Pretty even so far, but as time goes on, OPE's eating his lane more and more. Oh, good shot.
Yoshi ignored him entirely and went straight after Talk. Was able to take the B down and give
He's got
SK a
another
little bit of the lead, but it is a
Draco,
slim
which
one.
is,
This a close
you know,
game.
positioning.
Those ice cream puddles are a bit of a nuisance for SK, who want to contest this. They have to take damage in order to do so. Joker has a hypercharge though, so guaranteed mark.
Ducky, they beat us when they went berry, right? Oh. 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 Oh my god, he tapped. He just tapped.
Just buying their time and then exploding onto the map.
He hit a shot and went into Drake. Oh my god, here we go.
As now we approach 80%.
That's a free kill on Joker. Good play by Joker. Oh.
A lovely pinch in that right-hand side coming in, putting on the
There's
pressure
nothing Engine can do.
SK, as now Yoshi then trying to
He's not
contest
wasting
on
any
his own. He has to wait
Dracos.
for his teammates to come and join the fight, which they now do. And now
Good
it's going to be a
jukes.
testament to how Toxic Lotus tried to retake this mid.
And all the while, Ope has been destroying that terrain behind SK, making sure Engine has nowhere to hide if he tries to wrap around and flank them. There's a hypercharge coming out from OU. Too much healing for SK to deal with. They've got a bit of a lead.
Engine's got to stay up. He does stay up. OP has super. I think it's game. I think it's game. Yeah. You don't remember? Oh my god, what a game one. What a game one.
My heart was in my mouth because Toxic Lotus were
I think
creeping
so.
forward.
Based on your own
Again,
gameplay,
this
the
is
blue
how
team has an
SK
advantage.
likes
It's
to start
unfair
things
to
off. They
get
know that it's
assigned
all
red. Yo,
about
low-key, huh?
control, not getting too
I think they did
overconfident,
have
not
a
getting
berry.
too ahead of
I think this
themselves.
is somewhat what they were playing
Just
for.
keeping that control and not panicking. Getting that first
All
hit,
right,
they
what's
know
the key to
really
winning
is
here
good
for
leverage
Trick
going
of
into
China?
the series.
This is great Brawl Stars so far. That was a really
Well,
technical round.
for China.
So many things to keep track of. SK Gaming
Either
has to respect these berry puddles.
Talk has to
and find
hit
ways to rotate
1,000
around the
shots in a
focus to be able
row.
to contest it. Engine, though, gets completely undone
You know what? I don't
on
even
the
know
side
what
of
the
map,
winning
and now
strategy
Yoshi
is.
Can be a real problem.
All right, that's the winning
He
strategy.
pushes up this right side.
Good heals there.
Good play. Good play. Good slow. Good tap. Good jukes.
Bush side of SK Gaming. I mean, that is really
Oh,
quite
baby.
troublesome for them to
Oh, baby.
remaining hit
Oh,
points
baby.
themselves in a good spot, and now Toxic Lotus can really capitalize down on that.
Draco needs to
Just
change
ensure the
supers, that's it. It's really hard to change supers though because OP is completely opening up the map. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, that's a bad play, I think. Maybe not. Maybe not. Oh god, he's hitting everything, chat.
Engine's going to jump into that Dragon form now, and Toxic Lotus are
Oh,
way
boy.
ahead of SK here.
Yeah, this
Don't
really is a
overheat,
nice
they gotta
way
keep
different,
control.
isn't it? And just the way that Tok is landing these B taps is keeping SK Gaming continuously on the spawn cycle. Yoshi was trying to get behind the field
Another
of action,
3K.
but
Engine going in. Does he have
Toxic
shields?
Lotus
He
anyway.
does.
Now, huge
Heals
shield
going
again
up.
from OU. Engine now on the left-hand side.
Oh,
Not
baby.
really the last stand, but the heal's gonna
Oh,
come in
baby.
play. It's gonna be so tough
Oh,
for him
baby.
to push in, let alone have the time to be able to get the objective.
Oh.
And Toxic Lotus surely. Oh,
Baby.
Engine, though, will remain on this
Oh
side.
baby. Oh baby.
100%
Oh baby.
That
Can he do it again though? Or is that a typical game too?
Therein lies the danger of that Draco in this composition.
See, the thing is though, the Draco was able to cook. I mean, obviously it was mostly the B, but because the B tapped, they didn't break the Draco's walls. Draco was in spawn. I don't know. I don't know what the maths is. I guess B just has to tap. Joker put the chicken. Does that mean he's winning? I don't know what that math is.
Well,
I only know the self-mirror
Engine,
math.
His left-hand side now slowed by Yoshi. No peak trying.
Good taps by Joker.
Joker's got his hands holding his
Engine
head, but
not
now
wasting
the
his dragon.
mark. Good break in that left-hand side as well to open things
Good
up.
tap
for
by Joker again. Joker
SK
locking
starts to
in.
push forward, 23% and a good start for Toxic Lotus, but now SK are getting into position.
Oh my god, these taps from Joker are crazy.
Oh, Joker tapping now. Oh, what was that? Oh, what a tap! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is he overheating?
Joker's
Slight
still
overheat.
continuously landing
Slight
marks on
overheat,
top
chat.
because He is the problem for Toxic Lotus. Engine is the distraction now. 65 HP now, the one for the last stand gadget and to take
Oh,
care
surely he's
of
dead.
Yoshi. Pushing back OU, pushing back top now as well.
I think B dying wouldn't even be the worst thing in the world because he's marked.
This time.
But now they have
They're
full
gonna stay
position,
strong,
which is
but
kind of
nice break that
spooky.
right-hand side of the
Very
field by
hyper.
OPE. This is gonna help
Dragon.
out SK tremendously.
They need to force the
Making
gadget out of
space
Engine
with the
early
berry.
as possible, but it looks like SK are ready again to give this space up. Top takes another hit.
Tap.
The shots bouncing between
Draco
Shinobi.
going
There's
in.
extra value for Joker in
Hyper.
that
Oh my god. Oh my god.
And looks like Toxic
That could be
Lotus,
game.
their mouth
That could be game.
wrote a check that they couldn't cash.
That could be game.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful from OPE.
He got hit by the
At just
slow
the right time now
fish.
for SK to get
Oh,
some
Joker with
valuable
the
momentum
taps.
In this set. Engine low again, popping the gadget there, but not gonna go down until
Ooh.
then. And it's gonna be OPE.
Nah, it's
Joker
game.
staying firm
That's
at
game.
85%.
Overheat.
Joker's gonna land every single shot to have a chance of staying in this set because SK know that they
It's
are
over.
within a few seconds.
Holy
of being able to
taps?
secure
No,
it.
it's over.
The
It's
last
over.
part was sent. Oh my word, one voltage to tap. It's not enough.
Oh.
And SK Gaming.
Well played. That was a good first set. Use code Genie.
Exactly what you're looking for in a series like this. You have
Use
to
code
assert
Genie.
yourself.
Chat.
Joker's got like a distraction now.
And here comes Tok and OU pushing
Chat.
up again.
Joker's got to continuously land these marks on top because he is the problem for Toxic Lotus.
Rate
Engine is the distraction now. 65
over.
HP now, the one for the last stand gadget and to take care from Yoshi.
I think
pushing back OU, pushing
no.
back top now as well. Breaking that right hand side of the
Early, if
No.
you're gonna have some point, 10 shots in a row at the
Right over here is
God,
where
these
they
taps
lost,
from
I
Joker
think.
are crazy.
Like, they're weak. Just need to chill. Just need to do whatever.
The arc.
And he's dashing face first into a griff.
He hits like 10 shots in a row at the start
And then
of the
you
game.
lose.
And even though SK have
Because then the griff takes out the other guy. But
to respect Toxic Lotus, let them have some a full team effort.
I don't know. Also there,
And here comes Tok
he
and OU
overheated.
pushing
Was he
up
one
again.
shot off?
Joker's got to continuously land these marks
Hit a
on
shot.
top because
Hit a
he
shot.
is the problem
Hit a
for
shot.
Toxic Lotus. Engine
Hit a
is the
shot.
distraction now.
Please hit
65
one
HP
shot.
now, the one for
Please
the
hit
last
one
stand
shot.
gadget and
Please,
to
I want to
take
see.
care from
Please
Yoshi.
hit one
Pushing
shot.
back OU, pushing back top now as
Chat.
well. This is good control. Back
That's
by
gotta be
OP
rage bait. Was he
but
one
look,
shot off?
This is going to help out SK tremendously.
They need to force the gadget out of Engine early if possible, but it looks like SK
Chat, I'm
are
getting
ready
rage
again to
baited.
give this space up.
He was
Tok
not
takes
one
another
shot
hit.
off.
Notice the shots bouncing
Chat,
between
why did he hypercharge there?
control. and you get your hank.
I think he overheated. Katuda with the donation. Do I like your new profile picture?
Put their Draco in a position to succeed. Kaboom
Yeah, it's
Canyon
alright.
is up next
It's
now. It is a
alright.
heist map. We
It's
know
alright.
generally what to expect from Toxic
You
Lotus,
just can't
but
go bury into
Draco
Griff.
wasn't born yesterday. He knows that
Yeah, I think it was
Nico
okay.
being
What does
here
overheat mean in
is
this
an easy
context? Like you were playing
insta-slam.
good, so you
Do
think
SK
you're like
Gaming
invincible,
go
and you
another
do
direction
something
and
really
believe that they
dumb
can actually play into the Miko
because you're playing so good, and then it
Do they
costs the
leave it
game.
open?
Like you get too confident, you overheat.
It's one of those maps where you got to have that mid.
It's like in I don't know if you've ever watched basketball before, but it's like when someone hits like a lot of shots in a row, you just give them the ball and they're like, all right, like let's just shoot it again. Let's take a difficult shot, like overheat, you know, like let's try again. Let's do something crazy. I can't really, yeah, like a heat check, exactly. It's a heat check. I don't really have a good example for soccer though because I don't watch that much soccer, and I don't know if there's overheating in soccer.
Close the gap onto the safe.
Ego check? Yeah, it's kind of like an ego check, but
Yeah, Eve banned, Miko banned, of course, Lily.
the Miko ban.
Lumi there, and
It's like egoing a play. Yeah, but it's like it's like self-conscious. It's not like you know you're egoing a play. It's like you're just playing so good you think you can do anything. He thought he can pop his hyper and hit 2 shots, and it would somehow work out. He thought he could dash into a Griff super, and it could somehow work out.
Hard to sort of break back into the game.
What's up, Snoy?
You
You did have the vision forward. Ice, good morning. Chuck 1. I don't love Chuck 1. We played Chuck against Toxic Lotus yesterday. We lost. Mind you, Ducky messed up his setup game 3. And like I was holding it down and he was just horrible. But like maybe Toxic Lotus, like they know how to counter it. I mean, Melody's open, yeah. You could go Melody.
Favorite idea that comes to mind.
Read?
Charlie's a possibility.
Overheat in
but
football
again,
is
I'm
when you
just not a
pass 2
fan of it.
players and
It's
go
just
for the
something
3rd
that
instead of
we've
passing the
played
ball.
around, primarily
Yeah.
East Asia.
I
It
guess.
worked out well yesterday. Carl gonna come in
Carl.
last that pick for Toxic Lotus.
They're going
Chance to
Barry.
follow up. They've got to have something on defense, no doubt about it, for that Shark, or just something to go really on the.
What did they beat us with
aggressive
last time?
and ignore
It was
the Shark.
also
That's
Barry,
kind of my
wasn't it?
preferred strategy. Just go all in. Melody.
Yeah,
exactly
I think
that.
you have to go
This
Melody.
is perfect. This is perfect drafting from Toxic Lotus, exactly how to play it. One of the strongest brawlers, not banned out. Melody, of course, cannot be left untouched on the safe. So SK now have got
They
some
want
careful
Ember
situations to
last?
do here. The Angelo is still available.
No, I don't
Again,
think
one that they
so.
would normally tend to draft
Maybe
ban
Barry.
for, but is open. And if they want to
I
do
think
that,
they want.
decide to just have
I think
that
they want
straight
SK to
to
go
the
Angelo and then they go
SK
Barry.
Gaming
I think that's
know
what they
it goes one
want.
of 2 ways when you pick Chuck. They either try and counter you with brawlers that are very good
Talking about
duelists
SK?
who
Oh,
can
I see,
take
I see.
Chuck out of the game, or they just go for a
Bonnie,
rush down
good
comp
pick.
of their own. Now, Bonnie is not known as being a particularly high DPS brawler, but now she can dive in onto that safe. She has all the potential and still
Charlie.
have access to the cannon should she need it. And the Charlie's taken away. This almost feels
Angelo
like it's taken
undrafted.
away from Toxic
Exactly.
Lotus, a potential
Barry,
answer
yeah.
to the Chuck, but they can also make great use of
Chat, they're
it
low-key
if they
just going what they went in
onto
the scrim
Engine on
against
top.
us.
It's kind of wild.
It's
I
something
don't
I'm learning, so
necessarily
maybe I'll be
mind
able to
it.
predict.
I can see Charlie working pretty well.
You
into
knew
the
it? You're so
Carl,
smart,
but
Ducky. It's almost like you
certainly
scrimmed them at
wasn't
midnight
like-
yesterday, and now it's
Whatever
10
it
hours
is,
later,
that's
and
what I
they're
thought
playing the
Toxic
same
Lotus
map.
being able to pick it up
You're
and
such a
have it as
smarty
defensive
pants.
measure, against that Shark. And
You're
it
such a
kind of
smarty
has my
pants.
reservation there, really.
Bobby,
Is
my fave,
are
Unk
SK
chat.
wanting to really utilize that Charlie pick, or is it simply
I
just
see,
to
I
take
see.
it away from Toxic Lotus?
Something that's overlooked
Bilal
about
equals
Charlie is that
rat!
her DPS against target, she's very
Bilal
close,
equals
really
rat.
high, because the yo-yo travels out from her and then back. And then she obviously doesn't have a reload time outside of that. It's just the travel
Dude,
time.
please
So
move the draft.
genuinely a
Please.
monster when it comes
Thank
to
you.
going onto that turret. The Spiderlings help as well. Look at the grouping here from Toxic Lotus. They want to
No
go
swipe.
for this. It's going to be tough.
Oh, he
though.
missed.
Brought down, in they go. Ope can't deal with Engine. So now, Gadget pop by
How did
Engine.
Chuck
Does
already do
trigger that first
25%?
stage on the
What?
safe. Same though on the other side of the map. Chuck's already gone and done his job.
That's
Yoshi's
crazy.
been effective.
Good on Yoshi,
Getting
bro.
that safe damaged in, and he's going to go for it again.
Yeah,
Wow.
25% from SK Gaming could have been avoided there had that cocoon landed the mark. OP now from the hypercharge,
Wow.
trying to close the gap with that additional speed, gets one tap and now follow
They're
up.
losing the base race right
Meanwhile,
now.
60% on pretty much both safes here.
Like,
On the base
they're-
race, and SK Gaming is struggling a little bit on this defense.
Okay, getting dangerous. Here.
They're winning it now.
Gonna double back it all.
They're winning it now. Do they finish it? They definitely finish it. They definitely finish it. Yep. Holy dudes.
Ends up being a race.
How has Bilal lore made it to land? Dude, it's really a new generation, Toma. We've made it this far, bro. We've made it this far. Bilal equals rat. Oh my god, I saw it. Bilal equals rat. Yeah, these guys know something we don't about the berry.
A little bit rattled because if Toxic Lotus wants to finish the game that quickly, there isn't time to be able to establish much utility here.
I think Yoshi had like a perfect start too. Like he's just going, bro.
Again, the strategy that they've got to go for. The Chuck has got a bit of a step at times. They've got to go now. Great stuff so far from TLC, but now Joker coming in. The Cocoon.
Barry already gadgeted the save,
The onset.
but they got no damage, and Chuck's doing a lot.
Look at that damage already done by OPE on the stage.
And Jin, okay.
Oh, 76% is huge. That's perfect defense.
Engine is, of course, probably the lion's share of the damage on the safe here, and Joker doesn't quite connect the jump.
I feel like they lose this base race. I'm not sure. Maybe not. I don't know what's going on at this point. Oh, he's base racing.
Yoshi has to try and burst this.
Good kill. They lose this. I don't know. I don't know the math. I don't know the math. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Turns out 3 brawlers are better than 1 when it comes to the base race.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
It's all that was in it.
Oh my god.
But it's the strategy
oh my god.
that really shines through for me from Toxic Lotus. That it's exactly what you do.
Yoshi 0-0.
And the stats say
is bro getting
exactly
screenshotted?
You ignore
oh my
it.
god. Irrelevant question. Did you ever play Undertale? No, my friend Sword played Undertale, but not me. Not me.
Just get stuck in that bottom right-hand side corner.
Sans' name is from Undertale.
Survive, heal up, and remain a problem. That was absolutely perfect.
But me no.
Me no. And SK Gaming now.
Yeah.
Let's have some conversations. It's not the time or the place for base races.
No, it doesn't work out for them here. Ironically,
okay, so what I'm noticing, you knew that? Oh. So what I'm noticing, Ducky and Sans, is whatever comp they beat us with in the scrim, they are going. Does that mean we're going to see a Primo Frank ban? It might be.
Because they don't really do enough about getting the berry off the map. Toxic Lotus, perfect gameplay.
We literally beat Barry? No, we didn't.
Tested that?
You rat.
Against the Chuck, they realized they can actually overwhelm.
What did we lose to on Hideout with Tara? Oh yeah, low key, huh?
Hideout is up next.
Low key, huh? It carries you with the Tara.
Bounty map.
What did we lose to in Hideout?
I don't often see Barry, honestly, in Kaboom Academy.
Leon.
It's a really nice idea to round off the comp. Because without that,
what they go after banning Primo Frank? No, we banned Primo Frank and we beat them, and then they banned it after that.
Seconds of a difference
Leon
here,
Hank, Ollie Leon.
Side, so a really great draft, no doubt. Star Dragon at the helm of such plays. Lovely
what was
stuff.
it?
All tied up.
They had Byron. Was it that? No, it was the Bell. Bell, Leon, Hank, maybe.
Have some much longer lines of sight. So, or remain it, keep it there. Use some throwers.
This is the finals, semifinals.
Stuck into that corner, but for SK Gaming,
it was Ollie.
I think he catered to their play style.
When we had Kenji, right.
Get a bit more control and take things a little bit slower, as you can see when they try to opt against that and sort of try to sail into the wind. It doesn't go.
You voted for TL to win it all? Are you going crazy? Yeah. Discord pin? Yo, someone pin the Discord. Someone pin the Discord. So we're gonna be doing a giveaway too.
The wins and opting into a base race doesn't feel like them.
See all the best heist players? Maybe, bro. They seem to always win heist.
Of the round a lot more.
Thank you, Ruff.
They can play that slower style. Put Joker on a sharpshooter.
Let's see if they ban Leon.
Probably a brawler that has to fight.
So I think they went Leon both sets against us.
Still find a way to win it. Seen a couple of odd picks on this map lately. I think like just the Gene is going to be looked at in general.
It did ban Leon.
Though, respect the Bell to such a degree as to take it off the map.
This could get first pick.
Don't worry about ice.
And a solid one at that.
I think the Leon ban is crazy here for SK.
Bit wild, but the lollipop drop can get some good value with that coverage. So I
wonder if they go Hank here.
Can definitely be paired with things like Piper to get
especially with Kenji banned.
Just remain just a little bit more in control on that mid side.
While Leon, they love Leon here as well. Like, they played it, so I'm noticing they're just banning what they're playing
throughout the course of the season thus far, and they might be considering it depending upon what Toxic Lotus.
Or they're banning what they played in the scrims. The Byron, okay.
Some flexibility later in the draft to pair it with something potentially tanky if they wish. But for me, I think the long range affair here, the more control game, just tend to go just a little bit better.
Max is open. Without the Gene, it might be less of a tantalizing prospect, but still very powerful brawler in her own right. just being out and out, charge up your teammates. Hypercharges can be important, but Byron doesn't have one at present. Still waiting on that one to land.
Hank, no capper, no capper, no capper. You know you want to go it. You know you want to go it. You know how bad you want to go
Plenty
it.
of sharpshooters still available. Angelo's going to get taken by Toxic Lotus instead here.
Ew.
Tickets, please.
Ew, ew,
Nice,
ew,
That's the kind of ideal ball to combine with Byron. It's like,
ew.
honestly, SK Gaming is just taking
Hank,
at this point. As
go
Lotus,
the Hank.
Angelo was definitely
Go
not SK
the
Gaming.
Hank. Thank you.
Oh my word.
Okay.
Thank
this
you.
Is great drafting. This really is great drafting.
Thank
honestly,
you.
Because SK wants the Angelo.
Thank you.
I think that Byron would have been great to go with that Buster as well. The Grey is a dangerous thing here on this map, especially with a Buster. That
Oh my
combination,
God.
having that little ladder up the map with the hypercharge as well to be able to have those additional portals. It's a really dangerous thing. And a Buster, that gadget, Slimmer replay can just suck everything in and just absorb those stars back onto your scoreboard.
Buff
Crucially
Dog.
as well, it allows you to pull people off course.
Give
Quite
Doug a
often,
hypercharge? Yo, why are they so
the
obsessed
Buster
with
is not
Doug,
going to
bro?
be targeted. Slow-mo replay is a great way of making sure people are looking at Ope. You can also drag, crucially, you can drag the Hank away.
Can't blame
if you're
Tribe
trying
for
to look one of
losing?
your back
Dude,
line.
yes we can, bro.
Top is
They're our
getting
one
pounded
seed.
here with his damage. Slow-mo replay used to account for the Hank. So Blue Star was taken by Toxic Lotus here. But
Yeah!
very, very early on in
Yeah!
the
It's my go OU! Yeah! Yeah! It's my go OU! Yeah! That's my go! That's my go! Go China! Yes, sir! Yes, sir!
The DPS to really take it down
Yes,
quickly.
sir!
And Toxic Lotus
They know ball, chat. They know
putting
ball.
in a good spot. These Byron Hills
They know
especially.
ball.
This could go
Oh,
very,
baby.
very wrong.
Oh,
if SK
baby.
do not play this well
Good
and defend
defense. Good
accordingly.
defense by
OP
SK.
from the hypercharge there is concerned.
Joker?
TP away straight into
Joker! They're still winning. Good TP. Oh!
Trying to fire. 6 stars in the blue for Toxic Lotus.
that wasn't a hypercharge.
Byron can
Fish
only
torpedoes.
die.
That was a
Only
nasty
Byron.
one thrown out by Talkin and just so
God
happened to catch on to
damn.
an SK player. That's devastating. Now they're down by 2 stars, and they know they need to take a bit of map control. Develop a plan for this hypercharged dimensional door. Joker pops
Oh, he
it,
could have maybe
Walking
went for
Cane
the
thrown
pull
out, still
there.
not using
Or
that
maybe he
sliver
didn't want
just
to
yet.
because it was a
Talk could be
fish.
problem. He has to use it
Maybe it was
defensively to
calculated,
back
chat.
away. And Talk knows this. Blood is in the water.
Pull?
And
No
he
pull.
wants some of SK Gaming now. OU's forced to catch
Oh,
it away
Yoshi
from
could have gotten
Yoshi,
him
who
nice
looks
and low
scary.
there.
But
He
Talk
doesn't
is
have to
still
use his super because he's just getting
stage.
healed. OP definitely doesn't
Needs
pull
to take
there.
care of Engine, in my opinion. He is the healer behind this Hank that is causing the problem. And now that could be very much what Joker is feeling on this top right-hand side
Joker
of the map.
moving
Going
up,
with the TP, trying to get behind
getting
it.
pretty
They know that
aggressive,
Byron is
making
susceptible to
space
the
for
Grey.
OPE.
There's so little time, and
Joker
that is a
down.
takedown that they cannot avoid on the
That's a
side of
game.
SK Gaming. OPE
Wow.
trying to pull there as well. And Yoshi in 1v3.
Wow,
There's only
chat.
going one way. Toxic Lotus
Whole
started on bounty
chat.
in the best possible
Chat.
way.
Chat. Chat.
Joker goes on a dangerous
Chat.
mission. Dimensional door
Chat.
teleporting behind the front line of Toxic Lotus. He's looking
Chat.
for the Byron. But SK Gaming, the
Chat.
rest of them are too slow to respond. It feels like
Chat.
OP's just watched his captain head across the map and
Are we
just
watching the
dumbfounded.
same thing?
Too slow to get involved and take attention away.
Are we all watching the
Ultimately,
same
Grey
thing,
just gives up a
chat?
free kill behind enemy lines.
Nice tap there from Tok onto OPE.
Are we all watching the same
Trying
thing?
to flank down the left-hand side now. Just the 1 star, just the blue. So far, nice gadget there as well.
We
And
can't
to
be.
Get that little bit of spray,
We can't
that little
be.
bit of poison to affect both Joker and OPE.
Dude, holy
Now they're
fish,
starting to
relax,
try to
bro.
separate the Hank from the
God
Byron.
damn, gonna give me a
Kind of
seizure,
not
bro.
bad shout for me. Joker though does.
Dude,
think
relax!
that
I know you're
he's
excited,
the
but
key
relax.
player
Oh my
to be able to
God.
topple this strategy of Toxic Lotus.
Double pull, double pull.
Good combo.
Nothing.
Still, Tok has the healing though from the Byron. I think that's something that SK just really have not accounted adequately for on this map. Engine is doing far too much. He's even got a super as well for burst healing should it be required. And Joker doesn't want
So
to
I'm
have
pretty
to
high up.
super away from
They're
that
trying to get
bubble
their
of
like
Tok, so he
double
just eats the
pull
damage.
strategy, I
Tok
think.
goes
He's
back
also
up
on
the
Pierce
map now.
Byron.
Where is the DPS
Interesting.
supposed to originate from in this SK
Interesting.
roster?
They're definitely gonna go for a double pull.
Nice gadget. Nice ball from Kane there from Joker. Just already opened up
Could've
that
pulled him
right-hand
again.
side. Good stuff from him.
It's just
Hypercharge
weird because they don't really have the
available to
DPS
SK Gaming's members now,
to
which is
kill the
solid
fish
find.
with this comp.
But
Like
again,
Byron
time is
does
ticking,
not
and they do
necessarily
harness
do
the
well
pressure
into
to
fish. Then you add the fact that there's a gray as well. Like
SK Gaming are looking for a one push thing, and if that crumbles, then Toxic Lotus up in the
good
set.
shot.
They've got the perfect composition. SK
Here they go. Pull. They were going for the double pull. Don't hit it.
Talk with the gadget of his own. The damage reduction.
Oh boy.
Allows him to stave off most of that damage. And
Yeah, he's got to hit a gene pull. I agree. Like a great gene pull.
To cut through the healing just doesn't seem to be there. Not to mention the fact that
they can win this though. They're in a bad spot. Hank does have hyper.
Toxic Lotus forced into the back corner of the map. There's 7 seconds left, and SK Gaming have got
he's using it. Pull. Joker. Oh! He missed. He missed.
No opening for SK Gaming.
Holy shit, chat. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit.
We are witnessing potentially the most historic moment in Chinese mainland history.
Oh my god.
They are one set away.
Oh my god.
From a grand finals in the Brawl Cup against SK
Oh my god.
Gaming, the #1 seed of EMEA.
Dude.
This was not the script that I had in mind.
Dude,
this morning,
for people who have been watching Brawl
We called SK Gaming in the past
since day one, like China's not, like China has never won, bro. Like this is already by far China's best ever performance. Already.
One set away from advancing into the grand finals.
We beat them with Byron Fish because we had Angelo.
In the most unlikely fashion possible.
They got the Angelo as well. Well, I didn't think Angelo was a good pick because like who goes Byron? Like I don't really like playing.
SK Gaming have always seemed to have
I don't really like playing too much control here. And like Byron Angelo, like that's kind of wild. But who goes like you see a Byron Angelo, surely you run it down. You don't go Buster.
Is the question now.
I think Buster was a really bad pick. Because like, how do you give someone a free fish
Really smart.
when they already have Byron?
SK Gaming did not have a plan.
But yeah, what I was saying was for everyone who's watched, like China's never done this good. Like China's never beaten a top team before.
Yesterday we saw
and
versus Loud in that reverse sweep. That was able to get
bro, like they beat Tribe. That was the best people they beat. They beat Tribe.
On SK Gaming early on. But they are a squad that can.
And then they made it to day 2, and you know, like
every chance of this going to a 5th and
bro.
final set, and that is what.
So what did we lose to on double swoosh?
Like years gone by, we've
oh,
seen
it's
these,
when
like,
I forced Lily, bro.
Because they just have, like,
what did we first pick that draft?
Or they've got, you know,
they gave us Kenji.
Players that are
they gave us Kenji. What did they go when they gave us Kenji?
Draft now. And it's not enough just to be sick on an individual basis. You have to have amazing coaching, amazing strategy through the draft, and you've got to be reactive to the bans of the opponents.
Because I'm pretty sure I banned Fish.
Now, Double Swoosh has been an interesting map over the course of this weekend because it's seen the return of Crow.
Talking about GKR or something else? Nah, we scrimmed China last night, and they're just going everything that we went and scrim.
Sometimes we've seen these
Janet, Ash,
do a
Shelly.
great job at assassinating that enemy gem carrier.
Right.
Sometimes, though, they've kind of faltered.
Like we scrimmed them at midnight, and they're just like going everything. Dude, are we really about to see the Frank Primo, the goddamn Nita ban? Surely not, right?
Gene mid, always going to be a solid one, but the band's going to be Kenji, got to be Lumi. They are the ones that, for all intents and purposes, are going to work fantastically well on a map like this.
I really want SK to have first pick because I want to see if they leave Kenji.
That one, yeah, and
okay, they didn't leave Kenji.
Well.
Tara banned.
Yes,
they didn't leave Kenji.
They've done their homework. I mean, these are picks that SK Gaming are the most dangerous with, and it just, that to me is
interesting. I don't know what I would first pick here.
Series. They've just read things so clearly.
I don't know what I would first pick
here. SK Gaming at their own game, giving them no opportunity to
such
really
weird bans.
Buster though is one.
I don't think they know what they're gonna first pick either.
In this stage of the draft, leaving them. Yeah, exactly that. This is good from SK. It'll be OPE on it, but the Amber is gonna be a Buster weakness.
Okay.
If they go for that, I'm a little bit concerned for this Buster.
Yoshi looked absolutely furious at the end of that last set. You can see the frustration starting to mount for SK. They're throwing everything they can at this team, and not all of it really seems
I don't think you go.
You compare healing with this Joker, can make it a little bit easier to deal with.
Is that rage
if you
bait?
get an Amber response. But if Toxic Lotus snap up the Amber here, they're tipping their hand in a big way. The Finks, of course, has been really enjoyed by both of these teams. Definitely more so Toxic Lotus over this tournament.
I think I would like to see Gene out of Toxic Lotus. Because playing Buster mid into Gene just feels impossible, bro. It just feels impossible sometimes. Because you gotta walk up to get that gem, you feed the Gene so hard, like...
That could be a winning one with that...
I think Gene would be really good. Bo was a shout, Bo's okay.
It's been one of the most common brawlers seen this weekend for good reason. is just that good.
Interesting.
Draco as well now, coming in for Toxic Lotus. That's a bit more of a wild card for me, one that can be definitely very strong, but also very punishing for yourselves. It's not really necessarily scrimmed too much on this particular instance, and that's the kind of concern really here for SK. They've got to be thinking the same. Like, we haven't really seen this enough to know how to deal with this.
Engine really only has pressure when their gadget's up. I think
they really are representing SSG going Draco for no reason, bro. But like, it could cook. It's good on this map. It could cook.
If you play the weak side of the map, where the pushes are obviously more on the opponent's side, it can be a little bit hard.
This is screaming Go Gene, bro. This is screaming Gene.
Just to deforest that right side of the map and make it harder, especially for someone like Draco to approach unseen. Draco needs pushes. He needs to be able to close the gap without taking damage, because like we discussed right at the start of the series on Hot Zone, he doesn't want that gadget forced out of him earlier than he otherwise would like. He wants to make use of it when he's already in the midst of the
Gene. They had to go
The
Gene.
Gene mid, though, is a bit of a no-brainer here for SK Gaming.
I like SK's comp.
It also allows him with the vision gear
I like
to
SK's
constant
comp.
information
I wouldn't hate
the bushes, just to scout that part
I wouldn't
of the
hate
map out,
Bo.
make sure SK Gaming aren't met with any unexpected surprises.
I wouldn't hate Bo.
Do Toxic Lotus go for heal here? That's the question. Or again,
I wouldn't hate
Amber
Bo.
to burn down this bush to
Ash?
map
No,
to
no,
go
not Ash.
forward in
Not
that
Ash,
regard, because
not
they want to
Ash.
keep Draco submerged within it.
I think Bo would be
Surely
good.
thinks the middle there with the gadget, or could even be now Stu, potentially as a mid here as well. But the speed zone, I would imagine, is going to be the gadget of choice regardless.
Yeah,
Additional mobility,
I mean,
the speed gear for the Draco would make a lot of sense, making him
I
even more dangerous.
mean,
That Griff though, it's a good pick from SK Gaming into the Draco. I quite like it. Of course, the last.
I think I underrate Stu now.
Readily available there for Toxic Lotus. But I think that SK Gaming is the safer of these comps.
I definitely like SK's comp more, and I think it's like super comfort for them. I think Toxic Lotus missed out when they didn't take
Toxic Lotus
Gene.
have to be the aggressor. I think that's pretty clear. SK Gaming have picked a really stable.
Tomsy! Oh my God, Domi, did you see Tomsy? Did you see Tomsy?
And if SK can get a gem lead off good pressure on towards Tok, then
you see
they're
him?
happy to sit back and give some of the map up. Oh, you though, look at this. He's such an aggro player. Even on the berry, he's always knocking on the front door of SK Gaming. But that's what they want. See how they force
didn't get any
out of
hits
Engine
there.
early? Now Yoshi gets to take all of this map control, bro. He is wrapping on Tok entirely. And he's going to start taking the grass out.
Like, what is this Draco supposed to do?
As well for Toxic Lotus, which is interesting to see. Let's see the fix on that hand side lane. Good start for SK Gaming, no doubt about it. I like the way that Toxic Lotus really exploded into the game. Hypercharge there for OPE, just to have a bit of defensiveness there, but didn't seem to be too much of a concern.
Joker's got pull. Joker was crushing these pulls last time, like really hitting them nicely.
So far, so good. SK Gaming seem to have found their footing yet again.
Honestly, I guess with the speed turret, it's kind of the same concept as a bow.
Yeah, technically ahead.
But I think with the bow, it's nicer because you can break the mid grass.
Here's Ope, gadget popped. OU.
I don't know.
Quick TP back now.
This, as time goes on, it just feels like SK suffocates them more and more and more.
Small side gem grab. Engine wants to step up now. Again, it's that early damage.
He doesn't want to pull either. He wants to hold his pull because he knows he doesn't have to pull that Draco.
That really is the key for me here for SK.
He knows that Draco's not really a threat.
Control and shaping it in the way that which they want it to be. That magic hand from Joker though, it's got to land. It really does, and they can't really land it on the Stu with ease. Now let's do the left-hand side. Bit of back and forth, and Engine closes the gap and goes down himself. Now Yoshi there with the hypercharge going straight
Holy
for the
Yoshi.
wall. Living Tok all alone.
He can't go for it.
Close it now on this mid. Get the gems to even up this deficit.
He's just holding that pull, bro.
Giving a hypercharge from Joker. It's got to be timed in the right manner to land the right people, because that could be the very thing that brings
now
you down.
He probably goes for the
SK
pull.
Don't need a magic hand quite yet. Joker's happy just to stay alive
doesn't.
and stay away from the pressure zone. Tok is low and they still don't go for him. Look how patient SK Gaming are playing. So now they get the countdown.
Next gem spawn goes to China. Really good time, Draco.
And see, Tok had to use his gadget.
But I don't know. I just don't see a way China wins this.
Oh, Tok! Oh, he's down! The horde of gems gets dropped, and OU now has to try and scoop some of them up. Still a chance.
Yeah, it's game. That's game.
Yoshi finds a massive super. Brings
That's how it be, bro. I don't know, not
to force Joker to drop these gems.
winnable, I guess, but it's not a good draft.
From ear to ear, SK Gaming.
I don't know how I would fix this. I don't know how I would fix this. I think Draco's got to go the bad side, and Fink's the good side. Actually gonna wait all game? I mean, the Draco's not a threat. Like, the Draco can't kill anyone. And the things is
And
kind of
pressure
just
that I
existing.
wasn't
I think if they switch,
anticipating
it could
would be
change
nearly
everything, though.
this
I really do.
much.
Oh,
Good
baby.
turnaround for the comp. The
They
draft
switched,
is
but
where
SK predicted it.
now can thrive, and that was enough to make sure it's tried and tested. This is a good start from Toxic Lotus yet again, though. Going on the aggression. Yoshi there with the left-hand side break, and a good
He doesn't
clear
gadget
as well.
again.
And now
Good pull
beautiful
by
gadget.
OPE,
There's
doesn't
Slow-Mo
allow him
right
to
there.
gadget.
The support from SK. The
And this time they don't have the
network
early
is back.
gadget lead either, or gem lead.
Yoshi's actually the one that opts to take up the gems here, instead of allowing Joker to do so.
Well
OP
played
with
by
hyper
OPE.
pops, good damage onto Engine there. Tok would like to challenge, and a speed zone is put down in a rather aggressive position, but Toxic Lotus are going to have to make a play here. They're too far behind in gems to start or to keep trading them back and forth.
Yeah, they do gotta. I don't know. They gotta do something.
Yoshi coming there, the right hand
I mean,
side.
they have
Of course,
Finks.
teammates time warp down, danger.
He
for
missed
SK
all of his
Gaming
Fink
there.
shots.
The Griff notes there, just so slow, but OPE does clear up that left-hand side. Going back to the deep spawn side, which he can afford to do.
They're gonna
Last
kill
man
him,
there
but-
from Engine, and he wins the trade. But Sugar comes in and says, I don't care. You're going down.
Well,
Gems
now
to
he
two.
doesn't have pulse, so now
SK
Joker's
Gaming
not
are
really
in full control
scary.
now.
But it
And
doesn't
Toxic
matter
Lotus,
because his two
a
teammates both have
Valkyrie,
hyper.
nice to have a
Oh
charge
my
as well.
goodness.
The takedowns
Holy
continue
Finks.
to favor SK Gaming.
Pretty clutch
One
field
more
there
gem
from
spawn,
OU.
that's all
I'm gonna
they
drop
need.
that down, but SK are one gem away. The problem is they don't have the Buster, so they can't negotiate from a position of power until OPE returns to the map. He's done so now.
I think it's over.
OU's only able to get a paltry 4 gems over the course of this round. It's not enough to furrow the brow of SK Gaming. They'll play this neutral game.
Oh, I don't know if I
would
would've-
have. They can afford to wait.
Nice shielding there from OPE and lovely
Game.
gadget again. The slow-mo replays are cycling to perfection.
Game.
And there's the pull.
Yeah,
SK
he messed
Gaming
up
are
not
back.
taking
Still
Gene.
10 seconds to hold on for this countdown.
Yeah,
Without
space
there, Slow-Mo
station.
able to contest it. His teammates are struggling to be able to
Oh,
get
baby.
back across the map in time.
It's really
But
going
SK
to
Gaming
set
have got
5.
all the time in the world to
Yeah, I
slowly
don't
advance
think
that
Finks
left-hand
is that
side.
great here
They
either.
gain the set. They bring it back.
Oh, baby.
And we get to go the distance. And we wouldn't have it any other
Chat. Was he on the
way. We
dragon?
get across the map. With OU there,
He wasn't.
Slow-Mo,
Imagine the
unable to
dragon
contest
put the
it.
space
His
station
set.
pin. That would have been so aura.
And it's a classic SK
Oh, baby.
Gaming style.
Oh,
set that
baby.
gets played out. It's slow, it's
Oh,
steady.
baby.
It's a patient game, but a draft that is rather defensive. Doesn't leave
Oh,
too many
baby.
holes, too many weak points. Whereas Toxic
They didn't
Lotus
have draft?
pick a
No, they
composition
definitely didn't have draft.
where they have to be the ones
The
that
dragon
come
pick was a
forward.
throw,
They
I
have to be
think.
proactive.
Those are last
and they have to
eats?
honestly take some
Nah.
risks to gain that map control.
71? Less than
It's
you?
risks like
Dude,
that
I know I'm
that
out
SK
here with the
Gaming are
dragon.
always set up to exploit. Engine this time.
They have a creator
can't
code?
have
Yeah,
an
it's
impact on
Bobby.
the game. SK are ready for this Draco every single time he steps up, and they've got the griff to open up the map to make sure they can always see the
Chat, this
Dragon
is
Rider
hype.
coming a mile
This is
off.
hype, bro. Dragon
But
was
now the
throw?
pressure.
Yeah,
The
because
last
they already
bomb
had
is
Finks,
dropped.
so they're not really
Who would've
getting
thought
ran down. Like, why would you
coming
go
into this
Dragon
competition
into...
that we would be in
into
this
Buster
spot,
one.
where Toxic Lotus
Like,
are
Buster
one
isn't that bad
set
into
away
Dragon.
from guaranteeing themselves at least
It was
an
just
LCQ
awkward, you know?
slot.
It was just
Unreal.
awkward.
Honestly.
Dude, are we really about
Their
to see
composure
Frank
has
Primo bans? I'm
astounded me in
actually
this
gonna go
competition.
crazy.
But is it too
We
much
better
to
not.
ask for them to just do
This
it
is
one
so we
more
scrimmed
time?
Toxic Lotus last night on 6 different
A number of
maps,
times we've found
and
SK Gaming in
Sneaky
positions
Fields,
like
we
this.
split every single map
Only
1-1.
yesterday, in
Sneaky
fact,
Fields
they
was the only map
had
that
to
we 2-0'd them.
Narrowly avert, mind you.
So I
and
think
lost
it's
to
their
Zeta
worst
Division.
map.
So they could exit their group in the position that they have.
By that
Now, in
math.
theory,
By that
game,
math, it's their worst
what
map,
gave
I
them this-
guess.
I use air quotes here. More favorable seeding against Toxic Lotus, but they've shown that they can stand up to
Might
the
be
very
over,
best.
sir?
They can make
Maybe.
SK Gaming not just sweat, but
Hey,
bleed.
is she
out
wearing a
there on the
Hooters
stage.
outfit? Is that girl real?
Getting to make SK Gaming not just sweat.
Is she
but
actually wearing a
Lotus,
Hooters
but they've shown
outfit?
that they can stand up to the very
I think she's wearing a Hooters outfit.
best. Decide a map between
that
these
real?
two teams.
Is that real?
It's getting tense. As
Is
if it
that
wasn't
real?
all ready to begin this series. Now,
Is that real?
the 5th and final set.
Why am I able to
This is
spot
where it
that?
ends.
Because it's obvious.
For one of
What do you
these
mean?
two
I got
teams.
eyes, bro.
A ticket.
What do you mean,
today's
Sib?
Grand final. No more second
Dude, I have a
chances
girlfriend.
now.
I was just pointing out she has a
Who's
Hooters
Destiny
outfit.
playing for third. The draft comes down.
Dude,
Global,
imagine
historically,
Frank Primo.
tends to favor
Imagine.
SK Gaming. But under
Imagine.
these conditions,
Imagine.
honestly,
Imagine.
expect the unexpected.
Nobody saw that but
What's the
me.
message coming
You guys
into
are
it?
looking at the wrong stuff,
Toxic
bro.
Lotus are the team
You gotta pay attention to the
turn
details.
those tides when people least expect it. Gotta be banning again. There's limited Kenji's.
Other
exactly
team
that
had
for
first
Finks as
pick.
well
They
as
got
Toxic
bailed out
Lotus.
from Primo
Both
Frank
sides, in
fans.
fact,
They
SK
got
Gaming
bailed
go
out
for it
so
also
hard.
with the Ash and the Hank. Chester potentially is a pretty safe first pick for me here for SK Gaming. Bray's one that they tend to use quite a lot here as well.
Go B?
Some good success rates too.
Blue?
But definitely tanks, heals. Those are the considerations coming into a map.
Buster?
Like
No, surely not
still
Buster. Surely not Buster.
We've seen now Hank and Ash both looked at
Surely
two
not
of the
Buster.
sort of more preeminent tanks.
Surely not Buster.
One lesser explored direction is definitely the Primo. We've seen that used pretty sparingly here, but the J.
Yeah, facts chat. While this draft is going on, make sure you guys like the stream. It's going to help me out. If you guys like the stream, if we get a fat amount of likes, I'm going to be put on everyone's algorithm, and we're going to hit 3,000 viewers by the end. That's a typical Genie fangirl. Real.
I think there's a lot of potential
Real. So I'm going to need you guys to like the stream.
But in general, I think
No
his
capper.
pick rate's been a little lower than we
No
anticipated.
capper.
I think it's a pretty safe bet for me because in the
Okay,
coin
here we
toss
go.
scenario that SK Gaming
Hello,
are in,
hello.
they can't necessarily overcommit to tanks.
Amber?
Not a bad pick, but the first one for Toxic Lotus. As those bushes are
I
not
don't
gonna be
hate
nearly
it,
as
I
easy
guess.
to
Amber
hide behind
mid,
that
but
to
like, does
charge
Amber
now.
even counter
Close
Jae
to
Young?
the entire mid of the map. So certainly that's going to make some.
It's weird. I agree. It's weird, but I see the vision.
Now,
I see the vision.
Thinking to themselves as to whether they are going to be making an appearance. Is it worth it? Exactly.
I don't know what I would
They're
go
against
here.
A team like Loud yesterday.
Like
with
every good
Frank
brawler
and,
is banned. I
Al
feel like you got to go
Primo.
something
So now
tanky.
Amber does make quite a statement in that regard, but they're going to double down
Yeah.
for themselves. Frank, B is still here.
Yeah.
It's not banned. It could be very much on the side of SK Gaming
Yeah.
here, but the Chester, like I said,
I like it.
now has a
I like
definite
it.
place to be picked.
I like it.
Chester is such a reliable mid-range damage option. I feel like he fills a similar niche at the moment as Griff without the wall break potential. But another hypercharge that also is
Dude, I don't know.
kind of what catapulted him back into ubiquity.
Could be a decent
So
Colette
some time
game.
in for
Could be a
SK. This is where
decent
they round
Shelly
their draft
game.
out. So they need an answer for the Frank, as you alluded to. And there it is,
Primo,
Primo.
okay.
It's been a little bit underexplored, but against Frank, so powerful.
Okay.
He has multiple ways of disrupting Frank as he's winding up for that super.
Thing is,
he can suplex the guy, or he can land his
the
own.
Frank can
people's
open
elbow
up the
with
map
his
chat.
That little knock-up is really important against Frank.
And with
really,
Amber on an
needs
open
to be
map,
undisturbed.
if they get a
Obviously,
really nice
Frank
counter
can take
last,
into this, take the kind of gadget that would, you know,
they could eat.
remove the ability to
You can't open
see
it
him in a
anymore.
window, and there's that B.
Can't open it
Crazy to see
anymore.
it picked up at third and last for SK Gaming.
Now what do they go?
I do love the El Primo. I feel like there are still counters available for Toxic Lotus if they do want to double down on this Primo, which I suggest they do.
Tara?
Bank that Chester.
I don't love Tara. I think a Buzz might eat. I think a Buzz might eat.
For them to consider for Toxic
I think a
Lotus
Buzz
here.
could eat. I really think a Buzz could eat. I really think a Buzz could eat. Ooh.
I don't mind it. Bruce with the hypercharge, got a lot of push back
Why Nita?
potential.
I'm
But in
lost, chat.
overtime,
Why Nita?
What are you going to be doing with Nita? Into a B.
I'm lost.
You're going to have to stay primarily
I'm
on
lost.
that
Why is
Primo
everyone
the entire
spamming
time with
Nita?
the
What's so
speed,
good
the
about
heals
Nita?
of Jae Young. It's a heavy
this matchup?
consideration here.
I mean,
I'll
the
laugh if he
DPS
plays
for
Fire
SK
Primo.
Gaming's
He
comp
definitely
actually
is.
pretty low. B is amazing, of course, in a singles target context, but trying to deal with these big bodies, 2 tanks in theory, plus Bruce the
Otis
Bear on the map.
wins? Nah, Otis doesn't have a stun, so it's like kind of weak as an anti-tank
It's
now.
going to have to be a masterclass for
Unless it's
presumably
like more of an
Joker, but
open
whoever is
range
gonna be on
map.
that brawler to really
Oh
get
boy.
big value off of that. It's going to be
Oh
Ope
boy.
instead in mid on the B. Joker's taking up Primo duty.
Holy straight line.
Nice right hand side lane cleanup, but Joker has found some space.
Chat, why are we going Nita? Chat, why are we going Nita? Why are we going Nita?
Respect the Primo here. Joker is not going to give you a moment of rest. If you allow him to walk up like that, you were conceding a
Oh,
goal.
holy timing.
What a suplex. OU flattens. Brilliant stuff there from
Oh.
Joker. Gives himself up in the trade. Bruce is a concern, though. He's dealt with. Engine is healthy enough to potentially walk this in himself. Ooh,
2
so
dead.
close.
I think.
Don't connect them
Yeah.
when SK can clear the ball to the corner.
I think he's about to have
And
jump.
now, the classic SK Gaming strat
Oh baby.
to slow the game down when they have
Oh
the
baby.
lead is in play.
Joker's feeling himself.
No hyper.
For it, massively slow, but a nice
Good
shot down this time from
stun.
Engine.
He's got a
As Bruce
hyper
Bear
bear
come down
now.
with a helping hand. And if OU can creep forward as he
That's a
is
pull,
now,
right?
hypercharge
Oh,
at
really
just
good
the
play
right
by
time of
OPE.
It's gonna get
Frank
slowed.
dead.
Jae Young down the left-hand side of Yoshi, securing the kill as well.
SK draft
Another
just
hyper
eats,
charge.
man.
The Toxic Lotus coming in. A big beefy
SK
Bruce,
draft
but
really
the
just
time
eats.
to have to take care of him.
You see that Weekend Warrior gadget for Yoshi is so important here. He knows there are moments where he
Cornering.
needs to amp up his damage just to try and cut through some of his tanks. And remember, his shots do pierce. So if Toxic Lotus
There's
line
nothing
up like
OU
that,
can do to this matchup because he's
there's
got
a ton
full.
of value to be gotten.
You
Oh,
can't
no,
even
Viola
fight
Ovis,
back
it's a
really.
Brilliant one so far. And that's another chunk on top. And that just turns into more map control for SK.
Joker now has that hypercharge. It's going to be devastating onto this Frank. The timing's going to be right. And
Nothing. Nothing you could do. Oh, that's a bad play by Joker. He played that probably as poorly as you can, low-key. I mean, it worked, and they're going to win, but you can get at least 2 kills with that. It's over. I just don't see the win. I just don't see the win condition.
There's a reason why they don't make brawlers with gadgets that just give them 6,000 damage. Because it's a little bit broken, a little bit busted.
There he goes.
Ways to make use of it. Oh, you there? Suplex yet again. Joker,
Double suplex by Joker. Burn hits nobody. Game. Game. Amber team wipe. Yeah, but the Amber's laning a B. It's a counter. Well played by SK. Good draft. Good everything.
Move to advantage in this decider set.
A 16-second goal and a pocket of the ball. This is the SK Gaming that we know and love over the years. It's a tried and tested strategy that is their own.
Oh, baby.
And it might be the downfall of Toxic Lotus here. They can't get it under control.
Smart to run away and not whack.
Ball has not left its spot in the middle of the map here as both teams
It's just
only
like,
have
what do they
eyes
do?
for one another.
Coach yelled at OU. I mean, what's Cuz supposed to do? Joker got his jump there. Oh, you can W key here, though. Not enough damage to take him out.
Who's gonna have the damage to get rid of the Frank? Yoshi steps into the middle of the map. He knows he needs to fight against the Nita.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Even when Joker goes down.
Move up into an attacker's role.
Such a key point there for Yoshi to land that shot, to get that takedown.
Joker.
Dangerous full HP advancing on SK Gaming's goal. A simple pass, and it could have put them behind. So he had to ensure it. Joker now with the super on the right-hand side, looking for
They just stand there?
On the left, crossing there over now, and does find 2.
Good hit.
The shot, the fire burn
Good hit.
as well, but OU survives.
Oh, what a good play by the Nita. What a good play by the Nita. How does that slow hit him? Wow.
Just enough time to allow his teammates to get
Oh my
back in the
goodness.
mix, and Joker lands a heavy hit into the mid.
I'm glad Ope had the fortitude and the
Oh.
presence of mind to pop his super there. The slow buys time for the reinforcements to arrive. OU's got a corner the ball
Free
with
kill.
Joker.
Oh, they're in such a bad spot, chat. It's over.
Engine wants to go and dig it out. This is risky. He's really exposed himself here to Joker, who flattened him. Tox in trouble, desperately trying to clear the ball. OU comes in with a hypercharge super.
Free goal. Free goal. Free Gompkin with the 2. I know it's an American. It's supposed to say China, but this stinks. I mean, this is peak. They're giving us a good match.
Stunning. Absolutely stunning from Joker. He's
Oh, this is their only chance, chat. They need to score now. This is their only chance.
Talk there, a nice spread of the map.
He hit 2.
Goes down, but as does OU. And again, without a single goal seen yet from Toxic Lotus, they've got to find one in the next 20 seconds.
Over. You just put the ball right in front of the Primo. You said here, guard this.
Joker goes over the map. This is a big risk.
Oh, low key.
Trying to go forward like this, he gets caught
Low
out.
key.
Yoshi corners the ball. He knows it's getting
Low
dangerous
key.
now. Engine and OU.
Low key.
Ope stuck in the goals with nowhere to go. And we've got an even
It's overtime, though. Be hyper overtime. They do not win this. They do not win this. 3 slowed. OPE hitting. Didn't do the most. He could have done more with that hyper for sure. There's no way they win this. OPE burnt. Healed. Sped. Everything. Over.
Here it is.
No Amber. They can't fight back. Over.
Are in overtime with a B.
Over.
And Ope is starting
They're
to
taking
go
it
to
so
work.
slow,
Toxic
so
Lotus
carefully.
Surgically extracting one brawler after another with these long-range shots.
Missed burn. Speed coming. He's got to be close. Joker's got to be close.
They are threatening. Yoshi finds a
They got to keep him low. Game. Wow. 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 Holy dudes. Holy dudes. Holy dudes. Well played by SK, and China should be so proud of themselves, bro. Holy. Holy.
The Chinese mainland. Those boys deserve the grand finals for me, but it will be a battle for third place. But they have won everyone's
Holy.
heart. There is no other way to put it. The entire world watching
Wow.
on the Chinese mainland.
Wow. Use code Genie Hooters Girl. That's so crazy. Chat, how's it not obvious to everyone? Like, are you guys really grilling me for saying it's not obvious? Like, do you guys not have eyes? Like, come on, chat. Come on, chat. Come on, chat. Who had drafts?
Thank you so much.
SK definitely the last two sets.
Here, your first region to make it through to the finals of the Brawl Cup is EMEA, and it's SK Gaming. Let's hear it for them. Joker, the dominant run continues.
We beat them with B twice.
That match, we saw the Toxic Lotus
did,
saying
huh?
they didn't really know a huge amount about the region's play styles that they were going to come up against. But I guess the same goes for you, right? So were you guys learning on the fly, and were you studying their gameplay yesterday?
Yeah, honestly, we had no idea what they wanted to go. They surprised us in the first 3 sets. So in
We did not beat them with B twice. They beat us with B. Or no, we beat them with B.
Changed them completely to just ban their tanks and their heal comps, and yeah, it worked out.
It did work out indeed. I think that the only thing really left to ask you is that about the 2 teams that could potentially be facing you in the final. We've got Zeta Division, we've got Humble. Do you have a
Alexander with the 5-ball Garion. That's so sad. They threw away the last 2
Prove
drafts,
yourself
especially Gem. Anyway, today the NA sucks narrative kind of collapsed. No, it didn't, bro. We still lost to SA. Sadly, we still lost to SA. Like, we still suck. Just because China went to double match point doesn't excuse us doing horribly. Alright, chat, we're gonna be doing a giveaway. Acro, how we doing this, homie? How we doing this?
Thank you, Barney. Big round of applause here for SK Gaming.
How we doing
they
this?
take it, but they had to go all the way. The drafting geniuses, the drafting
How we
genius,
doing this?
Joker, got outdrafted in 2 sets of those. They got everything they wanted. They have the Grey, the Charlie, all the brawlers they usually like to play, but the Byron hand comp, the healing was just too much. Honestly,
Dude, no,
Toxic
Toma.
Lotus, I
It's
would
attacks.
call them the
It's
new
attacks.
drafting geniuses now. I was already scared. SK at World's Lost.
5 land pins in server? Alright, bet.
Wait. Okay, I've jumped.
Bet.
Ember, be careful,
Bet.
don't stack.
Can you do it at everyone?
Only Frank.
Chill.
Huge.
Last year at
Huge,
World
huge,
Finals, SK Gaming
huge.
already beat the Titans, Zeta Division, the defending world champions, to then lose to Humble in the semis. Unfortunate event.
pinged?
Today, it almost looked like the same thing would happen. Yesterday, they beat Zeta Division, and
Alright,
today
chat.
they
We are
almost
doing
lost to Toxic
in my
Lotus.
server.
SK
We're
Gaming
doing
are
a
team who just
10
suffered quality losses in, like, the
pin
last
that
day
you can
competition
only
that
get
basically
from
they've been
attending
over the last couple of
the
years, right?
LAN
And it's always
giveaway.
been hard to
So if you
see
guys
that
want to
because they
join,
take it so seriously,
there
it means
is a
so much
link
to them.
to my stream
But now they
or to
finally
my
at least
Discord
secured themselves a
pinned at
spot
the
in
top of
grand
chat.
final.
5
We
pin,
haven't
alright,
seen
5
that
pin,
enough,
not
frankly,
10
from this
pin.
organization over the last
All
couple
you gotta
of years, so
do
they've gotta take solace
is
in
enter
that,
the
but
giveaway
boy,
in the
howdy,
giveaway
there is a
channel
hurdle away
and
from whichever
follow
opponent of Humble
Mythic on
or Zeta
Twitter.
Division faces them, it is
It's
gonna
all
be
in
a
the channel.
battle
It's
of a
very
match, but
simple. If any of you guys
yeah,
want the
let's see how
pin,
much
it's
they
all
have left
yours.
after
If you
that one.
guys don't,
I mean, all 6 players on
You
that
don't
field
need
just
it.
played out of their mind, but that was one that just stood out to us. Ark, is
Joker!
Joker also your MVP?
Joker.
100%. But I mean, Yoshi actually did phenomenally well in that last set, but it was that Prima pick.
Joker.
It's always going to have a good matchup, but again, you've got to make sure to
Joker.
perform with it, and Joker didn't hesitate to put it into action. So important to get that early goal in the first 16 seconds to put the pressure on and just kind of
Joker.
allow themselves some time to sit.
Joker.
And here it is, your bracket,
Joker.
folks. SK Gaming have made their way into the grand final. Toxic Lotus, of course, will compete in our 3rd place match later today, and there's still stakes in that game. There is still an LCQ slot on the line for this region. Now, we always kind of assume that there's going to be some form of mainland China representation at World Finals. But now, of course, having an extra slot, maybe allowing for us to see even more of that region, because we already expect Toxic Lotus to be at that LCQ either way. They won't have automatic qualification to Worlds, though.
Oh
it
my
likely
God.
will be one of those regions that have to fight for LCQ, but man, I fear for anybody else at that tournament who has to take them on.
I'm sure they want 2 slots for LCQ and not just 1, so let's see if they can take it. First up, though, it's going to be Humble versus Zeta Division. It's a World Finals
what?
rematch from 2024. I can't
You know
wait
what?
to see that.
China had bad B gadget, and they lost by like 11%. That's kind of crazy. One sec, chat.
Out with a banger today. 3-2. We had to go all the way between SK Gaming and Toxic Lotus. Now, up next, it's a legendary showdown. 4 world titles between them. Humble versus Zeta Division.
Does it get any better than this?
Vamos,
I'm not sure. Last year, the World
vamos,
Finals, we
vamos.
had really high hopes for this matchup, but there was just something magic about Humble on that weekend, and there was nothing anybody could do to slow them down. Here, though, if vibes feel a little bit different, Humble feel that much more fallible, especially because they're not dominating their home region at the moment. They've got semantic tweeting that they're going to lose to Zeta Division, probably just
Bold strategy, bold strategy. Where to enter the giveaway? There's a giveaway channel in the server.
It's going to be a much closer matchup.
All right, chat. This is a big one.
Reminder of the format, of course. We've already seen SK Gaming proceed to the grand finals, so they are guaranteed at least an LCQ slot. That second place finish, if it goes that way, but they've got their eyes on first, no doubt about it. Now we need to see who out of Humble and Zeta will meet them in that grand finals. Either way you look at this, we've got some serious reminiscences of that World Finals last year, because when you look at Zeta Division as an organization, SK Gaming knocked them out, and that was a huge shock because back then it was the EMA team which were the reigning champions. So we've got so many different matches here which are literally going to be coinciding. And
ooh, interesting predictions. Chat, what do you guys think? Humble or Zeta? Humble or Zeta?
He's going to go to a double match.
Humble or Zeta?
Again, Zeta Division versus Humble. We kind of teased it before already.
Check my reply to your comment.
Symantec didn't want us to vote for Humble.
$5.
You guys just didn't
Appreciate it,
follow
goat.
suit. At least 2 of us made them happy. It's Humble. They didn't win a monthly finals this year, but they are still the world
just doing anything.
final champions from 2024.
Just doing anything.
So they have a title to defend here at a LAN
Big
event.
match, boys. Big match.
We kind of mentioned it. Humble do need to re-establish themselves as the dominant force in global Brawl Stars. And we had our doubts after what we've seen in their home region. In general, though, they have been really clean. They are an incredible team, but we saw what SK Gaming struggled with when they took on Zeta Division. And Humble will be in a similar spot.
About the BSC 2025, about those monthly finals, second places, they're here for the long run. It's not just winning everything when you can.
Yeah, I mean, getting a seat at the table is really important.
So in the first half of the season, we unfortunately didn't win a single monthly final. We were close twice in the grand finals, and the one we lost the semi-finals. All I can say to that is, so first of all, we only lost to a monthly final winners. So if you need to win a monthly final, you need to beat us. Second of all, in the end of the day, it's a marathon, not a sprint. All that matters is the worst performance, and we did it last year. I think we can do it again.
This match is going to go to double match point. I'm pretty sure about it. Both of them really want to win this one. Humble only had 3-0 matches so far, though. On the other side, Zeta Division did have some struggles in the last couple of days.
Look, I mean, I think they've come into this tournament about delivering what we expected from them. I think it's been a little while since we felt that they were the outstanding hot favorites in an international tournament. But we know that any given Sunday especially, they're the kind of team that can turn up and take it all. They've just got insane amounts of
serious stuff here.
Chitampo took a big risk, I think, going over and joining up with Suzuki and Levy, and it's paid off for them.
Exactly that. Suzuki and Levy had some great moments in the World Finals, but
you said what?
Branch away.
Katuda?
No one saw that coming, really. It was a roster announcement.
Thomas with the 20. Can you please continue your ranked guide videos on other brawler types like you did with snipers a couple months ago? Yeah. Yeah, I got you.
Game in that last monthly final.
I got you.
Again,
I'll do like tanks or something next.
Results that matter. It's been a while.
I appreciate the 20, Thomas.
So today,
support is always appreciated, and yeah, I still got like tanks, anti-tanks, throwers. Like there's still a lot.
They're gonna be giving it their all.
I got you.
They faced up against SK Gaming yesterday, the first EMA team. Now it's up against Humble. And as we mentioned, they share 4 World Championship titles. Chitampo on one hand, and then the whole team of Humble on the other hand.
That's a great point, I guess. There's a lot of silverware between these two rosters, but also that's years and years and years of experience at this level. Suzuki and Levy, I don't think were able to really light the world on fire in East Asia last year. I think they, fell pretty short. Obviously being on that Na'Vi team that kind of stumbled at that LCQ. But the addition of Shitampo has really revitalized them here. And I don't think Humble are generally scared of them. I do think that they worry it could be all over here for them. And they won't even have a chance to renew that rivalry against SK on the only stage that matters.
I checked
I'm
DMs.
super excited for this one. I hope you are too. Let's start things off right away.
I don't see one.
And while there are naturally disagreements on which brawlers are going to be the best for the battle, Zeta Division has finally entrusted an analyst, which is, I think, the most marked reason for their improvement and why they have risen to #1 in the region. I think this matchup is going to help answer the question of, was drafting East Asia's problem in last year's World Finals?
で明日のハンベルとの試合では、絶対簡単には勝てない相手でめちゃくちゃ強いことは分かっているので、フルセットいっても最後まで諦めずに絶対勝つってことだけを考えてプレーします。
The Zeta Division had a close call against SK yesterday, but Humble are the kind of team that I'm going to believe in. I think that EMEA are just a step above the rest. Their drafts are good, their mechanics are good, they're defending world champions. I think the bare minimum Humble are able to get second.
Only like a creator one.
If they have draft, they're probably literally a world champion team. So yeah, really, really strong team.
Hypercharge popped it down to MX now. He's got no super, no means of escape.
No!
NA,
no! Only if it's like a creator casual pro one.
うまいと思ってて、
And sure.
でそのドラフトに対して、どんだけ僕たちが勝てるかだったり、5部持っていけるかだったりすれば全然 PS で勝てるかなと個人的には思ってます。
They really know how to play aggressive. That's like a really strong thing. They know. They love for Shade, of course. They love assassins. If they can run it down, they run it down. They love for Draco, of course, from Zeta Division. But yeah, as long as we play solid, we relax, we don't do mistakes, we're fine.
5 seconds down. The Loud are going to be going
Oh baby.
of this stage.
Oh baby. Oh baby.
ハンベルに向けてなんですけど、ハンベルの選手たちは全員めちゃくちゃうまいし、ドラフトも強いと思っているので、この後の試合は絶対僕たちが勝つって気持ちでやるので勝ちます。
Maybe a better team win this time. Let's see who actually has the right in the predictions in this Brawl Cup.
A game of champions is
Oh baby, here we go, here we go.
Dallas, go crazy for your first semi-finalist to step to the stage. It is Humble!
Woo! I feel like Joker looks more like OPE and vice versa. What does that even mean?
Semantic!
What does that even mean?
And their opponent, they are Zeta Division!
More shirts, chat.
Levi and Shizuku!
Throwing out their shirts, making sure the fans are hype. Awake
Holy
alert
shirts.
for semi-final number 2.
Holy shirts.
Legendary, this matchup. We've seen it already last year, and it did not go well for Zeta Division, losing 3-0 to Humble. But today, history can be rewritten.
I remember calling that match, and it was a really shock loss for Zeta Division. The fact that they weren't able to find any edges against a team like Humble, when they had an embarrassment of riches on that Shitampo roster at the time. I really thought that his team would go the distance.
Hold up,
Zeta
chat,
Division are a very different looking roster now.
Hold up.
Very different organization, and I really do think they've got the X factor. The fact that Semantic sits there and says if they have the draft, they're world champions, says it all to me.
Hold up, chat. Where's my DMs with
Humble
Genie?
as well, you got to remember the pressure that is kind of on their shoulders in that regard. And Semantic shrugs it off and says, hey, we've done it all. Like, we haven't got to worry about any kind of pressure. But there is always that responsibility to maintain consistency for your fan base. And, regardless as to what way you try to swing it, we have all got our eyes on Humble because the question coming into this competition was always, are they still on top of the world? Coming into this next game is going to determine whether that remains to be true.
I'm super excited for this very first
I'll do a
draft
poll
as
for
well.
chat. I don't even know how,
Humble are the
bro.
ones to set some
I don't even know
trends
how.
in the past with Barry playing him on every single match almost, even in the World Finals itself. In the finals, we saw him come out of this team a lot. Now they were the first ones to really bring in things, played it.
Of course, Gak puts a
every
0-0
time they can,
screenshot on
thanks to
Twitter.
Luki being one of the best snipers in the region. And the other teams follow suit, bring things in more often than almost any other brawler.
It's kind of wild to think that, yeah, Semantic's first time in the USA. I think he's been soaking it up so far, but there's always a side to him. You know, as soon as you start to ask him about the tournament,
Legendary one so hard. Either you just haven't played enough, so you don't have like the skills yet, or you just don't draft good enough yet.
I think they're drafting. I think the way that Kanan has prepared this team for those big tournaments has made a
Running is winning. My prediction to win the tournament was Zeta, so I'm just gonna stick with my gut and say Zeta. We've been able to see good things out of Zeta and SK.
Are expected to perform greatness here.
I'm kind of shocked that is
because they've like played good teams. I don't think Humble's played a team of their level yet. Like Humble swept China, and Tribe lost to China, and SK went to set 5, right? So like that kind of shows Humble's level, maybe.
Max, Gene, and RT bands from Humble, the Bell, the Jaeyoung, and
I don't know.
Anjo from
It's going to be
Division.
interesting.
The Anjo's a great band, by the way. That's a big Humble special here.
It's going to be
Not
interesting.
only that one, but also the map itself is a Humble special. They have Luki amongst their lines, and as I mentioned already, one of the best sharpshooters we have in the game. Picking up that Nania's first pick is definitely going to help them out here. Angelo Bell banned out on the side of Zeta Division. It's very targeted towards them.
Day 1,
Hyper,
day 3
for example,
different.
they're still open with that Nani first pick. Is there going to be a direct counter?
Well, it probably doesn't feel great
Nani
to
won.
pick the piper into Nani at the best of times, but there are ways that you can work around it. Zeta
Oh
Division
my god, chat.
don't, but there are ways that you can work around.
Sunny go on a date. Sunny go on a date. Something something. Bilal equals rat. I don't even know what's going on, bro. Someone held a sign that says Bilal rat. Yeah, I know. We've seen it a couple times. That was my best look at it, though.
And it is open here. The max ban is quite key from Humble. It kind of eradicates a lot of the kind of more aggressive East Asia ideas with the kind of melody and the Gust Shield combination. We're going with Brave for now, but keep an eye on that particular brawl, as we know coming into this competition, a 99% ban rate.
Yeah, she has been looked at every single time. I mean, with the
Can
exception
someone
of this
explain
one, this might
Bilal
be the
rat?
only
He's a
ban
rat.
phase that
He's just a rat.
she's been able to escape through.
He's just a rat.
But Zeta Division already kind of have their plan set up. Now, finishing this composition
Okay.
with a Lumi
I like this start by Zeta
would still
Division.
be fine, I think, for Zeta.
Lumi not banned.
Obviously got a
Lumi's
grade that
not
allows
the
them a
greatest
huge amount of
here. Like, she's
flexibility.
okay. She's
Humble
good for
now.
Blue Star because of the
They don't
ice,
take the
but
Lumi
not
here.
the
They're not
greatest.
taking her at all.
Byron here is not a bad shout. Ollie would be a good pairing with that particular brawler too if they want to bring some heals to the equation. Obviously, Ollie can have that additional speed by being close to walls, so they opt to go for that star power. Having a Byron to really force their way forward to the map wouldn't be the worst of ideas in the world. Let's see. They want to kind of like have the Piper maybe on their side. Luki's an incredible Piper. They've already got the
Probably my fave Unk sign. Yeah, it's pretty elite.
Able to pick it. Why not combine
It's pretty elite.
Byron with the Ollie makes sense to me. I quite like that for Humble. They've got a massive amount of heals. They've got the aggression. But for Zeta, again, do they go Lumi now?
Might be a trap. Humble sort of dangling that in front of Zeta Division saying, yeah, go for it, guys. You can take that pick, we're fine. We have two brawlers that pretty much outrange you, and if we want to dive in your direction...
Melody? Oh yeah, Melody would eat
the regular
this.
gadget, that means that
I feel like they're gonna go Melody. Like it's East Asia, they know good Melody games. Ooh.
And yes, Lumi
Maybe they don't think it's a good game
time
then.
here at Brawl Cup. Zeta Division say,
That's
well,
the first
they're not gonna
Lumi
take it, we
game?
may as well.
They should have went Draco, bro. They had a
Now
Gus
it's all
and a
about
Gray
the
helping.
question,
Free
is
Draco
Lumi
game.
that good on this map? You know, because every time that it has not been banned, which is just the once, it has lost. And
Lumi
Humble
was
are
picked
not
day
a squad
one?
that would overlook something like that. That's the only question.
On
for me. It's
Heist it
44%
was.
Win rate in Scrim,
I
so-
think.
but
I
that,
think
again, is only
China
based
had
on
it
the
when
amount
they
of time it's been
played
left
with the
open.
Miko on
So
Bridge too far.
It's a tough one.
I saw
I think.
Lumi picked by Revenant X Spark in their qualification game in the LPL, Road to Brawl Cup.
Free
They
blue.
got given a lot of really good brawlers in those draft phases, and they did win with it, but they were kind of dominant in that game in general. We're in for a treat, folks. Shitapo.
Chat, who's
Will be
winning?
on that
Quickly,
Lumi.
tell me who's winning. Who's winning? Not this
Show us exactly
set, but
how
the entire
impressive
match.
she can be.
SK,
But what Humble
I mean,
to
sorry,
keep track
Humble
of?
or Zeta? Quickly, who's
Rookie
winning?
here definitely trying to make sure
Can I
he
turn it
doesn't
up?
get caught
Can I
inside
turn it
that
up a little
gadget.
bit?
Magic. Just able to crawl away. The Byron heals are so
Okay, very split,
instrumental
very
here.
split, very split. Oh, what a pull! What a pull!
Absolutely
What a
textbook.
pull!
And they knew how to do it best. 3 stars.
What a pull!
And the blue.
I learned how to do
The
pulls.
bit
Not for
sliding,
real.
not just on those morning stars, but in terms of their own stars.
Oh man, yeah. That Grim and Frostbitten gadget is absolutely terrifying. And I mentioned earlier, the Grey is so important here to be able to catch people out. Curious to see if Boss has all eyes on me as the gadget taker. I think that's less likely. Semantic definitely needs to start connecting these shots. Hasn't been able to build a peep yet, so has really been kept at arm's length. Here comes
baby.
Pete now.
Stuck
Maybe
on the ice.
Direction. Boss is the one
How
that
did
goes
Boss
down
die?
instead. Lev is able to pick him up.
I don't even know how Boss
survives, so there's
died.
an opportunity
Wasn't
to
paying
heal
attention
here.
to that.
It's a great start from Zeta. They can just hunker down in this backside spawn and just wait for Humble to push them forward. Peep going through it yet again. Just going to go for the left.
Going for the wall break.
Like that
Interesting.
from Humble. Absolutely intentional. Allowing Luki to have more space to breathe. But now the hypercharge of Suzuki.
Just auto-aim him,
looking
though.
for a hypercharge.
Close
Already
enough.
one step away. And gets it just a little bit late there as well. So, but still, the aggression was great. The pull from Humble going in. Boss
That guy can die.
Gets the takedown.
Only Levi can't die. Oh my god.
I mean, that's quite a big job. There's nobody with 3 stars to their name on the Zeta side of things yet.
Did he teleport to light
stars
it?
in but all the Zeta players have 2 stars to their name. Humble have to go for it now. It's
Did he teleport to
all 3.
light it?
There's nobody.
The takedown. The aggression was great. The pull from Humble going in. Boss gets the hypnosis. Gets the takedown. And now
No,
they
he
just need 3.
didn't. No, he didn't.
This blue star. That's the problem. But against the Lumi, the more
Going Nani
stars,
against
the freeze inevitably there on the
Japan
map.
might be next level
They can get
confidence.
there first.
Yeah.
They can just sit around on that.
Yeah.
Hold on to it, protect it. There it goes. There's the tempo.
It's too risky.
Gives them all the time in the world to be able to go for the star, but Livy there. Oh, might trickle down, but no follow-up. Wasn't quite an angle there for Humble, but they can keep the pressure on for sure.
Yeah, I mean, and map control is what this Nani composition really.
Ugh.
Suzuki had nowhere to go there. Zeta Division get the blue star. They have to give up
Sight.
2 in order to get
Oh!
it. Great blast speed at long range.
Does
from
Boss not have
Chitambo.
jump?
Boss had nowhere to go.
Keep going forward. Good body blocking there from Levy, but goes straight into the arms
Oh,
of Luki.
he's dead.
A great
Does Boss
poison
not have
tap.
jump?
Ensure a takedown. That's going to be
Lumi
4
isn't
stars
so good
over
when you're
the group, so
pushing
1
into
star
someone.
lead
A
for
lot better
Humble.
when getting
But
pushed
they'll
into.
take it. That is more than they had in the last game combined, so absolutely good positioning from them. But now this is where Zeta get aggressive. We already know from Semantic, but they are concerned about that. And a low tempo there as well. The body blocking is going to be there from his teammates to ensure that he stays alive. They're going to be surviving it for now.
Nicely done by Levy. It is tough to drive the peep in the right direction
Nothing.
sometimes. Boss caught by the walking cane.
Every Gray
Those
hit is
indestructible
very
boxes,
huge.
so no
Like Gray
open
getting a
sideline
teleport
in the
is game
direction of the Ollie
changing.
here for Zeta Division. And Humble know they can't afford
There
to
you
just
go.
give up the map. They need to maintain
That is
a presence
not
here in
how
mid.
I thought
But Zeta are
Bro
starting to
was
get
gonna use
hungrier
that.
and hungrier. Starved of that blue star. They need to be the aggressors now.
Luki has got the heals, but Zeta have got the freeze. Boss pushed from the left side,
Semantic
needs the heals from Luki.
getting healed.
There is still some splash available too. Hypercharge peep coming in. Levy's so
Ooh.
low, 322 HP on that top side of the map, forced back. So Humble can have space to breathe. With 20 seconds on the clock, 1 singular takedown from
They're
Zeta
not dying.
is all they need to
They
claim
just need
this
one.
set.
They're not
This is
dying.
dangerous though for
Big
Chitambo.
shot.
He's quite squishy. As is Suzuki, who's
Oh,
been
boy.
taken extremely low, and Boss is still holding onto a super. This should be a Humble round.
That's game.
Boss comes forward now. Chitambo is caught inside that
That's game.
hypnotism.
Wow.
Very
Wow, wow,
clean
wow,
bounce
wow,
back
wow,
from
wow,
Humble.
wow, wow, wow,
Showing us
wow.
how to play against that Lumi comp.
Wow.
Much more composed from them than we saw in that first round.
Wow.
I'm going to reserve myself for now because it's a great Zeta draft. Humble had the workaround, but if they don't have the start
Wow.
in this third game, it can go back to the way it was when we came into this series.
But do they have an answer to this Nani arc? Especially with
Ooh.
the healing that Luki's able to provide. It seems like there's no direct answer to it on the map.
They're body blocking the peeps, and their HP is enough, then they can tank them along the way, but it's the timing of Humble really to ensure some taps prior to that, to liaise with Semantic, to ensure that communication. And again, this blue star, this is how Zeta like to start. If they can stay firm.
Oh!
And there's an extension of that lead as Suzuki finds Luki there as well. Bit of chewing on the right-hand
Okay.
side between Semantic
Like
and
I
Luki
said,
too. So you have to heal up, but this is not the start.
a lot different pushing into a Lumi and pushing up with a
Come
Lumi.
down, you've got to remember
A
that
lot,
the enemy
a lot
Gus has the
different.
ability to detonate them in a radius and to confirm that elimination. That was extremely
Wow.
brazen by Chitambo. Could easily have been sort of tapped down out of nowhere. He wants to take the TP yet again. Blast speed connects on the Boss, and it's an easy pickup. Here comes Levy. Semantic is in peak form right now and is being juked. He's trying to double it back. But
Oh
Levy
my god.
flying on him.
Oh
Truly
my god.
the disrespect from Zeta
Oh
as they go
my
to a 6-star
god.
lead.
Oh, that shielding was good for a while, but he was looking for Tampo. Levy with 4 stars and the blue make a prime candidate for Humble. And then they can just find one more after that, but getting just one member of Zeta is going to be tough. A little bit of break. That left-hand side now. Lukey finds Levy now as Boss goes in the left-hand side, gets the hypnosis.
What is going on?
And now they just need 4. And Levy!
Oh!
That is the perfect person to
Oh, what a throw.
And now Humble have got the lead.
What a throw.
For 20 seconds, and this
what a throw.
It's going to be brutal.
They're not going to give up the map for free, that's for sure. Grim and Frostbitten pop by Shitapa, but he has a blast beat available. Looking in Boss's direction.
Does he have a pull?
Still,
oh, that was
in there, and the
oh my god.
A little bit too slow in Zeta Division. Come close.
Suzuka?
Close for Humble, but they look like they're going to get away with it.
Oh, what a throw. What a throw.
Secure.
Wow, well played, Humble. Holy dudes. Holy dudes. Holy dudes.
Make a prime candidate for Humble.
Holy dudes.
They can just find one more after that, but getting just one member of Zeta is going to be tough. A little bit of break. That left-hand side now.
1, 2.
Now as Boss goes in the left-hand side, gets the hypnosis. Tampo falls, and now they just need 4.
What is bro doing?
Boss goes in the left-hand side, gets the hypnosis.
He had to have been one shot off.
And now they just need 4. And Levy's
Alright, doing too much. Trying to do too much.
BSC games.
Wow.
Just how scary it can be, but teams are so
wow.
careful. They know
well played by Humble getting that back. Holy
dude.
dudes.
They refuse not to pick her. There's always going to be a plan. I think the Nani is great here. There's not a sharpshooter that can really answer it. In fact, the Nani, of course, with return to sender, wins any long-range duel is so important. And in the same way that we saw Toxic Lotus leverage it, I think the Byron here is huge. Boss is set up so well. He's using all eyes on me. So it's basically impossible to escape him. If he supers in your direction and hits you with that gadget-empowered shot, you are going to get hypnotized.
Crazy.
I got to agree with you there on that Nani comment because it's like the #1 pick for Humble to have in their script.
What is so funny about this? I don't understand.
Win rate, and in terms of the draft, it just gives you so much flexibility. You know, it deters away from the Piper. You're gonna have a great time playing into that. If your opposition decide to draft it, then you've got the choice of playing a heavier counter or combining with your own comp. It really makes a lot of sense. Luka towards the end, though, very close to going down himself. That could have gone really crumbling down for EMEA there. So a little sigh of relief, some valuable momentum as well. But let's not forget ourselves. Let's not kid ourselves there. That was super, super close.
Not even looking at the screen? Yeah, I know what happened last set. I don't have to look at the screen, bro.
This map pool, honestly,
I was looking at some trash can because everyone's laughing at it, and I'm so confused why everyone's laughing at the trash can.
As we head to knockout. The kind where there's a lot of different directions that you can sort of take these comps. We saw Elevate on this map previously, right? Try and make that Kenji work. A lot of those rounds came down to the wire. And the first question you always ask is, okay, you're looking to create an extra lane for yourself here. I think Angelo is going to be looked at very closely.
Someone put an Elevate sticker on a trash can.
Unless they give that
and
one
everyone's laughing at it now.
Well, this is going to be really quite an interesting one for me. Because this was the very map that we had.
China deserves NA second spot. Oh, ho, 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 ho.
About that
Hell
nah.
no.
And that wasn't necessarily the game plan, but it worked out kind of well. And it's a very North American pick. I don't think it's necessarily one that
out in the open, dude. What are these maps? Imagine getting these maps versus Humble. Like, Jesus.
Combined with the Eve and the G.
Brutal.
Against
What
Loud.
is giveaway? It's in my server, homie.
It was so convincing. Then again, that was the start of that back and forth. And we saw Loud weren't really kind of with that. They were just a little bit behind the times in that series. The ban's been the Brock, which is actually a very underrated ban, but one that I really quite like here. That ability to break the mid so quickly. But the Byron first pick is available here on the side.
Probably
of Zeta.
Eve.
I'm gonna go for Hank, but this is a Humble pick. Humble can now just go Byron themselves, which they want anyway in this draft, and then take it away from Zeta. I mean,
Rafiki signed.
And the Meg from Zeta. So
Rafiki signed.
And they were scared by it.
Yeah, I think that's fair. You still have Eve as an option. Humble can look like Byron Eve and then sort of work in someone that can really make use of that healing for later on. Ollie's still available. There's not a lot of damage in that comp is the only issue. Humble do need to make sure they've got hard-hitting DPS because even without a healer,
I'm not 30, bro.
Can be really a tough nut to crack at the best
OG is
of times.
actually 30. I'm just a calm 21.
Gonna be the ask here for Humble. It's a lesser seen map for this brawler, but Humble are all about Finks. They really feel like it's kind of nowhere that he's awful.
It's just so versatile.
Can't even figure out how to run a pole.
When the Humble have been the very team that comes straight to mind when I think of this brawler now.
Dude,
Byron, Pearl,
engage
like
with
you
your
mentioned, Ollie
audience.
as well.
Start
Humble
poll.
wouldn't be the worst of ideas, but we saw Kenji yesterday as well. It's tough to make these kind of short-range brawlers work. Yeah, Pearl is a good combination.
All right, chat.
With potential Byron.
Thoughts
They
on the
can't
poll?
do that. Surely Zeta
Thoughts
are
on the
thinking
poll,
it for
chat?
themselves now at this stage.
This Pearl is so
All right, I'm not 21. I was lying.
I love
25. That's not 30. That
Obviously,
is not
she hits
30.
unbelievably hard. Her gadget with the burn down impact.
That
when
is
you're at
not
full
30.
heat and you have a gadget hit and you get relatively good purchase on someone like a Hank, like they're dead, bro. They're just gonna blow up instantly. Really,
Use code
You
Genie.
got a sleeper build, Pearl does, for maps like this. So clearly no issues with damage. Right. Humble have that in spades. Ooh. Meeple, honestly, has kind of fallen from grace.
True, the production has been
we've
pretty good. The
seen
production
on
has
this
been pretty
battle
good.
of
I'm
the
not
map so
surprised.
far.
Go to America, all of a
Zeta
sudden
Division
everything
would
works.
like to have
Surprise,
Suzuki
surprise.
play
like,
close enough to Levy, or at least close enough
surprise,
to capitalize
surprise.
on those mages
Not
of Meeple.
surprised. Not
Because if you don't have a
surprised.
thrower,
Not surprised.
Hank is the only way you can actually damage the people caught inside of that.
Could be a bell, potentially to mark up the Pearl. That's
Can
gonna
they
be the worst
bust
of shouts, but
her?
they've got to be a little bit cautious here to not pick Piper.
I
Because
would go
would be a great
Eve.
response
I
from
think
Humble,
Eve
which
just
they do
like
quite
is
like
perfect.
that particular
Oh my
brawler.
God.
Bell gonna come in.
Oh my
Again,
God.
direct answer for this Pearl pick.
Oh my
on the side
God.
of Humble.
TBH, you're not an Unk fast.
Now they
bro.
can
Stack.
choose. They've got some options here.
Fiki's my king. Is he
Surprised
glazing
they can go
himself,
for
chat?
the
What is
Byron,
going on?
But it is by far the top pick from Humble. 73% win
What is
rate
going
with
on?
it as well. Do they go for that long-range affair? I'm definitely scared of this Meeple. It's not the most common pick, but it's one that can just eradicate the bush.
People
so
big
quickly
25,
on this
it's
map.
good, bro. It's
And
good.
when you're on a
Trust
brawl
me.
like Pearl, you want her to cook.
Trust me, I
Literally,
know it's
both
good.
in the game
Elevate
and
just played it bad.
figuratively also. To be B.
Okay.
Okay. It's definitely not one that was on my horizons.
Chat,
I'm
Rafiki,
not too sure.
yes
I
or
mean,
no?
This is not a brawler that gets played very often.
That's the
at all. They're
question.
running into
Rafiki,
Hank.
yes or no?
They need something to be able to defend against it.
This is going to be a hard map for the Hank. I just think
No,
you know,
Rafiki, not
being able to
you.
slow that Hank down as he tries
Not
to
you,
approach is
Rafiki.
crucial, and we know just how deadly Boss can be. Also, like, there's a big risk of sort of trying to walk up on the Pearl. Her hypercharge, pyrolytic, you know, does also leave a burning field around her, which can deny a lot of that
Chat,
space
Rafiki
away.
just got called a
no, they
loser.
can't give up the map. If they do so, the Meeple
What is the
Super
question?
still
Just
gonna allow
Rafiki,
Zeta to
yes or
shoot
no?
at the bottom.
W bounce.
Lovely.
Chat,
Reverse polarity style there.
I don't know.
Levy
I don't know.
Does find a connection
I
up
don't
to
know.
Boss. Not too much
Like,
more
surely.
than that. And there is the dice that go down and just completely dismantle
Surely Zeta takes
that
this
area.
one.
Suzuki going to be able to get stuck in now. Have the reverse polarity there from Levy. This time round, not too sure about a connection. This is the problem for me, is that if Luki can't find like a rattled hive into Suzuki, trying to push him away from this wall, and as time goes on, the gas comes in, and Hank comes closer. Now pushes away towards the boss.
Ooh,
finds
that was
shot as
almost a
well.
W bounce.
And again, the Manchester people goes down. Zeta,
They need to
looking
somehow gain some
very
map
much in control
position
of this one so far.
through a
Yeah,
box.
they got a lot of map
Those
control.
taps
Boss
might
is
help
really
them
being
get that map
squeezed
position,
down
though.
towards
Not
the
gonna
bottom
cap.
side.
Maybe not.
We've not really yet seen the Meeple
Maybe not.
Super
Maybe not.
be important.
He feels forced
But
a
as the
little
round goes a little
bit.
bit later, it definitely is going to have some impact. Mantis and Meeple should
Semantics
be up.
one.
Yep, seconds. Semantics
Box.
sees that one coming,
I don't
but
like
now
that
the gas
box.
comes in.
Doesn't help the
Much of
fish
map's
move
been
up at
taken
all.
away. Suzuki comes forward. Luki's going to be hit there. Levy
Everyone's
has a
pretty
super,
low.
should they need to use it in Semantics,
Everyone's
trying to
pretty
get involved.
low.
There's nothing for Humble to really do here, but there it is.
Wow.
First pick traded out.
Wow.
That's the bottom part of the map. Tucks himself into the perfect
Wow,
spot.
wow, wow.
Getting a little bit close to me though. Luki with a couple of missed shots. Really wasn't quite as clean as Humble would have liked.
I didn't like the box.
Nonetheless, a
I feel
round
like the
is a
box on the
round.
Hank side would have made them win the
Now
match.
the bush completely decimated now. And Suzuki pushing forward, Humble on the back lines. On a map like this, you don't want to find yourself in your back spawn side. Now getting things a bit more under control. And the Hank pushed all the way back now.
Yeah,
Boss
maybe
just takes
dummy.
his left-hand side lane, shut that down. Keep Zeta
I mean,
in
all
their
of them
spawn
are
side.
insane.
If Luki
All
wants
of
to
them
go
are
there,
insane.
Rattled Hive as well, just keep
All of them
diminishing
are
things
just
down.
goats.
The timings of this gadget are key for Zeta. Those mansions of Meeple, you've got to reserve.
I don't like how they're playing
when
it.
the gas comes in to be able to get
I think
back
he's
out
dead.
if you're stuck in your spawn.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh
Here it's
my
being
God,
used
he's
just
not
to
dead.
try and get them back into the map, but it
Fish
ultimately
jump,
doesn't
fish
work out
jump.
because
This would be a
Levy
very
takes far
W
too much
time for
damage.
Fish to jump.
Luki
Be on
can
the
play
left
that
side.
straight away
Jump,
against
jump,
the
no
bell.
jump, no jump, jump,
Levy
jump,
has to
jump,
dodge
no
these
jump,
shots
no jump,
pretty
no jump.
astutely. He will
Oh,
have a
good box.
guaranteed
Good
fight.
ad
He
box.
focuses on the Pearl, but instead it catches onto Luki. He'll have to take it for the time being. Gas is starting to come in. Levy needs to move towards the middle of the map, but Semantics already made use of that gadget. He's still healthy though. Boss, hypercharge
Luki
available.
clapping.
Suzuki
Everyone
getting
low
chucked
again.
up
Why is
down.
everyone
The
always
was
low?
able to find that pick on Luki. Doesn't have it all to do there. And it's just too much to ask.
Luki would have got some great
Did he
value
just say
there
I
as
like
well.
big
That round of
boxes?
time,
I
but he
cannot
just
lie.
went down, and it may have been enough. to help his team
Oh, he
get
almost
that
boxed
win.
him like
But
a
now
fish,
this
bro.
game all up for grabs.
Luki choked.
1 round apiece.
I see.
Humble
Domi just
are
jinx Luki.
completely exposed now. Suzuki on the left-hand side, keep the pressure on. No reverse polarity collection there for Levy.
Suzuku getting a little
Now Suzuki should be a little bit
aggressive.
cautious. He's low HP. Levi has
I would go
the
for that
mark.
on
They can
boss,
land
bro.
that
You can't
onto
juke it,
boss.
mark him.
Going into an overtime scenario, that's someone who can go down and be more
Good
susceptible
shot.
to it.
Oh!
My goodness me,
God damn!
Levi use the mark, secure the kill.
God!
It makes it a 3
Damn!
versus 2. Ooh, Semantic,
Oh,
what a
Side Tempo
pick.
is throwing.
He has time to get some health back. Suzuki's trying to run him down now quickly. Semantic doesn't have a gadget. He's got to fight his way
Chat.
out of the corner. It's just too much.
Chat.
Here's Boss though. He
Chat.
is charged up in heat, and that's an overcooked gadget to bring Levy
Chat.
to his knees. Boss has got to respect Suzuki and Chuck.
Oh my God! Sai and Luki are throwing like there's no tomorrow, bro. What am I
Levi,
watching?
Use the mark, secure the kill. It makes it a 3 versus 2.
Oh, Semantic is so good. Semantic is so good. Semantic is so good. Semantic is so good.
Not draft just yet, but a convincing
Semantic is
start
so
nonetheless
good.
for Humble in knockout. I think we've got still more to see from this Meeple. It's certainly been good at getting rid of the bush, as it always will be, but to position Humble into the eye of the storm, that's where Zeta
Kaji
probably
just
work
tweeted,
a
why
little
don't they
bit
play
more
and
in
draft like
next
this
game.
versus me? Like, how do we tell him, bro?
Just a USDA Prime Garden variety.
How do we
1
tell him?
versus 2 there from Boss.
How do we tell
Coming
Uncle?
down to the office for him.
Oh,
Semantic
clean
going
pinch,
down.
clean
Levy has been
pinch.
the most dangerous player on Zeta Division on this
Oh
game
my
so
God,
far.
what is
And
Sight
Boss
doing on the
once again
Meeple?
Chiming in.
He's
Luki's
just
ready
asking
hit
to
Levy
die.
hard. Ronald Hive now is scary for Shizuku.
Now they don't have comp.
He will be able to
Like,
avoid
they
it
don't
for
win
now,
this
but they've given up the
2v2
map in order to do so.
unless
Luki's sitting on a Bell
Levi
Super.
just like
Basically a guaranteed
turns into
flow for
Sai
whoever
Tempo.
wants to move up. Boss
It's
is
just too
marked, though.
difficult for this fish. Like, what
Finally,
is this
Levy
fish
gets
supposed
that
to do?
super on the intended target.
Good
Oh,
chemistry
baby.
between Luki and Boss here, but Luki now low on the left-hand side. Boss
Oh,
will be able to
Levi
defend
hit a
this
lot of
as
shots.
best he
They might
can.
win this.
And he's marked, like you say,
Wow.
and out goes Luki. It's all up to Boss. Surely now Zeta can just pick it up quite
Wow,
straightforwardly.
he's making up
And
for
that is
last
the
set
round
right
going
here.
the way
I mean, not
of
really
Zeta.
through an entire
Starting
set,
to look
but
better.
like he
Private
is, he
charge
is,
available
he
for
is, he
Levy.
is.
There's a reverse polarity there, but it's about straight back to their side. Suzuki
Maybe Side Tempo
needs to
just
get
doesn't
in
play
that
Meeple.
position. Keep Boss shooting ideally.
Oh, good
Ooh,
play.
Straight into the middle of the map. The gadget.
Good
He's defensible, but he
aggro.
survives on
Chat, he
just
doesn't.
enough
I don't
for
think he
Humble to
plays
be able
Meeple,
to heal.
chat. I just don't think he plays Meeple. Records wins this unironically? No, there's a 0% chance Records
Unreal tech.
takes a game.
So the Finks is not marked.
Let's wake up a little
Levy does
bit.
not get anything for
Let's
his
wake up a
troubles
little
there.
bit. Chat, is Sight dead again?
He's done. Slowed up.
Is Sight
No
dead
escape
again?
for him. Luki popped a hyper to make sure there'd be some connection.
Zeta in a tough spot now. Leve low and just struck between a rock and a hard place. No escaping there. It was going to be left or right side of the barrel. And Humble had
I know
both
this is
locked
making
down.
Sans cry on the
There's gonna be
inside.
nothing
Maybe
this
not
Cuban
in the
can do here
maybe not
to
only on the
try and
inside.
against
Maybe he's just
utility,
crying.
but you don't want to feed it
Maybe
into
Sans
Humble.
is just
He'll
crying.
find
Who
Boss.
knows?
But that's not
Who
gonna be
knows?
enough.
Why wouldn't you hold
Two
Meeple
more
Super
remain.
for box, even if used
And now,
defensively? Supposed to use
one round,
Meeple
and
Super
it
to gain
could be
position for the
Humble
fish.
being
That's like the whole
two
purpose
sets
behind
ahead.
going the
Let's see how
Meeple.
Semantic wants to make use of this Fink Super. He's been able to develop it from that previous round, and it's so good against the Bell, against the Meeple.
Or
It's a real
get someone
problem
in
for
a
those
box in
longer
the
range
first
brawlers.
place.
Semantic's holding off on it. Luki's been able to get some nice taps and find a super. The deck is stacked in favor of Humble right now.
Like,
Zeta
move up
Division
with the box is what you're supposed to
fighting
do.
from a really oppressive position.
Not a great box, though, because where do they really even move up? Like, they're just going to eventually go back, I think.
Boss has been so suppressive.
Yeah.
He's got that overcook running, the shield as well.
Oh, the
Nowhere to go,
super. Yeah,
Zeta.
the super for sure.
Trapped
Thought
in
you
the
meant
corner. They
gadget.
need the Meeple gadget to come through, but it's going to be timed again with this
I don't know.
gadget to
Levy's
come
got a
through.
tap, bro.
And Humble know it. They're all over this. The utility is vast. They've got a time warp. They've got the Lucas
Good box,
flow there
I
as well.
think.
Boss has got the hypercharge. Now they're just trying to position themselves. Hypercharge
Gotta hit
for
some
Hank.
shots,
that could be useful
though.
here as well. But now the horns are about to lock.
They got to hit some shots.
And the gas comes in. Semantic finally
It's
decides
over,
to
I
pop that
think.
Super hit.
Yeah.
Suzuki getting a bit
They didn't hit any shots.
tearing through the
Wow.
thundering into a second set.
Wow.
With a signature draft featuring the Finks, the
Wow.
Brawl for Boss Mode.
Wow.
That to me is the difference
Wow.
maker.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Unreal
Wow.
from
Wow.
Boss. Pretty sure that was a triple towards the end. And you can see Semantic saying, good
Wow.
job, mate. That is the time to come through for us.
Wow.
Great, Great stuff from Boss. 8 kills.
It's really gonna be
in
EU versus
knockout,
EU,
no less.
huh?
The same
It's
as
really gonna be
two
EU
of
versus
Zeta's players
EU.
There. 258 DPS. Second most picked brawler for Humble there.
It's really gonna be EU versus
64%
EU.
win rate.
Hold on, I got Miko.
You got a kid, boss.
It's
You got
gonna
a kid.
happen,
Are you
chat.
fine?
I'm fine.
You're fine, chat.
It's gonna happen,
I'm
chat.
trying to help.
To call you.
It's gonna happen, chat. It's gonna happen.
Nice,
The
bro.
focus there.
It's gonna
I mean,
happen.
was that breathing? It was like just like you could hear just nothing but the sound of oxygen passing through your lungs. I mean, Humble are locked in today. They
Like,
really need this. They want it.
Time stops. Yeah, I think, like, you know, it's much harder to stay at the top than it is to climb there in the first place. I think, especially when a target gets drawn on your back. And look, you know, I'm sure Humble have had their doubts over a rocky start to the year, but Sonny brought it up on the desk earlier, and this is what matters. You know, getting a seat at
Is
the
Humble
table
just them?
at a tournament like Brawl Cup, that's important, but you don't have to win every month
Is
in
Humble
finals
just
in order
them?
to do so. You get here, you get your region an extra World Final spot. God forbid another EMEA team at Worlds is going to, I'm never going to hear the end of it. But again, Humble now demonstrate that these giants of yesteryear, this East Asian roster, Zeta Division still clearly has some work to do on Bounty and Knockout. Will it be Brawl Ball?
Oh boy.
That is a lifeline for Zeta Division. Or do they get bundled
Zeta troll 2
unceremoniously
sets?
out
Yeah.
the door here in Dallas? Told to
You
pack
only
it up
valid
and
region?
head over
Imagine
towards that
cheering for
bronze
NA.
match.
Well,
Zeta is looking bleak,
I think it's more fun
and they know
rooting
themselves
for
they
a
can't
region that
keep
doesn't
coming
always
shy
win.
of that #1 spot.
Like, imagine
Dribble and
how
Brawl
good
Ball.
you feel rooting for
It's gotta
China,
be a Finks ban
and they
on Zeta's
they only
side
came
here.
top 3-4.
It's the #1 pick.
You know, I
for
think it's
Humble.
more fun than just rooting
As
for a
we've
team
seen
that
throughout the course
or a
of this
region that
weekend,
wins majority of the time.
They'll
But like,
just
obviously,
demolish
EU's the best
their
region.
opposition
Yeah,
with it every
Obviously.
single time.
obviously.
Of course, the heavy consideration around the tanks. Like I said this
Why you
yesterday,
root for
I'll say
an
it
A?
again,
Yes, 'cause
Shade
we
is
are
not
ass.
a surprise to anyone anymore.
We are ass.
Can be certainly banned by Humble, but there's no surprise element, and Shatampu himself said that that was the key, that monthly finals. No one was really screwing it, no one was prepared for it. I hope we see it, because it is going to be him with it, and that's always so entertaining. It's not banned.
Humble have first pick here. Zeta Division actually know they give first pick over to Humble, and they don't want to deal with the Jeyong. We saw what
Crazy.
SK Gaming were able to do with it in
Crazy,
their last set of that series.
crazy.
Sneaky Fields, that was Yoshi.
Crazy, crazy,
Jeyong was
crazy.
just a little bit of a problem. In fact, Zeta Division have banned 2 healers. Tried to take them away. Here comes the
Crazy.
Hank. Get that one picked up straight away. Especially with Finks off the table. Banned by Humble themselves. And this is a scary brawler for Triple
Kenji's
Dribble, a
open.
very powerful
This is
one, and
another one of
finally,
those
the first time in the series,
examples
Humble have opted to
where
take Hank up for themselves.
Hank keeps going before Kenji.
It's interesting. I didn't see this coming from Humble.
It keeps
it's
happening.
Kind of textbook Kanan really just coming through for his team to keep the opposition guessing. Keeping me guessing on the desk for sure. Let's see what Zeta going to pick up next.
I mean, you have to go Kenji.
Oh, to me, yeah, Kenji makes a lot
early
of
for
sense.
Kenji.
It's not got the highest of win rates, but it's still disgustingly good. But the Hank is the #1 pick for Zeta, so it feels like Humble is taking that away from Zeta. Having that first pick makes a lot of sense. Willow would be a great thrower for me here, considering
It's 2 minutes delay. Oh, you're
charge
lost.
addition. Very, very good here. The Stu as well. Very aggressive for Zeta to consider.
I don't know what you go. I
Players
think if
the
they go
Hank,
thrower,
will
they
go. I
just
think this is
automatically
probably
lose, so you
proper
can't go
counter
thrower.
Hank at this stage of the draft, really. Lou or B will lose banned out by Humble, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna go for it just yet. Drake.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
wild draft.
Team. Now, does this make it hard
Yeah.
to bring like Juju in, for example? Seems like a decent brawler option. On the map like Triple Dribble. Do you start worrying about having enough damage now to deal with both Levy and Suzuku?
It's hard, overthrown so easily, but Juju's so good into tanks. We saw Kenji struggling into Juju a lot this weekend.
Take like the acupressure star power, giving Grigri a slow. That's a very niche approach.
Oh.
Shade, okay. Get around things out a little more.
Is the audience
And again,
hating
like
on
we
you?
discussed it, good chance that
It's
Zeta
like
were looking
jokes,
to
it's
take
not
that for
hate.
themselves. Humble I wouldn't say they're strangers to the pick, but I wouldn't say they're exactly known for it.
It's definitely rage bait though.
Not even in the scrims. This is
Definitely
a
rage
new,
bait.
unexpected turn for Humble. It's a back pocket pick for sure. One they've
Took side
potentially
shade,
been
they
saving.
did.
But you got to ask yourself the question, against the very team that have championed this brawler and demonstrated to the world how effective it can be, they're going to be the ones that know how to play against it. Max, that will certainly be Lukey's pick. Jackie, I've got my reservations. I was all for Jackie.
I think this is pretty free for Zeta, no?
Certainly in this weekend at the Brawl Cup as well.
I feel like this has to be free for Zeta.
Delivered the goods. Let's see how it will fare for Zeta. This is going to be a winning draft for them, or they're playing for third place. It's a tough time to pick a Jackie.
I feel like it has to be Zeta.
Tank setup here virtually for
1v1 me, Bob? Dude, who does this guy think he is, bro? Who does this guy think he is trying to 1v1, bro?
And what could be the end of their run?
Who does this guy think he is? Who's bro think he is?
Something that we don't. Humble though are poised to make this.
Chat, this has to be a free win for Zeta. I'm like so convinced this.
Doing so in style would be very on brand for this team. And Boss, you might want to do something about that guy. Yep, the shade already gets up the guts and finds an early goal.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it was just so free there for Boss. The Jackie definitely an answer for that shade, as well as Zeta knows probably the best counter for it, but again, they've got to find the goods past the
See, this is what I thought would happen personally. This is what I thought would happen.
So quickly, 2 goals in 30 seconds. It's what you love to see in the Brawl Cup. Okay,
uh-oh. Kenji Hyper. Kenji Hyper.
Hypercharge super pop there. A little bit of damage felt by Levy and Shatava, but nothing to write home about. Levy's still going to come down with the ball.
Yeah. Too easy. Done. Too easy. They definitely have a 100-0 comp, chat. They definitely have a 100-0 comp.
What a way to try and stay alive in this
They
series.
definitely have a 100-0 comp.
That Humble could cut through.
Smatic said coming in that sometimes Zeta just love to run it down. That was his words coming into this series. Now he's starting to eat them. Unless Humble can dig deep enough. Look again, straight for the eye of the storm. Boss low, Lukey low. Smatic staying firm on his right-hand side. Does find the upper hand.
If he killed
Suzuki
one,
low.
that would have been a goal.
It's gonna be a thorn. Just full now. Solid defense from Humble. Zeta now with a new lease of life, some confidence, some blood running through the veins still. Humble.
The max pick definitely through.
And a danger here for Zeta.
The dodge of that Kenji super is so big. Remember that first bubble on Suzuki doesn't really do anything.
Dead.
Because of that shield that stays off the damage. The second one though hits a little bit harder. Nice super there from Semantic. Popped the hyper for it as well. Levy taken low, has a hypercharged super off his zone, but he's in a really awkward spot to make use of it there, and there was really no chance for him to turn that into a winning situation for Zeta Division. Suzuki
Don't use it without your teammates. Don't use it without your teammates.
A good heal. Then goes down himself regardless. Levy will be getting the ball. Always tempted. It was always the step there from Boston. Levy went for the pass, which he didn't, so good for him. Hypercharged down for the speed. And a potential super which does connect. Wonderful stuff from Zeta.
Nasty.
And a goal.
Nasty.
Done.
Naster.
1 minute 15
or not Naster. Nasty.
And Humble needs to find something.
God damn, he's got another one.
Strong, or this set.
I would stop supering the fish. Like, what are you gaining from supering the
towards
fish?
the goal. Tampa needs the helping hand. And Semantic has already got the mid locked down. Great slow from him. Humble survive. Now speed. They've got to get back in this game and fast.
That one-by comment from Zeta Division is devastating. Blending up Humble in front of their goals. Now though, Humble have that map control. No big supers on the side of Zeta. Also not Dragon form timing there from Shitampo. Doesn't expose Semantic back for the time being. Oh, Lukey, we love to see it. Having to take the Kenji down, and the gentleman's 1 versus 1. Shitampo now back to the corner.
Hyper Kenji, don't use it alone. He didn't.
We'll try and dig it out.
So I don't know why he did that.
For Suzuki, but Boss is in a weird spot. Getting to the back of the map now.
Is that a goal, chat?
Giving them a clap from out of bounds. That's a stunning goal from Semantic.
Oh, but he's got Hyper Kenji, so it doesn't even matter.
The clock ticks down. Humble on the defense.
Horrible Kenji Hyper. Horrible Kenji Hyper. Doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter. Too good of a comp. Too good of a comp. Here we go, chat. Here we go. Here we go.
And it's not going to be an easy sweep for Humble in the
Here we go, chat.
Not by a long shot.
Here we go, chat.
As a sledgehammer. Thankfully for Zeta Division, it was just as effective. Sometimes you've got to go throw caution to the winds and, you know, discard any mortal thoughts. Revert to primal rage and run it straight up the gut.
God damn.
Suzuki there, looking pretty darn good on the Kenji. Humble definitely had problems shutting it down. Semantic was often on Suzuki duty, but there was only so much that he could realistically do. And once there was a Jackie super and a Kenji super available, not much Humble could really say about it.
Yeah, it was fantastic work from Zeta. And that's the risk you run, you know, if you're going to be picking Shade
Wow.
into the very squad that birthed
It was not a losable set.
You
No,
gotta
no,
respect
it
the
wasn't.
counter.
No, it
There was that
wasn't.
check pick, which really did land the mark. Great synergy as well with the Kenji.
It's the first match today? No, it's the
They was
second.
able to run it down like Semantic was afraid that they would do. That was a bit of a miss there from Humble for me because, again, you know, you're saying that you know your opposition's weaknesses, but then you just let them do what they want to do. It's only going to go from bad to worse.
I mean, it's like, what are you
Chat, 1v1 him?
realistically supposed to do against this triple tank composition?
Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. X Cardi. I'll add him on my mini. X Cardi. Friends. X Cardi. Dude, he says he doesn't accept friend requests, bro.
build up too much of a
He's
head of
lost. He's lost. He's lost. How do you make that sign and you don't accept friend requests? He's lost, Chad. He's lost.
Present for Zeta.
He's so lost.
Humble have championed it all weekend long. This is no time to allow them to get back to comfort.
He's lost.
Heals
He's so lost.
will be on the minds very much here of both sides on Dueling Beetles. It's the name of the
Hot
game,
zone.
in my opinion. Very definitely going to be up there for Humble in
alright.
that regard. The heavy hitters, you got to eradicate immediately. Lumi, of course. Kenji for me as well. Needs to be there. Lou. Got to have a heavy consideration on those kinds of bans.
What about the bow? We've seen him start to creep in a little bit more to this map.
Definitely not bow.
Hypercharge tends to elevate any brawler. Is it worth a ban?
Definitely
I would say so, yeah.
not the bow.
Things on both sides. Could be a worthy pick. But the Lou's available, so you kind of want to gravitate towards that
Definitely not.
first. It's kind of like the hand-me down
What's open?
child, isn't it, really, of
Gotta
those
take
two
it.
brawlers, yeah.
If Lou's there, you just can't really
You
let your
have to
opponents
lose
have it.
here. You
Tank's
have to
available
lose
here
here.
as well.
You
Big
have to
tanks,
lose
you
here.
know, worth
You
looking
just
in early.
have
You take the Hank
to
or
lose here. You can't not lose.
That's the question, you know.
You can't not lose.
They're probably going to get distributed across both teams. The Lou comes in for Zeta Division. It is traditionally
So now what we have to
considered an
watch
answer
out
to the
here
Hank.
for is a last
Can
pick
cause him no shortage of headaches.
Frank.
Dueling Beetles is such a good map for Hank. He can really
coming
just
in from Humble.
so much damage over those
We have to
walls.
watch out
Should
for
they
his last
remain
pick,
intact?
Frank.
We've seen Griff opted for on this map as well. And strategies definitely have leaned towards
I could see
opening
Griff something.
the destructible
Griff something.
parts
I
of the
just
map
don't know
up a little
what,
more.
but Griff something.
I mean, Humble are a Frank team.
They're a rank team. They're a tank team in general. Hank, Berry. Those kind of, yeah.
Oh,
I
buddy.
mean, this could even be double tank at this rate, honestly. I mean,
No,
they're-
no,
is
no, no,
disgusting.
no, no.
And they're not worried about the Lou, I don't feel. I mean, that's the
No,
same,
no,
isn't it?
no, 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 no. Yeah.
Jaehyun coming in, speed, heals.
Okay.
It's a safe pick to have at this stage of the draft as well. You can kind of choose to gravitate
Okay.
towards each way. You can wait to see what Zeta want to do next, but definitely some considerations
Why is
here.
anime not allowed on your Discord
That Lou
server?
player is going to have their work cut out.
No one's trying to see like.
Yeah, no shortage of targets for whoever is piloting.
You can
the
put
Lou.
anime as long as it's not sus.
Zeta Division here see half the story from Humble, and they've got to finalize their draft.
I don't know what they go
Here
here.
and now.
It feels kind of weird to run down with a tank, a Hank, and
Buster is
a.
a bit of an option here. Maybe you want something that can disrupt the Frank.
Okay.
Draco doesn't necessarily do that, or at least he's not likely going to be doing that.
Okay. It's
gonna
not
be-
the
Much
worst.
like we saw from Toxic Lotus.
It's weird. It's
just
hard to
trying
play
use
into
that
this
last
Frank.
stand gadget as much
It's
as
really
humanly
hard to
possible.
play into this Frank.
So you've got some range.
You
Lou is
definitely
not
don't,
really to be
Hank. You
considered
definitely
a
don't,
damage
Hank.
threat. The last pick here for Zeta is definitely going to tie both schools of thought in
Maybe
this draft
Griff.
together.
The very ban, it wouldn't be the worst
think
thing
I
in the world
like
to have a
Griff.
Poku or just some additional healing. That's kind of where Draco can really kind of thrive. Or just, again, run it down. Buster. A tough tank to play into for sure. One that can just, you know, really cancellate a lot of what you're trying to achieve with the Frank. Frank's got, of course, the noise cancellator gadget himself.
I don't hate it.
Timing that battle off
I
the
don't
green
hate it.
button effectively as well.
I don't think
But
Humble
Poku
wants
wouldn't
to
be the
go
worst idea
another
here for
tank.
Humble.
I don't think
Zeta
you
are
want to
gonna
play
go
another
heals.
any
Maybe that's
tank
what they need to
besides
bring in
Frank
themselves.
and Salou.
It was a good berry ban there from Zeta. Certainly one that Humble could have absolutely tore
Maybe
away
Crab.
with had it been open. Barley, Herbal Tonic, Herbal Tonic.
Extra healing, even more. And no thrower that can actually challenge Lukey. And where's the wall
Thoughts,
break to Zeta
chat.
Division?
I like it.
They don't
I
really
like
have a
it.
way to actually
I
put
like it.
Lukey on the back
I like
foot
it.
here.
I like it.
I mean, Semantic
I like
likely
it.
will break some walls incidentally over the course
Not
of the
enough
game.
DPS. It's possible. I
He
think I like
mentioned
it.
Slow-mo replay
I
from
think I like
Buster
it.
is able to disrupt Frank as he's winding up for those supers. Frank has to use in advance the active noise cancelling gadget to render him immune to that crowd control, so he can complete the ultimate.
I
Obviously,
don't know.
still
I think I
stun
like it.
people up.
Yeah, 2
That's the
hypers at
interaction we're gonna
minimum.
be watching very, very closely. With the Jaeyong in Decider sets has been pretty good so far today. Boss already pops that Weekend Warrior gadget for a bit of a damage boost.
The time for it.
Okay.
Absolutely straight out the gates. Humble playing Zeta now at their own game. The left-hand side.
Definitely
now,
slow Barley.
Down to Tampo
Definitely
now,
slow
very
Barley.
form. And surely a last stand pop.
Most
there
definitely
is, but
slow
then a
Barley.
Great preemptive splash there from Lukey to ensure a swift and early takedown. Last call as well. Going to be horrific.
Yeah, this
here.
has to be a free
Everyone
win.
from Zeta falls.
This
All
has to
three
be a
members
free
of
win.
Humble now hunker down. With all the heals
has
that
to be a
Barley
free
picked,
win.
The hypercharge
I just don't see it.
This is going to be very tough to push into for Zeta.
And I feel like this is history repeating itself again. Humble.
I just don't see it, chat.
Setting Semantic up with a disgusting amount of healing.
Blue Super does get popped here. It allows Chitapo some time on the point, but he's not that guy. His job is to actually go towards Humble's comp, not to gain them capture percentage. So Zeta
I feel like
Division
Levi's
don't
got a
really
clip
catch
to
up at all in
win,
that
bro.
window. It is a hybrid
No, it's
from
got to
Luki.
be over. It's got to be over.
Levy
It's
as
got to
well,
be
just
over.
surviving on, but it's going to take time for him to heal, and he's going to need support. He goes down regardless again. A last down
Such a
is
good
gonna do
2-3,
very,
man.
very little.
Such a
Humble
good
have
2-3.
not faltered, not a single
Such
shred,
a good
and Zeta
2-3.
are in serious trouble because this comp is just not doing a thing. A mere
baby.
scratch. The amount of heals, the speed of boss, everything working
Oh,
in
baby.
synergy, and Humble just made that
I
look
think their
easy.
major mistake
Moving
was
on
not
to match
taking.
point one, game away from a
I don't know.
grand finals
I don't know what their
appearance,
major
and not
mistake
only
was.
that, double EMEA potential.
Buster, I didn't like the Buster pick.
What an
Even Draco was kind of
elegant draft from
questionable.
Humble.
They see Zeta Division's
Colette
playing a
Lily?
mile off. They know they're stacking tanks and they're trying to make use of Lou, so they say, fine. We need a thrower.
No.
We also could use
Not
some more
Lily.
healing for Semantic.
Because they would
And
obviously
those
just not
supers,
go Barley.
The stunning blows from Semantic have been on point. Shitampo doesn't have a way to stop crowd control.
Can they skill
Even if
diff?
he's invulnerable, he can still be
Can
stopped
they
in his
find a way to
tracks.
skill diff?
Good defense from Humble.
Can they possibly find a way to
Themselves
skill
now
diff
back
this?
into this mid. Speed from Boss.
But can they
coming out.
go?
Lukey there with the last call as well. Tampa going to be
I don't
caught off guard
I had
here.
no idea.
As
It was
left-hand
such a
side,
strong
Samantha comes
2-3. I
in,
had no idea.
Closes the gap. Tampa can't go too on the aggressive here. He's got to heal up at some point. But Zeta have not got time on their side. Not by a long shot. As Humble now.
Maybe you just take the L matchup and you go fish.
And Luki's uncontested. He is having the easiest game of his life arc. There is nobody there to put pressure on the Barley whatsoever. Semantic zones that left
Too
side of the map.
easy. What's
And the
even
last
blocking,
call thrown
chat?
in.
What's even
That's a problem
blocking?
for the Lu, who's still coming
Too
back off
easy.
spawn. See, Levy just
Too
has
easy.
no way of getting involved in that fight.
EU versus EU.
Man, what an utter outdraft here from Humble.
EU
Zeta Division
versus
have no
EU.
good options. They have no answer here to this last pick thrower. And this could be curtains, folks. Shitapo seems to know it. The stunning ball
EU
comes up
versus
now. Levy's
EU.
gonna dance
Every
among the
region
flickering flames of this
besides
Barley
EU's
damage.
worst
Three
nightmare.
Humble guys still have a job to do in Dallas.
Wow.
It's a
Wow.
grand final spot. Signed, sealed, and delivered. A
Wow.
date with Destiny and their regional rivals, SK Gaming, for all the marbles.
Wow. Wow.
EMEA
Wow.
have
Wow.
walked into North America, left their shoes on, spread mud all over the carpet.
Crazy,
It's double
bro.
down. Humble
Crazy.
SK.
Crazy, crazy.
My
EU versus
goodness
EU.
me. What a Brawl Cup. Unreal.
Insanity.
Crowd's been behind them the whole time, all the way.
Absolutely.
They've reminded us all just what they're capable of. But let's hear it
Insanity.
from the man himself. Let's head to the stage. Barney and Semantic.
It's an EMEA final we have on our hands. Semantic, that final match, that final set, it kind of looked a little bit more comfortable. You kind of, Zeta have admitted that the draft has been where they faltered. You said if they get a good draft, they're more or less unstoppable. Do you feel like the draft was the difference maker?
On the first set, definitely not. I'm pretty sure they had draft. I mean, our Ollie was like completely useless in this matchup against Illumi. But we just, honestly, we played so good and we just outskilled them in first set. And then second and fourth, I'm pretty sure we had draft. So,
Another Draco
yeah,
loss,
we got
making him
draft, we got what we
statistically the
wanted,
worst
and we got
brawler
the
in BSC history. Can't wait for pros to drop him and pick good brawlers.
In the grand final, the EMEA regional slot has been secured. So what is this game for? Is it for pride? Is it for regional dominance? What is it for you?
It's just for fun, honestly. It's a rematch. It's a EMEA final. Why are you guys here? Just watch it online. Just watch EMEA. Honestly, EMEA on top. Yeah, it's just a rematch. We're playing for
Boo! Boo! EU! Boo!
Congratulations, you guys have really proved your dominance. It's been such a pleasure to see you here on the stage, and we can't wait to see you in the grand final. Ladies and gents, make some noise for Humble!
Boo! Boo!
EMEA takes that World Championship slot.
Oh,
That's
baby.
already set in stone. Humble, the last time they lost
Oh,
at
baby.
a LAN event, at least the set was in the semi-finals from the World Finals 2024. The finals was also a 3-0. Every single Brawl Cup match so far has been 3-0. I mean, still, props to Zeta Division for even taking a set.
I'm glad they got that stank off the screen real quick. That was absolutely brutal.
That's on social media with that scoreboard, and then the other side, the card from the crowd which says outdraft. That's the social media post. You're welcome. Oh, crazy.
I mean, that is wild stuff. I'm keen to hear some of the sounds, of course, from the end of that game.
Just you know, yeah, nice hyper toast.
Chat. Chat.
World champion being, guys.
World champion. I'm on cooldown. I'm on cooldown.
Nice, guys.
Let's go!
Chat. Chat.
Calm and
What
collected
did
until the
Deranged
very
have to
end,
say? I
until
missed 2
Semantic
donos.
loses
I'm
his
sorry.
voice
Let me read
yet
it in
again.
order.
I mean, it happens every event,
Alexander
doesn't it?
with the
Like,
5.
trying
It
to
was
get
easy to
him for
predict.
interview
Zeta are
post-event
overrated.
is
Sorry. And Humble are the
very
best
difficult. You're
team
getting the mic, like,
in terms of
basically down his
synergy
throat.
by
Three
far.
things
And
to
now,
start
as
in
I
life,
said,
right? Death,
China
Max,
wins
and Semantic
Zeta.
losing his voice at LAN, right?
We'll see. We'll see. One donation at a time. Let's keep going. Deranged with the 5. What did you miss? You missed China. Go up 2-1 and then lose to SK. And then you missed Humble, dominate site tempo. I honestly think it was winnable, guys, for site tempo. It just didn't happen. I don't know. I honestly think it was winnable. Set 1, I think they should have won. Levy through. Set 2, again, they could have won. Site didn't play the best. I don't know. It was within reach, but Humble's just too solid, chat. Gammas with the 5. Reminder, Crab is
on that calculation.
Yes, I do. Okay. That's fair. I do think like the first
All
few
right,
sets
buddy.
were really
Scott
good.
with the
I do
10.
think that
First
last
off,
set,
regardless
that
of poor
dueling
results,
Beals
you're
one was
only an Unk if you want to be, or if you actually have
from
nieces
Humble.
or
They have
nephews.
to
I
get
don't have
Humble,
either.
so
I don't have
They are
either.
last pick.
I don't have either.
And they basically already had got Jay
You're
on
too
in
young,
their
but we real
conversation. They
Unks
could
will
really
accept
flex with
you.
that last
Second,
one,
you
but
have to
I
go.
love
Scott,
how
we
they put together
appreciate
the
you
first
being
there.
here.
That was just,
Thank you very
astonishing
much,
to see
bro.
them
I'll see
finish
you
in
another
such
day, another
style.
time,
Let's
whenever
stick
it may
the
be.
leg.
Much love as always, homie. Thank you for stopping
speaking out
by.
more than ever about
And I'm
how
thankful
important
that I'm
draft is to
accepted
get right.
into the Unk
And,
community.
I'm all for it. I think that is a beautiful thing in Brawl Esports. We are broadening the horizons, allowing more opportunities for team members and,
Oh, baby.
and analysts and managers to come in and say, right, let's get our act together.
Oh,
because
baby.
We are amazing players, if not the best players in the world. But our draft
Oh,
is where
baby.
we're weakest. So let's enhance that. Let's work on that. And
Time to
bring
go
in that
home.
knowledge
Tourney's
to
over.
really
I mean,
enhance
this
things.
next match
That's why
could be
the
a
Brawl Cup
banger.
comes the best time of the year for me. We get to see how the world fares, and going into the later parts of the year, we know where everyone's stacked up to be. They've got work to do, for sure, on that side for Zeta. But I've got no doubts that they will get it done.
I very much agree. In the middle of the season, we see how those teams fare up to this point.
Oh,
now we're
baby.
heading over to almost a full split, and we'll see how they do in the second half of the BSC season.
Oh, baby.
Next up is going to be Toxic Lotus versus Zeta Division, mainland China.
Do we really want to watch
East
Europe,
Asia.
though?
It's going to be a
Do we really want to watch Europe versus Europe? Is this real? 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 Am I dreaming? I feel like this entire tournament has just been like a fever dream, to be honest. Like, this has been so unserious. This can't be real. Okay. Okay. Poor side tempo. Poor side tempo. Told you to move to Germany. Humble Bobby would suit you. Yeah, low key, huh? Low key, low key.
It's time for the match for the third
Low key,
place
low key.
here. Either it's going to be Toxic Lotus or Zeta Division claim that coveted spot for the LCQ. For one of those regions, they only have one spot at LCQ. They don't have one for World Finals, so they definitely want to make it two of those.
Horrible chat. Horrible chat.
Imposters brought in a fresh pair now, Kenny and Reddy. And
horrible chat. Slash it to $2 from Zeta. They didn't get 3-0 swept though. Poor sight.
To watch. I had no idea that Toxic Lotus were going to bring this level of energy, impact, and drafting.
It's crazy.
What an unbelievable weekend from this Underdog.
It's just
a very
crazy.
promising start, I might say already.
It
oh my
is
goodness.
just
Toxic Lotus
crazy.
really came out of the gate swinging. They gave SK the ride of their lives, and it almost could have culminated in a victory.
Took us a long time to get here. It's been an incredible weekend. GSL format for day one, and today we've been going through our top 4, but it's going to be an
top 9
EMEA
EU goes to land just doesn't even
final,
sound
for
real.
Now, still much to be decided. 2 regions fighting for 1 LCQ spot.
2 regions, mainland China and East Asia. And let's have a look at what my dear colleagues have predicted here. Once again, only us 2 though think that
oh my god.
Again. They have
Sans, imagine China beats Sight. That's just a shot in the heart, huh?
And still,
imagine
you're voting for mainland China to take this one.
We saw the drafts. They were on point for these guys today. They looked fantastic against SK. Expected front runners in the competition in their very first match of the day. If you're Toxic Lotus, though, you got to be aware of your position. You've only made it this far just now. Have to have that preparation in store for this third place match.
Oh my god.
It's super fun to watch those
Chat,
guys.
it hurts.
Toxic Lotus, I had an eye out
Chat, it
for them
hurts.
this week already in the scrims leading up to Friday. They had only one team against which they were positive with their scrims. Every other team has won more scrims than they lost against them. So I didn't really have them on my radar to win anything. But here they are, day number 3, and they're in the match for the 3rd place.
I mean, who could have seen this coming? Honestly, just some sleeping giants waiting a long time for this opportunity. They've been the best in their region, and obviously the competition that they're playing against very different from the rest of the world. I mean, EMEA have a plethora of teams. North America get bounced early by these guys. It's been an unbelievable performance. Love to see it, and can't wait to see what they can achieve in this one.
TOC called himself the Rico God. Yesterday we got to listen in on the comms, and this guy was popping off on Bell's Rock. It seemed like a pretty tough matchup, but the draft was simply on point. They pretty much enforced the worst wall break in the game for their opponents, and the Rico went absolutely nuts in spite of the broken down walls.
They had a couple of those brawlers that we called their signature brawlers, like the Miko, the Rico as well. But so we have those also on the side of Zeta Division. We all still remember in March, Chitampa was the first to ever bring in Shade back into the meta. And now everybody has to copy just what they are showing them, and it works out perfectly.
I'm a little bit nervous for these guys. I mean, obviously the mechanics
are
there.
Chat, it hurts.
Draft phases, and that just hasn't been clicking as much as day 2 and 3. They pushed SK to the brink though anyways. We saw the talent and what they can do. If they just get a few more in their direction, I really think if the strategy comes through, I mean, these guys can do anything on the battlefield.
When we talk about draft, that's the Latox difference right there. In some of the previous days, there were some questions raised about, are they listening to some of the suggestions that Latox is giving them?
Oh my
they
god.
really like to
Go
lean into
cry
some of
after
these
stream,
brawlers.
dude.
Look at Bell, a 91% win rate for the brawler, but they haven't gotten
what
to
is
play it
this,
that
bro?
much.
What is this, bro? Let's be real. What is this, bro? What is this? What is this Brawl Cup? Not only did NA get grouped in day 1 and 2, not only did NA not get a single spot to LCQ even, not only did we all get absolutely humiliated, but now I have to watch goddamn EU versus EU.
Ultimate goal, but I think the region would certainly appreciate if they could get the job done here.
And now I can't wait for this match to start, so please bring out the teams, Barney.
This is torture. This is torture. This is torture. I deserve this. I deserve it for not qualifying to Worlds. I deserve it for not qualifying to Brawl Cup. I deserve it for not trying as hard as I should be trying. I deserve it. I deserve it. This is what I get. This is karma. This is karma. I deserve it. I deserve it. I deserve it. I deserve it, chat. I deserve it. I deserve it. I deserve it. I deserve it.
Little fun fact on the side here, Tuck also called
I deserve
himself
it.
that. because of his first team. Trick of China.
I deserve
now
it.
It's the name
I deserve
of
it.
the player.
I deserve it.
Little lore drop there as well. Such a
I
fun fact, and honestly, a lot of respect too. There's a lot
deserve
of history
it.
with these guys. I mean, names have changed over the years, but Chinese mainland have been present, just haven't been winning, and this weekend have been so many marquee moments. I mean, they've gone through an entire life cycle.
I deserve
of
it, chat. I
All-Stars at
deserve
just a
it.
Brawl Cup.
When we talk about history for this team as
deserve it.
well, after the last time that they were at LAN in 2022, it was a really, really rough ride for, at the time called White, he renamed himself to Talk now out of respect. That was when this roster came together. Now they have the potential to make Brawl history. It's all going to get started on Bridge Too Far for some heist.
The only team they
maybe.
lost to was
Chat, who
Humble.
are we
It was another
taking here?
3-on-3
Are we
from Humble,
taking
but so they did with other
Zeta,
teams, so
or are
pretty
we
much to say
taking
about that
China?
match. Then
Who are we
they
taking?
booted out Tribe Gaming, the NA Hope, the first seed of NA, and then also allowed South America lost their chance to make it into day 3 thanks to Toxic Lotus. So now both of those teams just getting ready. It
Word,
comes
chat,
down
word.
to this one. Will they just take home a little bit of prize money, or will it also be that LCQ slot?
It's a really important match. I mean, obviously the backs of multiple regions rest on these two teams. And the expectation for Chinese mainland bounced in the first round.
They
I don't
make
think a lot
worlds,
of
I
people
hope,
expect them to
bro.
win a single
I
one.
hope. I
Unfortunately,
really
here
do
they're
hope.
once again going to be massive underdogs.
11% prediction for Toxic Lotus to take that. That's very different from what we had up here on the casting desk, with the majority of folks thinking that Toxic Lotus was going to take it. And can you really blame us? We saw their drafts were on point, and we saw Zeta sort of falter in that category, even though this is a marked improvement over where we saw the East Asia region in the past. Let's get started. Bands flying in here on Bridge Too Far in just a moment.
Chuck's certainly a feature here. I'm curious to see if it goes band stage worthy, or if these two teams feel like they can just keep it in the playing field. Amber, somebody that's risen up the meta, and of course we have to consider some of those more aggro brawlers. This is where Melody comes to play sometimes.
Love seeing the Melody up the lane. It can be quite difficult to earn that lane matchup because you can get outranged, and sometimes the best way to get rid of it is simply to ban it out altogether. Zeta Division are believing in that category. Would have been wise also for Toxic Lotus to get rid of this one, since this is a Zeta Division specialty. For them, they've gotten rid of that aforementioned Chuck, as well as Brock that can do tremendous safe damage, and he also breaks down the walls to allow easier passage between the lanes. Same is true for Juju as well. She can walk over that water, and when we saw Zeta Division play this map yesterday against Elevate, the lane switching was one of the biggest difficulties for them.
Heist has been a really unique one. We're going to see standard bans of Lumi and Kenji throughout the entire day. It's what we've seen all weekend, but they slip through here. So Talk able to grab what's seen as, honestly, probably the best brawler in the game by these pro players right now. I mean, Kenji's escaped more than her, I would say, but nonetheless, Kenji's still available. It is far, so it's a pretty interesting one, right? Kenji is one of these close quarters brawlers. It's really hard to dash through, and tank counters can get in the mix too. So there's just a lot to juggle in this 2-3 turn for Zeta Division.
Kenji's in the conversation because of his aggression, also because of his hypercharge, and that aggression is super useful on this map. You can afford to die quite a lot as long as you're able to hold back your lane, and dying for Kenji means that he's getting in close range, he's getting damage, he's getting closer to that hypercharge. Same is true for Lily as well, something that is completely available here on the board right now. When you see that first pick of Lumi, that's indicating that Zeta Division are letting Toxic Lotus have it. That means that they have some kind of plan for it.
Bro, he's
Bonnie
rage
and the
baiting.
Bell coming in now. Bell's just one of the best lane matchups.
He's rage baiting. He's actually rage baiting, chat.
But here comes
He's
the
actually
monkey,
rage baiting.
the specialty of Toxic Lotus.
He's actually
100%
rage
win rate
baiting.
so far.
Iconic brawler for both ends. We saw in the graphic as well. Bell was something special.
Are they
in
gonna go
Zeta
Colt
Division's
again?
hands. This has changed up since the change in Heist.
Are they gonna go
we
Colt?
don't necessarily see this
Are they gonna go
full
Colt?
investment
Are
on
they gonna go Colt?
base racing. There's a
Are they
little
gonna
bit
go
of a
Colt?
cutoff. You have 25%
Are they gonna go
of the
Colt?
time
Are they gonna go
chunks that you
Colt? Are they
have to
gonna go
get through
Colt?
to
Are they
go
gonna go
through the
Colt?
layer of
Are they
that
gonna go
onion.
Colt?
Instead, control brawlers kind of come
Are
back.
they gonna
in
go
the mix, and that's why
Piper?
Bell's showing up.
It's gotta be
Bonnie, of course,
Piper or
with some
Colt,
balance
surely.
changes in there too, but just a
Surely.
really good hybrid. Boasts a lot of HP, and because of that, can't be dealt with super easily. But here's the DPS coming in on the left-hand side, an old-timey brawler, Colt.
He's got a lot
Daryl?
of DPS.
No,
like
'cause
you
Daryl's just
said.
gonna let the
He's
Lumi
able to
eat.
win some lane matchups too. That's a very mechanics-dependent matchup. He should be able to compete at
What
range
the-
with Bonnie as well. Zeta Division have one final
Holy
selection.
aura.
Can they get the aggression that they need? They're going to have to get something that is generating the pressure on Toxic Lotus, because what they're facing in Toxic Lotus is really just the safe damage and the constant threat of Miko jumping across the field. Daryl is their
I don't like
method.
it.
He's going to be getting super for
I don't
free
like it.
because he auto charges it. He's going to be
I don't
getting
like it.
hypercharge.
It's
for
good
free
into
as well.
monkey, but
It's
you're
gonna
gonna
be really
really enable
difficult
that.
for
that
to deal with. He doesn't
Lumi
have
to
any
just
any knockback. The same
eat.
goes
I mean,
for
it's
Miko
good
as
here.
well.
It's good on
He
this
doesn't really
map.
have any
I like
defensive
it on this
capabilities.
map. I like
All
it
he
in
can do
Heist,
is pump out
but
that damage on the enemy safe.
I don't know.
An investment in some
I really think
aggression
it's just
coming
gonna
in from Zeta
feed,
Division. They would
but
love
we'll
a
see.
bounce back. It's been a Cinderella run for Toxic Lotus this weekend, and now they're taking on the Titans of East Asia. Both of these squads shouldering an entire nation, an entire region behind them, yet there's only one spot available. Let's find out how it goes down
Jim,
here.
with the membership, when
Brawl
you're getting
Nation.
mod?
Off to the races. Engine
question.
shifting lanes over to mid. He doesn't want to take this matchup versus Bonnie. If he can afford to not give her super, then he will take that chance. Off onto the enemy stage.
this
being
real,
cautious
chat?
as well to use the gadget for additional damage. Doesn't matter.
Is
if he
this
gets
real,
hit
chat?
By that nest egg, he's still going to be dealing so much damage. Not the greatest gadget in the world there.
Is
for
this real,
Suzuki,
chat?
though. He needs to get much value as possible.
I mean, he's also going to break the second barrier.
Onto the enemy side. Engine completely ignoring this right lane.
This is close to his base races. We're going to get Miko off to the left-hand sideline, playing alongside Tox. Split screen here. So much going down. Suzuku diving in now. Shitampo in the faces of this.
Oh my God. They're going to win. They're going to win.
Suzuku perfectly timed. Zeta Division penetrating the safe. Decimated and taking one.
This is the emphasis on base race that the region has placed on Heist. They are immediately going for the safe. We see Toxic Lotus trying to implement the same strategy.
How many NA spots
Avoid
are
some of
there?
these lanes,
Get 3 to
don't
Worlds
feed
and 1 to
super,
LCQ.
Just get to the enemy side. But you leave an unguarded Bonnie, especially Daryl, all by himself on the safe. That is a no-go. They need to adapt this strategy. We'll see if Engine decides to take this lane matchup once again. No, diverts over to the left side. They gotta keep someone on Daryl though, and it is not easy to shift these lanes.
Cut off with the gadget will allow TL to move forward. That's a takedown.
Honestly, I don't think that's the worst death in the world, because now he's going to
to
respawn and he's going to be on the Daryl.
They're willing to take this trade, and already below 25%.
Yeah, he didn't even
Miko's
finish
still
it.
lingering. Marker goes down, and
Side
finally
tempo
a
will, though.
takedown imminent. Zeta Division finally with a little bit of control here. Shitampo on that bottom left-hand side, just going to be chilling, dealing with OU.
O is trying to play a defender here. He needs to stay in range of Suzuki so that
Hawk
he can get some
gets the
value.
kill.
Actually
He's gonna
completely
finish
departing
that.
it. Engine now hopping right over Suzuki's head. They must know that they have the
Oh,
map
side
bags
tempo
down.
messed up.
It's 50
Side
to
tempo
49.
messed up.
Zeta Division
Side
are continuing
tempo
to take
messed
damage
up.
on their safe. Engine left all alone. That's a tremendous
Who
amount of damage
died?
every single time.
I think it was, oh, the
43
Lumi
on the
died.
safe.
You should be
Down
able to
with
kill this really
flashlights.
It's
easily.
gonna come down to these aggro brawlers and a little bit of defense. Zeta Division hold, and on
Okay.
the other end, Toxic Lotus get a takedown as well. Little extra range coming out of Bell in the mid. And
Very
now this
close.
battle taking
I think
place
Daryl's got to be close
right
to
in the
roll.
middle
He's got
here.
roll.
Gonna matter so much.
They're gonna
Whoever
go.
break away first
They're gonna
is
go.
Shitampo diving
They're gonna
in, straight back
go.
and forth, though. They get it. 2% on the board. It's enough to take us back.
Zeta Division know exactly when to
Wow.
pull the trigger. But they escape by the skin of
Wow.
their teeth right there. Miko was ready with one more.
Dude, he's just
devastating
doing
blow onto
anything for
stage.
the ad, bro.
That
Bro's
very
doing
much could have gone
anything
to
for the
side of
ad.
Toxic Lotus. Zeta Division
Bro's
persevered
doing
nonetheless.
anything for the ad.
Daryl was exactly what they needed.
I'll try one more time.
There was nothing really that Toxic Lotus could do to defend against it, and they
Dude,
weren't
he's
willing to
trolling, bro.
expend
He's
O
trolling.
to defend against it.
He's trolling. Rec is not on. Hold up. He's trolling me.
But they escape by the skin of their teeth.
Chat. No way this works, right? No way that'll ever work, right? Hell nah.
Right there.
Hell nah. Hell nah. Dude, he really made a second sign? I thought he just added it to his first one.
Match.
It's a risk
Dude, it's
that
not
Toxic
on,
Lotus
bro.
took
It's
here
not
by
on.
picking
Turn it
Miko not
on.
as the last pick, because you can out DPS the Miko. The benefit of playing the Miko is that you get pretty steady, constant damage. You're going to get that super eventually. That's a lot of transportation across the battlefield. But Zeta Division knew
God
just what to
damn.
do into it. Yesterday, we didn't see the proper response into the Miko. Now, with Heist out of the way, I think Zeta Division can breathe a little bit, because this was a Toxic Lotus specialty in the last several days.
Definitely a nice momentum swing. I mean, just knowing that you kind of take
Dude,
down
anything
what's
for
been
your
one of their
drink?
best
Dude, I'm
assets,
telling you, I'm gonna be there,
definitely makes you a
bro. I'm
little
telling
more
you.
comfortable as you
I'm
approach
telling
step
you,
number
bro.
2. We're heading over to Brawl Ball. Completely different. It's going to be a little pinhole punt
I'm
for us.
telling
Still
you.
anticipating brawlers like Lumi and Kenji to probably be removed from the picture here, but there's other ones. I feel like there's a lot of anti-tank and tank. Those are kind of the two boundaries that I feel like really dictate these draft stages.
Something that we saw Zeta Division make pretty good use of yesterday was tanks on Brawl Ball. And even in a losing draft, they were able to mechanics their way out of it somehow. You've heard what Levy and Suzuku say about Shitampo. It seems like in any moment, doesn't matter if it's a losing situation, he figures something out. In Zeta Division, I think that's the expectation that precedes them coming into this. We should expect the tanks, the anti-tanks as a response, of course, from Toxic Lotus. But for Zeta Division to somehow find a way to make it work.
He truly is a magician. Never a job that he hasn't been able to accomplish. One of the best players to ever do it. Been a while since he's had a world championship, though. This year, departing Crazy Raccoon, which is an insane statement to make. A choice to depart this roster. And picking up these two players here, and now they're finding themselves very successful this week into third, fourth place at Battle, and a possibility of bringing home an LCQ spot for the region. Band stage going to come through here. Like we mentioned, Kenji, Lumi in the equation. Some of those anti-tank brawlers, some of those long-range ones, more unique. B could be in the picture. Going to see here on the top left an interesting El Primo band. Finks doesn't surprise me, but Kenji did escape.
Kenji's not in there. Neither is Lily, some of the more powerful brawlers in the game with their recent addition of hypercharges. That means that Zeta Division is giving this to Toxic Lotus, saying, yeah, sure, pick it if you want. We have some kind of response for it, and they had that last pick as well. They've made things available to themselves as well. The Toxic Lotus getting rid of the Primo tells me that they want to have Frank in their composition somehow. They're going to have that ability. They're also working with some side lane abilities where they can place some kind of thrower. Kenji's going to get that aggression. Zeta Division gave this to them. Mind you, they didn't ban it out. They have a response planned.
And on top of that, Toxic Lotus banning B and Lu is going to allow tanks and aggressive brawlers.
Planned.
And on top of that, Toxic Lotus banning B and
Sunny go on a date with. I don't know what this last one is. I don't know what that last one is.
Are still out there.
Adam, no, he has it off.
Draco makes a lot of sense. I think that's also a direct answer into the possibility.
I tried 3 times. He has it off.
A lot of these pro players are going to use Draco into a Hank directly, so I think this is a lot of thinking ahead.
This is very true. They're also going to pick up Chester, which is one of the best ways to deal with really any tank, but especially Hank. You can blow up those walls that he requires in order to get the most damage possible. Toxic Lotus now looking for their response. They got to be cautious of this Draco, since Draco, he is going to die a bunch, okay? Let's face that. But that also means that he's going to be feeding quite a bit of damage to Kenji. That's going to get him closer to cycling that hypercharge. We're looking at a situation where Kenji's probably going to get like 2 hypercharges this game, and each one of those threatens to be a total team wipe.
Indestructible gadget never hurt anybody either, especially when Kenji is in the air diving straight at you with that hypercharge. There's the Frank, so a great call out from you, especially with that band stage and the El Primo. It's something you just have to keep your eye on. When you see weird bands like this, El Primo, a great brawler. She does it all the time in Brawl Ball. By no means an S-tier brawler. So I think sometimes these pro players are thinking that far ahead. That's a brawler they want to prioritize. They want to set themselves up for that. And the fact that Toxic Lotus grabbed that without the hardest counter into Frank in the game definitely helps. However, on the other end, they've still got Chester. There's still options available for Zeta Division. Obviously, they get the last laugh. They get the 6th pick. Charlie, a really spicy one here. Toxic Lotus certainly going for it.
I'm not seeing Charlie win yet.
Which should absorb some of those shots from Draco when he's not on the dragon form. Same goes for Chester, who's a single target brawler. His shots don't pierce. Zeta Division with one final selection. Perhaps a response to that, Charlie. Got to be cautious because her super is a goal-scoring scenario. That hypercharge is also super powerful. Buster now going to be coming into the equation. He's got a stun that can be pretty useful for maybe pulling a Kenji away from your team if he's threatening a hypercharge. Same goes for Frank, whose main weakness is stuns, even though he gives out stuns himself. And also the potential to stay together as a team. We know
so easy to run up on the stage. It is. Anyone can.
Fight-focused roster, and when they all stand close to Buster, he's going to be getting that super and hypercharge for free.
What is that comment?
Very unique draft here for both sides. Plenty of health points and aggression to go around. My kind of Brawl Ball map. Toxic Lotus down 0-1 to a previous world champion and his roster of men. Let's see if they can bounce back here in set number 2.
Off to the races, Zeta Division in immediately with the aggression. Engine dashing all over. That's 2 down for Toxic Lotus. Pass up to Engine. He's got to try and walk it in. Damage onto Levy. And maybe a kill for Levy if he decides to go around the left side.
Talk has a super chat.
Off to come around to the right side for a better matchup. Now shifting over towards the left, and here comes the Dragon combined with a super from Suzuku. A pass over Levy with a jawbreaker. Takedown.
The ball.
If Shetampo keeps on pursuing the egg on the left side, Levy down, and now the counter push from Toxic Lotus.
Super available. OU on the left hand in. Moving right. Shetampo now going back into the dragon form. It's a duel.
Ew, Engine. Ew.
Dodge now. Shetampo trying to
Ew.
Oh, good corner just in time, but Levi in trouble. He's going to fall. Dribble up the middle of the map. OU popping hypercharge just to try and get something going. Nicely done there. Cuts them off. A pass off.
Oh my god.
And they will survive this onslaught.
Excellent defense from Toxic Lotus there with the use of the Charlie super. She's going to be respawning soon. And
Side tempo so good at this dragon.
More time than now, since Engine is
Red Chester. Ew. Oh baby.
Gonna look for the team wipe.
Oh baby. Oh baby.
Just needs a
oh baby.
Gets another. Levy now out with the hypercharge. Talk stuck in the midst of it. Levy now on hot pursuit.
Oh my god.
Another cycled super for the guy. Engine
oh my god.
still alive. holding this line of scrimmage at mid. Ball is anyone's game, just waiting to find that first kill.
So much blood being shed on this Brawl Ball map right now. Red roster taking control of the ball. It's Pac playing defense on the left-hand side.
I think he scored.
Cocoon
Yeah, they have
gets
to score.
taken over, and Zeta Division are trying to force
Yes,
it.
sir. Yes, sir.
We'll put one in.
Still 45 seconds to go. That's enough time for Engine to get a second hypercharge for the game, and for Talk to do something similar. Has a hypercharge at his disposal. Gonna pop it
Holy.
now. Looks for as much value as possible. Suzuku gonna block it. Shtetapo couldn't
Holy
be bothered.
sight.
A takedown, and now a 2v2 ensues.
play.
Sticks down the Cocoon. Suzuku breaks out Levy, and now Zeta Division are in a firm defensive maneuver. There's still a little bit of time. 25 seconds. That's enough
Hyper?
time for Engine to get something huge with
Oh,
a
boy.
hypercharge.
Oh,
Levy
boy.
almost gonna be taken
Oh,
down.
boy.
Shtetapo
Oh,
falls. Team white
my
for Toxic Lotus in a tie
God.
game.
Oh
15 on the clock.
my God.
Excellent execution out of Toxic Lotus. Chinese mainland's heroes looking to duel against the East Asian beast. And it's Shtetapo, Suzuku, left hand in, marching forward. Levi with the ball. Kick over.
God
Starting to go
damn!
through them. Top has wiped them
Relax,
out. Team
Engine,
wipe available.
relax.
Kick forward. Charlie up the middle
God
of the map. It's a goal for
damn!
Toxic Lotus. Game number 1 going to the blue roster.
Toxic Lotus
Dude,
is
what is
here.
this, bro?
They had that tankiness. They were given the Kenji. They executed perfectly.
Dude,
they got the
bro.
Kenji hypercharge
Holy
exactly when
dude.
they needed to. But it was not
Holy
without resistance.
dude.
Zeta Division did such a phenomenal job of keeping the Chester in position. They're going to place him on the right side this time. Engine on the left lane is already trying to get some opening frags. He's going to get right on top of Shtetapo at risk of falling. Super to the sky.
Bruh.
That's one. Onto Levy. Shtetapo in the
Bruh.
back lines looking for the kill.
Oh my
on
God.
But
Does he
Engine is
go?
undefended.
Does he go?
Shtetapo
Does he
on
go?
his heels, but an open goal if Engine can slot it through. No! Interception from Levy
Enti.
and a successful defense.
Back to the middle of the map we go. A huge battle going down here. Talk right hand in, just using this indestructible wall. Engine, just not enough time there to put it in the net. It was close, a good effort, worth a try. He will survive all of this. Now Tag's going down to Shtetapo. Here's a shield to block it out, perfectly denied. Talk fighting for
That's
his
gotta
life
be a
on
goal.
the right-hand side.
That's
but
gotta be
left
a
is where
goal.
they need help most.
Useless
Suzuku,
Cocoon.
an easy walk forward, and they'll watch this one
Wow.
in.
Ran down the clock a little bit
Kenji
there too.
hyper,
Zeta Division could
Kenji
be intent on
hyper,
keeping this ball
Kenji
defended and not
hyper.
necessarily
One
playing the
day,
best goal unless the opportunity
eventually.
presents itself. Already
Red
defensive
Chester,
coordination
this could
from
be a
the guys,
goal
but he has a couple
opportunity.
of supers at their disposal. Combination on the left side.
Wait a
Levy has a
second.
super available, but here's the hypercharge out from Engine. 1, 2,
I lied.
Shtetapo needs to fall. Talk forward with the super. No wall break.
I lied,
but an open
chat.
goal.
I lied. He
And a
got
tie game
hyper
once
and he
more.
team wiped.
The
His wreck is on?
equalizer is
Okay,
there.
okay. After this
A
set.
reset in the mid. Hypercharge is available. Suzuku pops his now. Zeta Division walking this forward on the map. Engine's been a star player on this excellent brawler. Now he'll make contact with Levi. Now on the left hand.
This is a goal.
Talk,
This is a
trying
goal.
to play defense. Gadget goes through. Shtetapo not even worried about the ball. It's Charlie who denies
Oh,
him. He's gonna be
bad
sitting there on the goal
timing.
line just waiting. Engine gonna have to multitask here. It's gonna take everything they have, and it's not
Oh
enough.
my God.
Zeta Division tie things here.
Okay, let me try that. Let me try one more
What a
time. Let me
close
try one more
call.
time. Let me try one more
The
time.
Charlie was seriously putting in the work on defense, but was unable to keep it all hammered down. You're able to stick one enemy in the Cocoon, but when it comes to burst damage, she's simply lacking. She only has one projectile to work with. She's much better than some of these long-range
All right, I sent it.
matchups,
I sent
which
it.
you're
I
going to
sent
do
it. I
right
sent
now
it.
as everyone spawns out in the open. Talk looking for
It
the
worked
opening
that
kill.
time.
Could not land that gadget. He's still going to get some damage on Suzuku, but Suzuku fires back. A
Oh,
ball
he didn't
passed towards
jump,
Zeta
he didn't
Division's
jump, he
inner
didn't jump.
ramparts, but a full team wipe from Zeta Division.
Oh my God,
gets them a
sight.
free goal.
Oh my God, sight.
Really early bucket coming out of
Oh my
Zeta
God,
Division.
sight.
Now just 20
Oh my God,
seconds off the
sight.
clock, and Toxic Lotus already finding themselves in a deficit. Kenji taking to the skies, lands. Suzuku forcing it forward.
Oh my God.
Hypercharge goes
That's a
through, and
goal.
Talk
How are you
render
supposed to
useless.
stop
They
that?
only have one Cocoon. The pull goes
How are you
through,
supposed to
though, and
stop that?
Shtetapo knocks
Wow.
it down. Two
Wow.
step now for the East Asian Wizards.
Wow.
What an efficient finish here in set number 2 for Zeta Division. Much better outlook for Toxic Lotus.
Zeta
They had
looking
that
good. They're not
tankiness,
happy, but they're
it
looking
required
good.
Time to transpire.
Not
They
happy,
needed
but
to get those
looking good,
hypercharges
chat.
online. Draco was simply the method that Zeta Division knew would be able to defend that Kenji. They gave them the Kenji for free, knowing that they could respond with a Draco, and oh my goodness, he did put in the work.
12 kills for
Yeah,
Engine,
they
a
haven't
couple
won with
buckets
Primo at all.
alongside it. It's a well-fought battle. I mean, Kenji, arguably the best brawler in the game. I think depending on the player you're looking at, they're probably throwing Kenji in that mix, Lumi in that mix. And he did his job, just not quite enough against what Zeta Division is. It's tough for any team on the planet to fight the mechanics with these guys. It did feel like an even battle, though. I mean, in terms of draft and hindsight, maybe we could reflect on it a little more after the fact, but I don't think this is too shabby from either end. I think the Buster Shield honestly got so much value.
X-Guardian's
why it came in as that 6th pick.
No doubt, it was one of the most instrumental things in Zeta Division's success here. It got them right up in the face of Frank. He wasn't able to get any value out of his super. We did see some pretty successful moments out of Toxic Lotus, however. These moments right here, Engine in with a hypercharge, the pass up to him, the caught on his heels, gave Toxic Lotus a pretty firm lead there in the second game that ended up going to them. In game number 3, though, this was Zeta Division seriously stepping on the gas. 2 rapid goals, one right after the other, and so much wind in their sails heading into a set 3.
This isn't the first time Toxic Lotus have stared into the eyes of death. Now down 2 sets to 0. And obviously the biggest match of their season yet. They've beaten South America, North America. They've challenged EMEA, but right now they have to take down their neighbors in East Asia.
Very
it's
strong
the only way that
vibes,
they're going to give
for real,
themselves
for real.
an extra tournament
For real,
life
for
for
real.
their region. Plenty of teams back home with them, itching at the opportunity to prove themselves. They're going to have to deliver here.
For real, for real.
It's gonna be a tall task, to say the least.
Some of the teammates that Shitetampo departed as well, undoubtedly rooting for him. It would get them a spot in the postseason. If they can only get this next set. Gold Arm Gulch. That's going to be a major slowdown compared to our last couple of modes. Heist, super fast pace. Brawl Ball, gone in the blink of an eye. But Knockout, this one comes down to when the poison forces everyone to interact. And it's all about that preparation. Composition-wise, there are some different routes that you can take. Are you going to place that emphasis on burst damage and try and get a pick before the team fight? Or are you going to look to outlast?
Lots of decisions here for both of these teams.
Kenny is clip farming a video
very
trying to
important
reverse
draft
sweep.
coming in for Toxic
he
Lotus.
actually
They need to
is.
get this one right. It's hard to go against Zeta Division with even footing. If you win the draft, you at least give yourselves a chance. Toxic Lotus have won plenty of them this weekend. I still have hopes for these guys, but it's just hard for me to unsee Chitampo always finding a way. I mean, he's been at it for years on the Mount Rushmore of brawlers. Here are the band stage. Lumi, of course, not going to be in the picture. Gene, somebody that I like removing just because it's so pesky to deal with. The poke damage, the magic hand, the magic puffs. It just allows you to be so passive-aggressive, and at a professional level, you just don't want to deal with that.
First pick for Toxic Lotus as well. Look at some of the brawlers they've banned out. RT is an interesting one. This is usually a comfort brawler. This is one also that is going to be countering anything that gets in super close range. And interestingly, not to be that guy, but it's one of the best counters to Miko. So hey, there is cheese potential out here. They don't have the last pick, which would be the more powerful position to pick it in.
Kenji
They're
is
going to go with a
open.
Gus for a selection. This is very,
I know
very
Kenji
safe.
ban.
In
I mean,
fact,
it's
some might
Gold
even
Arm.
say
It's not like
overly
Hot
safe,
Zone
since
or
it does combine well with things,
Brawl
but
Ball, you know?
he doesn't have the sort of ability that other snipers in the game have to get crazy burst damage.
Don't tempt me with a good time. The fact that you just brought up the words Miko, now you've given me and so many viewers here in Dallas and at home so much hope. Respect to the Dynamite costume, by the way, brother. Excellently done. Go, Michael.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a canary under that hat. Well, we'll get another surprise here. Squeak appearing a little bit early in the draft. A lot of times we see this later on, especially like as a last pick, not as something that surprises, but as something that puts a little bit of flourish on the composition, defends against tanks, especially things that were played earlier on. Maybe Zeta Division have some clues that Toxic Lotus are going to be going for this angle. Squeak is also one of the stronger options that you can select to fire down mid, going to have excellent control options. Not one of those things that bursts up and gets a kill, more defends against tanks in close range and enforces a more controlled matchup in mid. Buster, once again, the selection from Zeta Division. They really love this brawler, and they have executed with it time and time again.
I think Buster just makes so much sense in Knockout because you can chill out, charge that super passively, and then those in-games moment you were talking about earlier where that fog starts to close in, where everybody is up in each other's faces. I'm going to throw up a shield, and then I'm going to have people like Squeak in the in-game who can be an absolute nuisance. This combo is kind of nice, especially if you're relying on the other team being passive and not getting off to a hot start early, because Buster gets a free super, and then Squeak can either throw a slow gadget right at the end of the game to close that gap, make it difficult for them to walk.
Grom into
and
Zeta
Daryl,
is
though,
crazy.
Not what I expected. I mean, Gus with Daryl, sure. We don't see Grom at all at a professional level.
No, not really. And his shot is one of the more easy ones to juke. He does have a hypercharge that can deal some pretty devastating damage. And when we do see him on Knockout, he is usually one of the playmakers since he does place down the super towards the end. Everyone's all closed in. A little bit hard to dodge when you don't have as much room to move around. And the hypercharge is going to add even more damage to that. Keep in mind also with the hypercharge it goes diagonal as well. But here is the Zeta Division specialty. They're going to be going for the Melody. The idea here is to get right on top of Engine, deal as much damage as possible. And you also have a good interaction with Gus as well. Melody, she has 3 dashes. So when you dash on that Gus and he inevitably pops the shield to blast you away,
Sight, tempo, Melody.
And into Grom, that's a super free matchup if you're up close. Grom's not able to defend himself at all in close quarters, so that is a devastating one for them. I don't blame them for going thrower on this map, though, especially when you see something like a Squeak. I think it makes a lot of sense. You're trying to punish the passiveness of this top right-hand side composition by just lobbing up shots from a distance. DreamHack Dallas, your heroes of the week in Toxic Lotus need all the support they can get. They're taking on one of the greatest to ever do it, and they have to do it for 3 straight sets.
Nah, Kenny is actually like clip farming, I swear.
Already,
I swear.
super steady matchup between these two.
Dude, you're not getting a proper name pronunciation. You know how it would be.
Staying very close to Levy.
Yeah, I swear he's clip farming.
Wind up out of nowhere after Levy had tracked the position of Talk from across the battlefield. Getting a little bit of damage, farming up that super that's going to be instrumental when things are closed in. All those shots are more likely to hit. And also getting closer to the hypercharge. Another wind up, no contact onto Engine this time, but the threat is there.
Talk getting a few shots in early, which is crucial. The faster he can get to that super, the more difficult it is, especially when that fog starts to close in with less room to walk with. It just makes that super so easy to connect. I mean, he's popping off. Now they're going for blood on the bottom right-hand side.
Oh my god.
Slowdown.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh, you can't quite do it though. Zeta defend. 2v2 situation down to a 2v1. Chinese
They low-key
mainland.
forget how to juke
An interesting situation. Suzuku with no leg to stand on. All they have to do is just connect a couple shots. The jukes are there though, but the fog will claim him first. Nicely done in round number 1.
That is on speed gear, really? Right, you're taking group chat?
Super to the enemies
Give me a bit, give me a bit.
Most of the damage that he
Kenny is clip farming in case of the reverse sweep? No, I respect it. I respect
interaction the best they could on the right side, but here they come up the left side, double stacking it with Levy and Stetampo. They are not going to play that extended game because they know that they will lose it this time, especially since TOC has that hypercharge now, which you can use in a pinch. But here comes OU once again, the one-man.
Oh my god!
For Stetampo, the heart of the operation comes up empty-handed. Talk and Engine are going to have to generate a victory here. Excellent dodges out from
Did he
Levy.
click the hypercharge button after the Grom hyper?
Catastrophic for any
After the Grom super?
It's so hard.
So I didn't see the
Especially with such an
hypercharge.
early loss. They're not even dealing with
Unless
the fog
I'm
yet.
blind.
PL just pinned to this left-hand side. Zeta
Messed up the
Division
order?
with plenty of space in the middle to operate, going for that long-range connection there. The windup just does so much damage. Don't blame them for running that at all.
Suzuki's ready with the hypercharge. Levy holding on to the hypercharge. They would prefer to use it in the next round since they are fighting a 3v2 right now. Talk and Engine both retreating into the poison, feeding no super at all. Even a takedown.
Bro just wanted that kill, bro. Bro just wanted that kill.
To use in round
I
number
respect
3.
this game.
Zeta Division need to be cautious around this Daryl. It has threatened them over the water twice, once on the bottom side and once on the top. But last time, it looked like an error from OU. He was so far estranged from his team that he wasn't able to receive any support from them when he found himself in a sticky situation on the top side.
Daryl, I think, has had some solid interactions, but especially in that round 2 is a little sloppy, and the first one ended up taken down too. I think this is just really intelligent out of Zeta Division. They're playing together. They know they're looking for a surprise attack, so instead, they're just going to work as a full unit. Great comms coming out of Zeta Division, especially in that round 2.
Zeta Division waiting for their perfect opportunity to strike. They need to hold on here. They opted not to double stack the left lane this time, instead retreating to the same thing they went for in round number 1. The most huge difference between those two is that now they have a couple of hypercharges under their belt. They're still going to be staring down the barrel of Talk's potential in that super, especially if he can get closer to a hypercharge. But that poison is on a timer right now. It is going to be closing in any second from the top and eventually from the sides. OU needs to get this hypercharge online ASAP.
Holy dudes.
In with the hypercharge, looking for the pull on Talk. No, taken down.
Holy dudes.
Still alive. Engine now
That's a win.
for the 1v1
That's a win.
versus Levy.
That's a
in
win.
close range.
That's
Is
a
it
win.
possible? Just a couple of shots from Levy.
Engine,
He
you're
can take
selling.
this.
Engine, you're
That's the
selling.
One more to shut down Engine. Zeta Division at match point.
Oh, just a little ring around the rosies. And Squishy Squeak
Nah.
gets away with one there.
Nah.
Game, man. Especially if
Nah.
the draft is relatively even. They always
Nah.
always. We've talked the praises of Shatampo.
Nah.
The legacy that he has in this game, but his teammates, these are
That's
the ones
crazy.
he chose to play with.
That's
They're certainly
crazy.
qualified to get a win too.
Different approach once more from Toxic Lotus. They're going to all go on the left. Zeta Division coming on the left. Wow, what a mistake. Oh, with the initial kill. 3v2 ensues. Zeta Division in a losing position. OU, the one-man army, goes for another. Soon to be taken down by Stetampo if he can finish off the kill. Just needs one
Sight?
more shot.
No aura farming for
Engine
Sight.
closes in for a round 1 to Toxic Lotus.
Reset. And the entire blue roster going to head to the left-hand side. Traditionally the safer one, but they're getting sneaky. Levy gonna pop out here, but they don't know that Buster is lurking, trying to do their adequate scouting report. They don't want a sneak attack coming their way.
Here comes O. not so sneaky. He's got one more roll in the chamber. Might even opt to waste it so that he can get a better one.
He
Combined
did
with his
indeed
hypercharge.
waste it,
Staying on the
chat.
back lines for now. And
Not
yes,
he
he did
forced,
decide
but he
to
just
waste
clip
the
farming?
super so that he
Yeah.
can work on getting a real one. And there
He
is
is
enough
just clip
time
farming.
until the poison closes in for him to get that. The lack of threat is going to hurt Toxic Lotus. Talk is taking a lot of damage, but he's managed to hold on.
TH.
Now Zeta Division, go for a
TH.
different formation. They're sending Shitapo on the left side. Suzuku and Levy, of course, have to stay together because Levy's so vulnerable in close
No, I
range
know,
against the build.
Toma. Actual
They
just
want to see
haters.
Melody get some notes around her,
They don't
just
want to
be
see
more
me
of a threat, 'cause
succeed. It's
otherwise she's just a
crazy.
medium distance brawler. Finally, one goes through. Now
Someone
they're
just said
pulling together
2.5
here.
thousand
All the red
votes.
roster on the top right-hand side,
On my
playing
Unk
left to
chat
right
and
now.
only
Hard
800
closing in,
likes.
the
That's
action about
very
to go
big
down.
hater
Purple
energy,
buttons being
chat.
clicked. Grom Super going down. Shitapo skating up the middle
Oh
of the
my
map.
God,
Suzuku
Sight.
reflecting all of it.
Sight.
In trouble now.
Who's gonna
Battle
win?
top right. Levi wins.
Who's gonna
It's
win?
Engine
Not this again.
dueling
Engine!
One shot determines it all, and Toxic Lotus take a game.
Match point
God
extended.
damn.
Toxic Lotus back on the map. That's
God
their second
damn.
game victory they've gotten in this match. Lest it go to a
God
3-0.
damn.
Toxic Lotus must replicate this success in the next round. And it feels like Zeta Division are trying all the tactics they know. We very few times, only a couple of times, have they repeated the same strategy. They're going to go for repetition now, sending Levy and Suzuku up the left side, Shitapo in from the right. Toxic Lotus just trying to hang on. They know that they are really a time-based composition here. When OU gets that super, when Talk gets his own, which he's bound to get over time, that is where they find their strength.
Engine could be in trouble here if Suzuki puts his foot on the gas pedal and Levi comes up for a little bit of a flank. It's either going to take Daryl to swoop over to the left-hand side or Talk to divert his attention. They're just pinned in their back spawn. Now Zeta Division are just fighting against the clock. Once this fog starts to close in, it's going to force Toxic Lotus to make some mistakes.
It's going to be a little bit tricky. But if we know anything from the past couple of games, it's that O is going to be the entry fragger. But there's one change, which is that, oh my goodness,
Damn.
what contact onto Talk on the right
Damn.
side. But OU is still going to be hanging on to that hypercharge when he gets it, and he doesn't mind going on a solo mission. Already persevering up the right side. That poison's going to start forcing them into mid. They do not have mid control at all, and they don't have the utility
Oh, that's a
either.
long
O's gonna have to
squeak.
just
Good
bend
roll.
it, put his foot on the gas.
Like
going
he
over
had
the
to
left
roll
side.
there.
Completely
I
abandoned
guess
Engine
he's-
now on the right side.
What?
Hung out to dry. Levy taking so much damage, and Talk
Aura.
still alive
Aura.
in the poison.
Aura.
He's burning down to nothing, and Zeta Division are one
Oh,
round
he's
away.
not Unk? Y'all too young? Facts. Cindy
They
knows
stare
ball.
in the eyes of death
Cindy
multiple
knows
times
ball.
this weekend. Toxic Lotus have been on a miraculous run, but it could end right here,
Cindy knows
right
ball.
now. They need to wake up. Nobody pinched them. It's been a dream all weekend long, and they're looking to prevail their tournament lives here.
Same formation from Zeta Division. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But the key difference is that O has the hypercharge now. He's only going to roll forward. Makes a little bit of room for Toxic Lotus, but that's frustrating. Now he's only got one roll left, and if we know anything from last round, it's that he doesn't have enough time to charge up a hypercharge over the course of just one round. Zeta Division knew when to go in to deny him the opportunity to farm up that ability as well.
Great heads-up play there to avoid the Daryl roll once again. He just hasn't gotten enough value out of that in the early game. Now Shitapo
Oh,
getting
baby.
right in the face of
Oh,
Talk.
baby,
All
Sight. What we
three
doing,
Toxic
Sight?
Lotus
What we
members
doing,
fighting
Sight?
for their lives. Shots raining in on them. They're just hiding in the grass, running for the hills.
This could be it.
Three
This
supers
could be
available
it.
for Zeta Division at the moment. Shitapo equipped with a
Oh,
hypercharge.
Sight
O's gonna go for it.
overheat.
Shitapo
Sight
take it down.
overheat.
Oh, now
Sight
behind.
overheat.
Engine takes down Suzuku. Levy the last one alive. Holding onto that hypercharge.
Do it.
Gets
Do
the
it.
kill.
No balls.
Talk
Do it. No
and
balls.
OU
Do
need
it.
to
No
combine
balls.
forces. Get the pinch around into the
Chat, he's
poison.
got no
Toxic Lotus persevere for another round.
It could happen.
Deep breath for Toxic Lotus.
It could
Still
happen.
surviving, trying to find a way to make yet one more miracle
Chat,
happen.
what is that?
Super goes down, the double connection, Talk in trouble.
Why is he
Shield
so
forced
low?
to go up for Engine,
God
and they're
damn.
already pinned in their back line.
That was a smart play from Levy. He was going for pretty much a one-shot onto Talk with the use of the hypercharge and wind up to get the additional damage. Wasn't quite enough. The Toxic Lotus were seriously caught off guard by that one move. That stuff only works once, though. They're going to be expecting it next time it happens, if it even does. Zeta Division equipped with a couple of hypercharges just like last time. OU needs to make some magic happen with his hypercharge of his own.
Nope. No contact there with the gadget. But Daryl does have a hypercharge roll available. This round means everything for the blue side. Not just for them, for a region, for pride, for something alongside a legacy. And they're going to have to do so against some of the best to ever do it as this fog is going to start closing in.
Oh, equipped with the hypercharge, same for Engine, but no super in the chamber just yet. Talk also looking for his super. This could be big. Hypercharge out from Suzuku. Talk now laying down the pressure on Suzuku.
Oh,
Hypercharge
baby.
pop by Shitapo,
Oh,
looking
baby.
for as many notes as
Oh,
possible.
baby.
OU closing in from the
Oh,
top
baby.
side. Shitapo
Nothing.
denied.
side.
Nothing.
Levy,
Damn. Damn.
Survive and advance.
Damn.
Doesn't matter the situation, doesn't matter the team, doesn't matter the region. These guys came to play all weekend long. They've been finding difficult situations and getting out of them. Look, it's only one set. We're not going to get ahead of ourselves. But we've been in this spot before. Engine with a 9-piece there. Levy obviously with some clutch mechanics there at one point just to keep Zeta Division alive. But honestly, Toxic Lotus dueling out of their minds in those in-game situations.
They were remarkable. Seeing O go in
Chat, are they stalling
so
the final
many times
match, be
and
honest?
making it away alive, numerous occurrences, was simply remarkable. That's quite interesting as well, because you see some kills, you know, out here from Squeak, the same for Gus, but they're
Are
not
they
the ones
stalling the
making
final
flashy
match? Be
plays.
honest, chat.
They're the
Be honest, be
foundation
honest.
upon which the rest of the competition is able to be built. Engine is reliably getting the spirit animal, that star power, the super activated onto O, who's usually actually not the playmaker for the team. Talk, it felt like in many occurrences, was simply hanging on.
Smell a TQ SDMN? No, surely
keeping
not.
things
Surely
at
they
bay
were
so that
just
Engine could gradually
trying
farm
to
up the
aura
super,
farm
the same going for
with the
OU on the
melody.
Daryl.
Some great work coming out of these fellas. Just coming out of nowhere, too. I mean, what a story we've had this week. And
I think
obviously,
he just
North
aura
Americans here are disappointed with teams like Drive and Elevate going down early. But along with superheroes comes supervillains. And these guys have certainly made a name for themselves here. I hope it's a team that a lot of Brawl Nation take to heart, because I have a feeling this won't be the last time we see them this year.
Toxic Lotus, they're the villain in Zeta Division's story, but they've got to be the hero for North America as they are carrying the torch. No doubt all the North American fans rooting for Toxic Lotus after they took down North America early on. Zeta Division need to find some wind at their backs once more. That's a huge momentum stopper for them. Toxic Lotus also once
Let's
more.
give it a buck.
they didn't
Toxic
even
Lotus
place
is
the
basically
flashiest
NA,
plays
right?
On their most mechanically skilled
Right?
player. O's been
Right,
in the
chat?
game the
Right,
longest,
chat?
but their playmaker is Talk. And who's
Right?
put on that Grom. We can expect
1v1
to see
after the
him
match.
placed on
I'm
a
not
lane this
streaming it
time.
either. I'm just 1v1ing
Maybe
him
one of the
because
more
I don't know how to
impactful
like
ones.
switch to my
Defending a bush,
stream
the one that goes
loadout
directly to the heart where
from
your gym
this.
carrier usually resides. Last stop. These bushes are a serious bit of trouble if you allow an enemy to win that lane.
Kenji certainly comes to mind. Lumi, of course, going to be in that ban phase more than likely. Lily, somebody that I'm looking out for here, though, is kind of one of those sneaky picks. This is a more open map, but on Gym Grab especially, our pro players love using that hypercharge to get a quick, stealthy takedown. With that hypercharge, it's just so hard to dodge it. It goes in a blink of an eye. There's just no way you're able to move around it.
Not really possible to react to. We saw Toxic Lotus play last stop yesterday, by the way, and one of the brawlers that stood out to this that they played was Gene. They were getting two.
You think I know how to switch it?
Onto the enemy Piper, which typically.
You think
should
I know how to
lead
make
that
everything
matchup.
work?
We'll see if they lead with the Gene mentality once more. It's so useful for
Fuck
scouting
no.
open bushes on the left and right lanes,
Fuck no.
creating pressure as well with vengeful spirits that
Fuck
are going
no.
to make contact with really any enemy that's visible on the map. It's guaranteed damage. Zeta Division have also given them the Gene. Tara is the first selection from Toxic Lotus. We talked about the playmaker being placed on the lane. This has got to be a Tox selection.
I like the Tara selection. It's been a popular one in the meta here for Gym Grab. One brawler that escaped as well. Finks still available on the board. I don't think Zeta Division will be afraid to click it here. I think it's just such a solid lane.
Language? Oh, my
mid-option,
bad,
such a
my bad,
hybrid.
my bad, my
So
bad.
frustrating
Frick,
to deal with.
no.
Chatting with Semantic
Frick,
earlier this week, he really
no.
felt like it was a top 5 brawler. He was a team that believed
Frick,
in it early on when
no.
it first came about the pro scene, and now that we've had another extra month
Frick,
to kind of
no.
work with it, I think a lot of pro teams have started to feel the same.
You know, I suppose when you talk with Semantic, he's going to be like, yeah, we saw the top brawler first. You know, we were early to the party. We're trendsetters. We like the Finks as well. And yes, that is one of the picks that he raved about before it became popular and came online. Now Suzuku's going to be picking it up. Zeta Division are going to be running this on the lane. It is so strong. And it's actually a really good reaction to the Tara, because the Tara can't really accurately pull you. It's going to slow down any projectile. And yes, that Tara super is a projectile. It must land on the ground first.
Whoa, another Squeak pick here. This is an interesting call, I think, especially
it's
this
too
early
funny.
on in the draft, just because Squeak can be really squishy.
You want to lose
I mean,
on
now
stream?
Toxic
Dude,
Lotus
every day I
selections
stream, I
here.
lose on
Try and
stream.
counter
Like,
that
what are you
out. I
talking
imagine
about?
Toxic Lotus are going to want some form of health points, whether that's a really aggressive brawler, whether that's a tank. I'm curious to see what their spin on this situation is.
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of those that's just going to be good into Tara. I think we're looking at two lanes that are great against Tara. I'm curious whether Zeta Division will opt to run one of these at mid. There's potential to run some unorthodox things at mid, and since Zeta Division had that last pick, but they haven't gone for the mid yet, that tells me that they are thinking of something quite crafty. Lily, now sneaking in, going to be going for the bushes, also has that hypercharge that realms an enemy when it makes contact, also gets to bounce as well. A bit of an interesting thing that you don't really get to see used often, and on such an open map, might not get to see it come into play. But nonetheless, now we have to see the mid selection from Toxic Lotus, unless they decide to run that Elevate Cheese that we saw yesterday with the Rosa. It didn't work, by the way, so just a side note. But a mid selection for Toxic Lotus, they're going to be going for that max.
I think it just made sense as a 2-3 turn. Great pairing with Tara. Lily just into Squeak, especially. That's what I was talking about with an early Squeak selection. Now
yeah, it was
with
with the 5. You raved about Finks before EU. I'm going to say it. You
this is one of the better brawlers.
fighting
It's
your
not
stuff.
an easy one to play necessarily.
And since I'm NA, one thing one could say EU stealing from NA. There's still hope. Is Gammus the hope for NA? I saw Gammus was getting
what is a poor Squeak supposed to do?
I saw Gammus was getting
well, he's going to receive some assistance from
riled
Buster,
up on Twitter, to say the least.
Buster and the Squeak stay side by side on our last
chatters.
Zeta Division, they love to just stick to the same stuff and run it on every
I
single map.
like
if they are afforded that possibility, they will. They're going to be running this Buster and Squeak combo once more. So who is their mid
your math
is
might
really
be
the question of the day. They
might
have
be
some
mathing,
versatility in that regard. But against Toxic Lotus's Max, they are at risk of feeding, getting pressured back as well. This one's going to be a mechanical masterpiece in my mind.
Certainly a fun one here. Set 4 underway. Toxic Lotus finally with a little momentum on their side. An Engine popping that gadget early. He's going to pop up right in front of Suzuku. A teleport back. Shitampo there to save the day.
Totally unexpected by the looks
Gammus
of things
dude
for the
needs
Lily.
his Twitter taken
Usually
away
you
when
can't
he's
get away
standing.
with
He's
running
too dangerous.
directly towards the back lines, but Shitampo had the response. Now repositioning from Engine on the left side.
Yeah, when you're
Not gonna
using it as a
expect that
form of
super just yet.
entertainment, it definitely gets a little bit dangerous. I agree.
Meanwhile, a total melee going down at the hands of Levy on the right side. A takedown onto O, who really doesn't have many good matchups here.
Toxic Lotus just haven't managed to find
I
a
didn't
kill.
see a
And of course,
sign.
one Tara pull can change everything
games,
here,
hopefully
but they're
they
going to
show
need
it.
some max speed. Something to force them up the map. An Engine gadget just kind of forced early. He's hiding in this grass. Pops up, and there's the counter matchup that we're looking for. Squeak handling it well, but now she has a hypercharge at the ready.
This is huge. Going to be looking to get something onto Finks, who can teleport away unless he's placed in that Shadow Realm. This is going to be the key to
Really
victory.
hyper dangerous? Yeah, but I don't see anything happening to the
Finks,
Finks,
Zeta
really.
Division are bunching together. They have Suzuku to block a
And
shot
he can
if
TP,
necessary.
right?
Here comes Shitampo with gem number 8, but now the speed in from Talk. Engine looking for the perfect opportunity.
Oh
the hypercharge.
my god,
Super
that was way too
deflected.
predictable.
Utility wasted, but pressure is still online.
Great response there from Zeta Division, but they're still on the defensive. Plenty gems in their pocket. Engine gonna pop up here in a moment's notice. Grabs one. Shitampo. Oh, so low HP, but he will survive.
That was close.
Talk now trying to create the pressure.
He can get that
more,
kill.
Off the speed on himself solo. Not even anything onto OU, but a countdown eruption is good. Number 10 for Shitampo, not available. It's been completely denied. Toxic Lotus with the pressure as well.
They get
Could
next
another
one.
quick
They have
hypercharge
Tara
out here.
pull.
Engine's trying to stay on the outskirts of Suzuki's
Max is
range
hyper.
to get a super for free, and
Oh,
as a result,
baby.
his hypercharge as well. Talk is especially going to be helpful in that regard. Engine gets the super. He's sucked in by Suzuku. What a prediction as well that he was going to be making benefit of that position.
With 12 on the clock, they
Hyper
don't have
Lily, I
Lily,
think.
but they do have a Tara super. They're gonna send the minions in.
You just
now
gotta
and
tank
a
it. You
big
just gotta
pop
go.
off Play. It's a Finks super going down perfectly timed. Tara stopped mid-air. Tuck left hand in, looking for tags.
Oh, good try, good try, good try, good try,
Zeta
good try,
Division
good try.
on another match point.
Let's go,
They were hanging on
Zeta!
to that fake super for so long because they knew exactly what was coming. And you saw Tara also withholding in that regard. She knew that her super was going to get slowed down by the Finks super. There's so many matchups that you can win as Finks with that ability. It's an incredibly oppressive brawler. All of these things you see not taking place on the screen, it is this unspoken counterplay that exists simply with a rotating dash line under the brawler.
Engine this time waiting a little bit longer to use that Lily gadget. Gonna show up right with Shitampo. Suzuku there to cover him though. Great bodyguard work. Talk though, gaining a little possession of the map, but there's just so much from the red roster. 3 members standing tall.
Unchange's
Tara
side.
has
I
to
mean, I'm
go
not
away.
really
They just
rooting
haven't
for
found a
anyone
way
in
to
specific
consistently
here.
hold this
Just
mid yet.
Zeta Division also have switched up
Just
their
wanna
range
see
here.
a
They're
good
placing
game.
Levy on the left side. Engine in response is going over towards the right side. O struggling to make it past mid. Toxic Lotus have gotten a couple of gems under their belt. Now the super out from Shetampo. TOC and Engine in a dangerous position. Engine at risk of going down, forced to go into the Shadow Realm, trying to pop out, get Shetampo, a little teleport back, but survives.
Angry no
only by
NA?
threat.
I am.
Suzuku now getting aggressive.
I am, you
Buster,
caught me.
Much more of a bodyguard up until this
You caught
point.
me red-handed.
Alongside his teammate, now the speed goes through. Engine claimed. Talk all alone
This could
once
be game
again. And
chat.
Zeta Division are taking over the entire map.
This could be game.
Only 3 more gems to go. Make that 2 with Shetampo picking up yet another.
The squeak pick
And
is
O
too
holding
dangerous.
back. He's going to have to go for something desperate on this.
Or they
left
keep
side.
going
Michael
Tara on
Fritz
this map.
is
It's a really good
also
Tara
waiting for
map,
these
but they didn't ban
shades
for it
to
at all.
get
Like,
the
look at
maximum
the
value.
I guess
Now,
they did.
the gadget popped by Engine.
I would have banned
Repositioning over
Buster
left side, but he
though.
has been spotted. Now countdown for Zeta Division.
They're gonna need
He
one
got
more
hyper.
miracle this weekend. Engine
He got
stays
hyper.
alive, has a hypercharged super, and he has to make direct
I think
contact.
Buster might get
7
shielded
seconds on
soon
the clock.
though.
Engine charging up, dueling against Suzuku. The pull goes through. Engine can't go through. Reflected.
Oh.
And then, oh, they got the reset.
It's not over yet, folks. There's still more
Holy
Brawl Stars to be
production.
played. Buzzer beater
Holy
in Dallas.
production.
10 seconds to
Holy
go.
production.
Zeta Division as safe as can be. 5 TOC Engine
Game.
OU. Toxic Lotus pushing in.
Good try.
Suzuku
Good
is
try.
good. The mechanical
Good try.
monsters are now master tacticians, bringing home
Third
an
place for
LCQ
Zeta.
spot
Could be
for
worse.
East
Could be
Asia.
worse. Could be worse. Could be worse.
An incredible weekend for Toxic Lotus. Shouldered a nation and represented it proudly. You know how much it meant to these guys. But at the end of the day, Zeta Division are still a lot to handle. And they'll take the LCQ spot for their side.
My goodness. This is the best that we have ever seen out of Toxic Lotus, though. They make it to a top 4 in the entire world from a region where the expectations were that they would get grouped. Now to make it to top 4 is simply the unexpected. Mainland China is on the map, but they are not top 3. Like our victors, Zeta Division now on the stage.
Probably my fave Unk sign goes hard.
I've got Suzuku here from Zeta Division. You've managed to secure your region an additional spot at the LCQ later on this year. Please tell us what that means to you and your team.
お疲れ様でした。3位ということで、LCQ の東アジアでの追加枠獲得ということになりましたけれども、
Dude, I missed the sign. Where's the sign?
ゼータディビジョンについて取ってそれはどんな意味になりますか？
まあ僕たちは世界一しか狙っていなかったので
Stream
悔
crash,
しい
you
です
fresh and got ads? Is this rage bait? That's
We're
definitely
looking
peak
at only
rage
number
bait.
1, so it's kind of regretful, but
Yeah, I understand. I can tell by the body language as well. But, you know, the draft has seemed to be something that you guys have struggled with. Is that going to be your main focus going on into the second half of the season?
前半のシーズンの前半ではドラフトに苦
I
戦さ
think
れて
this
い
is
た
Site's
一面もあった
worst
かと思
ever
うんですけれども
performance at LAN.
今後シーズン後半に向けて課題とか鍛えていきたい
This is
どういったものがありますか？
basically the same as
全部修正して次の世界大会で 1位になることが
MSI in
目
Japan.
標です
So
We're gonna
it
fix
could be
everything. We'll go
equal
on to the
to
next
it. I
world
don't know.
I love that mentality. Give it up one more time for Zeta Division DreamHack Dallas. Incredible performance. We've got the grand finals coming up. Stay tuned.
Thank you, Barney. Zeta Division asserted dominance once again.
Yeah, I have to
But as you
1v1 that
mentioned,
kid
Kenny,
now, don't I?
don't think it's going to be the last time we see Toxic Lotus on the global stage this year.
Yeah, it's really sad to see that flag fall. But nonetheless, it's been an incredible
I'll do it
run. One of the
after.
better
I'll do it
stories we've had in Brawl Stars this year, all time.
Let us
I mean, this
see.
has
I don't
gotta
know
be one
how,
of the
bro. I
better
don't know how to
teams
switch it
people
when
have
I'm
never
doing
heard of.
this.
And they're bringing home another LCQ slot for East Asia. Zeta Division makes it 3 slots in total for this region. I'm sure there are a couple of other teams in that region that are happy about that, Ready?
Oh, no doubt. I mean, there is definitely a top 5 in East Asia. They were watching on with envy of that spot this entire time. So happy to see Zeta Division take down Toxic Lotus in this last matchup.
Does it feel good to be
But
Unked
man,
already
did
bullied?
Toxic
Hey,
Lotus
happy
put on
birthday,
a
go. Yo,
show.
chat, can we
We've
get a
never
happy
seen
birthday for
mainland
Fahim?
China
Is it your
be
birthday?
this good.
I don't know,
And
even if
those
it's not your
buzzer beater
birthday.
moments
Happy
there.
birthday.
So
Happy
much to take
birthday.
note of from this
Dude,
team.
this guy
And
wants
the
to
fact
1v1
that
Lumi. Is he insane?
This weekend was this region's first
Check
ever
my Lumi's
best
level
of
1.
5 win. I mean, who would have thought? The Brawl Cup. I didn't believe in them coming into this. Most of the folks at home didn't, so credit to those who did.
go.
Incredible stuff so far. I'm sure the region was pulling for them, but nonetheless, I mean, so much pride, so much emotion coming out of these guys. It's really special to see that human element from them.
And not gonna lie, when Toxic
Like,
Lotus
go
won that
Fahim,
set
bro. Big
3,
happy birthday,
I
homie.
had a little fear for Zeta Division. It wouldn't be the first time they take it to a 5th and last set. It was a reverse sweep against Loud. Now they almost, or at least started a reverse sweep.
One sec, chat, I'm getting in.
Well. Shetampo is going to be our MVP for this match. I think he took that role or that title every single time we had the MVP vote for this roster.
I mean, you can't really argue with it. He's one of the greats of Brawl Stars. His teammates even regard him as one of the most fantastic players in Brawl Stars. He has democratized the roster. Everything that he is doing as a team leader seems to be working.
And
chat, am I really doing a Lumi 1v1 right now?
The brackets before our grand finals. Zeta Division takes that spot number 3.
Chat, I'm winning 1-0.
Is 4th. And now
I'm currently winning 1-0, chat.
For SK Gaming versus Humble.
Site is not MVP.
I mean,
who's your
it's
MVP?
kind of insane.
Hold up, chat.
This is our first North American event in a while here ready, and yet it's 2 EMEA squads. It's been a tough week for the PR.
Don't remind us, Kenny. Don't remind us.
That's definitely true. We're going to give you all a little breather. We definitely need it here at the desk of this exciting nail biter that we just witnessed.
Oh,
I'm
all right,
very sure the next one is going to go all the way one more time. It's
Chat.
an EMEA special.
Should I let him win?
Basically a monthly final.
Should I let him win?
Gaming versus Humble.
Boo! Ain't no one trying to watch that. Boo! Yeah, he killed me. Chat, he killed me. I didn't even let him kill me. He just killed me. It might be over for me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Like, are we really doing a Lumi 1v1? Stop it. Stop it. I see your super. Oh, we whiffed. That's W eats for me. Thank God for whiffing. Oh, boy. Please stay away. No. Do not kill me. Do not kill me. Oh, my God. I whiffed. With the fadeaway! Alright. It was low-key close. It was low-key close. It was low-key close. Wait. It was low-key close. It was low-key close. But I won 3-2. Who does Lumi 1v1s, bro? It was low-key close.
One thing that people probably don't know is that I'm not fully German, but that my both parents come from Kosovo. So I'm actually
Kosovo! Shout out Tommy, yeah!
The closest I am is probably to a third in line. I'm fourth in line, so my bigger sister. And I went with her as well to London to the Pokemon European Championship. That was a lot of fun, honestly. First time in
Shout
London
out
as well.
Tommy!
It was really cool. It was really fun experience, and my sister's also someone who enjoys playing games a lot like me. I think I have been pretty competitive my whole life, and any other game that I touched, I basically became top of the leaderboard, and that's not even like willing to go for it. And then when I
go Domi!
Just because of the Superstar universe from Clash Royale and Clash of Clans, I just wanted to be good at it, then the best at it, the best in Germany at it, and then suddenly I became best of Europe at it, and actually the best in the world. So I think it's just my drive to compete and to be the best in the game that keeps me playing the game, and the joy of the game as well. I never lose a joy to Brawl Stars. I'm always happy to play it, and yeah, that's why I
Yay, Semantic! Alright, chat, here we go. Final match. Final match, boys. Final match, boys.
I hope you're ready for the grand final. It's time
I don't follow you.
another EMEA match here. We have basically a monthly final. I teased that already, but just on a lot.
Note that down, chat. Add another brawler that Bob
Since
can't
we are
1v1 with. Oh,
on
buddy.
A huge stage over here. We had three
buddy.
very grueling days for those two teams. They had a lot
buddy.
to fight for,
You
and
don't?
they fought
Alright,
very
I got
well,
you.
Kenny.
It's crazy that out of groups A and B, the two EMEA teams, the #1 SK Gaming, #2 Humble, emerged. One's a defending world champion, one has just found their stride this year. Honestly, I think this is going to be one of the crazier ones. It's been a back and forth in the season. Obviously, SK Gaming winning both of those matchups, but some of them were some close calls.
This is the El Clasico from EMEA.
Oh, baby.
I guess now it's also the
Oh,
El
baby.
Clasico we're going to watch this year. I'm sure we're going to see those two
Oh, baby.
battle off against each other
Oh,
again
baby.
on a great global stage.
Game was just roasting roasting, bro. Game's just
undecided we
roasting. I
are
appreciate the
because
five,
it's
bro.
just
Just
such a close
roasting.
match. In the BSC matches, SK has always come out on top so far, winning 2-0
Okay.
in the
But
monthly
this is the
finals
one that
against Humble.
matters.
Both
This
of
is
them
the
were
one that
standing in
matters.
final
Every
number
pro's
1
dream
and
is to
3
win
in,
an
February
international
and
land. The
April.
monthly finals don't
But
matter,
in every
bro.
other third-party tournament,
Let's see what
Humble
happens.
beat them undefeated so far, also in sets.
This is very
This is
true.
it,
Most
chat.
recently, we saw them in Brawl Ball League, where Humble went
is
completely
it, chat.
undefeated. So when it comes to Brawl Ball today, folks, I would keep a close eye
is it,
on
chat.
Humble. SK Gaming, no doubt preparing for that inevitability. They have looked so strong throughout the tournament. Unlike Humble, we have seen them been tested.
I think this is such a tough one to call. Humble have looked in prime form. They really have found their stride towards the later end of the season, but SK Gaming, I mean, speaks with the resume, right? They are the #1 seed in this region. When it matters most in the BSC, Humble have yet
winning?
to beat these guys. Their drafts are great. Their mechanics
I
are
don't know.
great. I really believe this could be the
I
trio
don't know.
that SK are
I don't
finally
know.
looking for.
I think SK's
I think at
looked
the
really
beginning of the season,
solid.
you saw the union
Shout
of
out SSG pin.
exactly the formula that SK Gaming needed to succeed.
I don't know.
You have the two pop-off players. You have Yoshi as the firm foundation to form everything underneath. And last year with Lenat, I don't think they really had that drafting prowess that Ope is now going to be offering. He's a very
I'm gonna have to go with
active voice
Humble.
when it comes to
I don't
the
know. I'll
draft.
go with
Now you
Humble.
have
They've
Pedro,
been on
you
a
have
streak.
Yoshi, Joker,
I'll give it to
all
him.
combining forces to make this happen.
Pedro, always the calm voice behind the SK roster, always gives them a little bit of a ground to stand on. On the other side, in Humble, that must be Semantic. He's the loudest player we've
Yeah,
ever
Semantic's the
experienced
calm
in Brawl Cup.
voice. Yeah,
Really,
Sonny,
he's the
for sure,
constant
for sure.
For his 2 team members,
sure.
the one who gives the calls.
sure.
And Humble is looking fierce, even though they
For
did not
sure.
win the monthly finals.
For
They
sure.
have won every single third-party tournament leading up to this one, even against SK.
Had the privilege of chatting with Semantic too last week for the Brawl Ball League, and it just seemed like his headspace was in the right spot.
Loudest,
They
okay.
really care most
Loudest,
about
yeah.
this postseason run.
That's
Just
what I meant. Like I
building
thought,
blocks
like she
along
was
the way.
talking
Sure,
about
they've had some
Pedro and
second
how
places
Pedro's
that
like the
they would
calming
rather
voice,
win,
and I
but
was.
this
And
is
she
when
was
it matters
like,
most. They show up
that's
at a
Semantic
perfect time. They're
for
conditioning
Humble. I was
themselves,
like,
improving.
about that.
And I
Hey,
think
Bob,
with the
congrats
stream
on
rate that we've
SSG
been
going to
seeing
Worlds.
and
Oh,
how
wait,
unchallenged
yeah,
they've been
yeah,
so
yeah,
far,
yeah,
in fairness,
yeah.
they should be the favorites. I don't know.
Exactly the factors that you just mentioned are what swayed my judgment,
funny.
because last night I was so convinced that
So
SK
funny.
was going to take this overall.
So
but
funny.
I stopped to
So
consider
funny,
the
my G. So
preparation
funny.
that Humble has been putting in,
So funny,
especially
Mr.
in
Gammy.
terms of like the fact that we haven't seen them really been tested. And their star player, Lukey, has been popping off on some of his most signature brawlers, and they got to be a big consideration in the band phases.
Yeah, he's just something else to be dealt with. It's such a great roster and a great story, too. I mean, obviously, last year they were huge underdogs in the region, stepped up when it matters most, and then at the World Finals,
Let's
went
go,
mostly
NA!
uncontested.
Let's
There's
go,
something about these international
NA!
competitions where it just seems to click.
On one side, we have the world champions defeating a title that is not really getting taken away, but they still want to prove they have what it got. And on the other
Bring your
side, for
SSG
SK Gaming,
jersey
it will
right
be
now.
the
Wish
first
you could
win on
sign
the global
it.
stage. Let's
I
see
wish,
if they
bro,
can
I
do
wish.
it. First up, though,
I
let's
wish.
meet our 2
One day,
finalists.
one day. Don't even worry. One day. Appreciate the 2. Some extra production for the finals.
Let's show the world why EMEA is on top.
Yeah.
Our opponents better be ready for us.
Well, this is what I predicted from the beginning. SK and Humble in the grand finals, EMEA guaranteed.
Attaboy, Ark.
LCQ and the world finals. What a way to double down in Dallas. We've just come in as a region and just embarrassed North America. I love it.
Playing against Humble in the final would be really interesting, but we already faced them twice this year, and I hope we can three-peat it this time.
I don't think that Humble have really been tested yet this tournament. I think there's obviously great expectation on this team as world champions, but they've been shown to be fallible in their home region by teams just like SK Gaming. I think they need to prove themselves again to the world that they truly can stand at the pinnacle of Brawl esports.
SK Gaming in the grand finals. Is this Brawl Cup? Is this an MSI? Or is this another EMEA monthly finals? Looking forward to them to face them once again, and we're a big stage now in the LAN. So yeah, maybe we get our revenge this time. Let's see.
We're just getting dunked on. We're just getting dunked. We're just getting dunked on. We are just getting dunked on.
The time has come. An EMEA Grand Final. This one's for pride and to be crowned most dominant in the region. DreamHack Dallas, go crazy for your first finalist. It's SK.
Ayo! 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 Ayo!
Go crazy for your
Ayo!
first finalist.
Ayo!
It's
Hey yo, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa.
Gaming!
Whoa. Whoa. Yo,
DreamHack Dallas, go crazy for your first finalist.
Does it say better than Genie? Oh, it does. Oh, it does. Oh my god.
Gaming!
That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
It's the first
That's beautiful.
champion.
That's beautiful.
Brawl Cup
That's beautiful.
has never been
That's
won
beautiful.
before.
That's beautiful.
There's still that coveted world final
That's
spot
beautiful.
on the table.
That's just
Who will
beautiful.
bring it home to him?
Oh my god. Chat, my eyes. Chat. 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 Why does she know? What does it say under? Wait. I'm sorry. I know we want to watch it. What does it say under? What does it say under?
Who will bring it home to him?
I can't make it out.
Is it gonna be?
I can't make it out. I need a better
Joker,
shot at it.
Humble are coming for you with this
Why
one.
she
Is
dead
this
ass
gonna
in a
be the
Hooters
same
outfit?
story as
See?
earlier this
See,
year?
chat? I said that and chat was like, oh, how did you notice?
I like that. Out.
Section.
Barney, take it away.
I was like, dude, like it's so obvious.
Semantic. Joker. If we take the
Yo,
monthly
she's a real one,
finals
no
into
cap, she's a real one.
consideration, okay, as
She's
we
a real
rightly
one.
should, this is SK to maintain dominance or Humble out for revenge. Joker, Humble are coming for you with this one. Is this going to be the same story as earlier this year?
We will do our best that it's finished the same.
I like that. Out for revenge, possibly. How are the team feeling going into this match?
We just take the second place. That's fine. They can have it.
Damn.
A competitive mindset. I like it. Shake hands if you want to. I like that. It's an EMEA Grand Final. Take your places. Let's get it on. It's time for the Grand Final.
Vision Humble is looking very fierce. Can the German
baby.
powerhouse here, SK Gaming, put
baby.
anything up against them this weekend?
Very on brand from Semantic there too, saying
Oh,
he's going
baby.
to lose. I think he said that constantly. I think he's been throwing shade on the event website too. There's been people betting against them all weekend long.
Oh, baby.
Brawl Nation is more intelligent than that.
You
folks.
tweeting?
There's no
Nothing. I
reason
just
why they can't
just
win this one
DM'd
as well.
Genie.
You can't just unjinx it. He's really giving his best effort to say that he's not going to win in an effort to keep himself humble and be the underdogs coming into this matchup, which they certainly have been. 2 second places in the monthly finals this year, now possibly culminating in a breaking of curses.
We have two coaches
You can't
on
let
stage
Joker
here,
have 2
Pedro
MSI
and
trophies. Yo,
Kanan,
Humble, why?
helping out
Why?
their rosters
Humble's also gonna have 2
And-
trophies.
with those brains behind their draft.
Chat,
We're
let's be
heading
real,
into
we
our
don't wanna
first
watch
one
this.
very soon. First up, though.
Let's be real, we don't want to watch
predictions
this.
from the people
EU
at
versus
home.
EU. All right, who we taking? SK
And
or
pretty
Humble?
Clear that SK
SK
has brought
or Humble?
6% more fans
SK
to this one.
or Humble?
It's always a good sign when the final match of our tournament is this close in predictions.
Yeah.
I
No,
think the
it's
people
not
at
a
home,
good
just
sign
like
when
us,
this is the final match of the
truly
tournament,
don't know
bro.
what to believe. Humble obviously coming into this, the scrim's perfect. It's so reminiscent of the run last year. 0 monthly finals wins till about halfway in the season where they finally claimed one. This year, 0 monthly finals wins, but they dominated at the World Finals run.
After 2 days of Brawl Cup already, with this grand final, we have a
baby.
pretty good idea of the meta so far. We have Hank, Finks, a couple of those brawlers that show up in every single match so far.
Do a
But then
poll?
we have
Dude,
a
why
couple
y'all
of
want to
outliers
see that
from
poll
those
so
two
bad?
teams
Alright,
specifically.
alright.
We have the Pam, a Shade, and a Daryl from SK
have to close
Gaming.
this one
Nobody
first?
else
Oh,
played
damn,
a
yes,
Daryl
yes,
before.
yes.
And then we had Mac, Clancy, and Jae Young, a couple of those signatures from Humble.
Hyper-intelligent picks just have to be an expectation at this time. Gray, the first selection here on Hard Rock Mine, is a very strong brawler, but it's a bit untraditional in terms of what you usually see.
All right, poll has been made.
Though keep in mind, Humble have gotten rid of simply the best
Poll has
brawlers
been made.
in the game. Couple with good hypercharges, and then of course there's Lumi topping the leaderboards in terms of ban rate. Usually this would communicate that a team doesn't have a plan. There's not a doubt in my mind that Humble has planned out so many different possibilities, so now it's really a mystery as to what they're going for.
Big brains on both of these teams, and Ray has that first overall selection. Just a safety net to try and get you a teleport plus tank, but there's so many of them removed, of course. I mean,
Yeah! Yeah! Look at those signs! Yeah! Aura! 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 Aura, chat. That's Aura. These kids are Aura, bro.
Plus tank, but there's so many of them
Aura! Natalie! NA Hope! NA Hope, Nat!
Kenji is more of an aggro.
These guys are Aura.
Lily, of course.
These guys are Aura.
But and then such a safety.
Those guys are Aura.
Obviously,
Dude, why do I always got to do this?
Reaction times, there's not a doubt in my mind that that is going to be utilized to deter some of the hooks from Great. Nita now coming in. This is unorthodox as well. It does have some pressure if it can place down in some of these lanes as well. I anticipate that maybe the Nita could be here to
sign of
deter some
all-time
tank action on the lanes. One of the expectations for me seeing this Janet is the ever-looming threat of Buster.
Joker
that he
gets
can
it.
bring
I
to
also
one of
need
these
somebody to
lanes.
like wipe
So
my hands on
Humble
stage.
are
Joker gets
safeguarding
it.
themselves
Joker gets
against
it.
Kings quite early on in the draft. They don't want to risk the 4-5.
Joker gets it.
Well, now SK Gaming are in a little bit of a pickle.
Is it really
here, 'cause
Aura
they
up
wanted to
there,
get
there in
something
your
cheesy like a
home?
Rosa up there or something like a Jackie. Well,
not Aura.
it's going to run a little more of a risk, right? Because Nita's already been selected so early. Carl hasn't shown up quite as much as I would say with past months, but the Incendiary is still good. I think especially with these close quarters and no wall break really so far.
Nah, I
Maybe
don't.
a walking cane with a little perfect precision. You know, he's going to be able to throw down these shots rather quickly. Reload speed, obviously in the open range, something of concern for Carl,
Free
but you kind of
Primo?
remove that with this map.
Carl's going to be a pretty solid lane into both the Nita and into the Janet. Though we've
Yeah,
already seen the
free
mid
Primo,
selection
free
out here from
Frank.
Humble. It's likely going to be that Janet. She's quite strong there. And the last pick is best reserved for a tank. Here comes Frank, and that's what the Nita's there for, to keep this Frank safe. Frank into the Jackie as well is going to have the damage to take her down. When I look at SK Gaming's composition, interestingly, it almost tells me a lack of confidence. If you're running the Grey Jackie here, that's a cheese strat here on Hard Rock Mine. And they don't feel confident in playing the control matchup.
Only one banner remains here at the Brawl Cup, EMEA. Battle of Regions has now turned into
Carl
a
can
civil
do
war.
much, yeah.
It's round 3, SK Gaming versus Humble. Give it up,
Yeah.
DreamHack Dallas. Let's get this grand finals going.
All right, here we go, boys. Who winning? I don't know. They're pretty even. Humble's looked really good, so I think Humble, but they're pretty even. SK's beat them twice this year too, so I don't know. Chat, everyone say hi to Nat. Everyone say hi to Nat. Nat is our best NA representation that we have in Dallas at the moment.
Who's now got the teleport set up for Jackie.
Teleport perfectly established as well, and Jackie just lurking on this top
Holy
right-hand
jump,
side.
Janet.
There's a little reveal. Luki going for the
Ooh.
jump. So he's going to be getting out of harm's way very easily.
Chat,
with
everyone
just a
also
click
say
of the
hi to
button.
Nubs. Nubs is our second best
Has
NA
moved over to the left side
representation
where
that
he
we
has a
have.
more optimal matchup. It's challenging for Joker to punch through all this HP.
You're not there? You know what? Still better than what we got.
From Ope. Initial damage on Luki, and the pinch could be coming down from Jackie.
They're in
who
heart?
is not
Exactly,
going to exercise
exactly.
their hand just yet. Semantic now taken down, and the pinch on the bottom side. Now, Yoshi at risk of being taken down. It's absolute chaos.
Dude, have
in
they not
terms
killed
of
him
the
yet?
matchups.
Okay.
Things have been flipped left to right instead of top
Where's
to
your
bottom,
hello?
and SK Gaming are
Everyone
profiting.
don't say hello to
Finally
Toma.
removed the little parasite in their back spawn. Joker with a little stat boost though. Incendiary goes down. Now he's rushing
Joker
right
dead,
at Semantic
yep.
and gets a kill there. Right hand in. Boss, Luki all alone. Yoshi with the pull. Luki has to jump
Over.
away. Perfect prediction though. Tanky Jackie.
Does he
now
have
off to the
stun
races
bear?
on the right hand in. Boss there to counter, and all the gems extend back into the hands of Humble.
Ope
He lights
has
the
a retreat
TP.
route. He has the super if he needs it. And he might need
Oh!
it now.
OP
Teleport over to
trolled.
the right side, and the
OP
hypercharge
trolled.
Luki laying down
OP
as much damage as
trolled.
possible, but here comes Yoshi, popping that
Doesn't even
hypercharge
matter.
for additional speed. Semantic looks for the stun.
Doesn't even
Can't
matter.
get around the indestructible. Teleport over to the left side. Now you see me. Now you don't. Now back to the respawn, and 15 to go for Humble to
Hyper
interrupt.
bear.
Now they've got Nita Bear
1,
down
2,
as well.
3,
Yoshi, the man to
clean.
watch.
Oh baby.
Bottom right-hand side.
Oh
Boss
baby.
rushing
They reset
forward.
this. They
Semantic
reset
there for
this.
reinforcements. The stun won't go through. He's so low HP. Dodges one.
Oh my God.
Finally goes down. Flight from Luki.
Can Semantic get out? Oh my God.
Hypercharge just
Wait a
to scoop
second.
up a couple gems, but they have to
Wait a
escape.
second.
Joker gonna get stunned here. Hypercharge now. Out
Wait
from
a second.
Semantic.
What is going on?
With the interruption, can't get out of there. No super.
Oh!
Does it just in time, but the gems are already on the ground.
Oh my God, what is
Now
going on?
pushing out of there.
What is
Joker
going on?
taken down. Now the bear going for more. Yoshi now
He's
to
dead.
the side
Oh,
of
he
Humble.
missed!
It's chaos. SK Gaming
I don't even
have
know
the
what's
gems
going
that
on.
They need, and Luki now running it back to the home front.
They have 10. They can reset. It can
Gems in
reset.
SK
It can
Gaming's
reset. It
pockets,
can
one in
reset.
the
It can
mid.
reset.
It's have to
It
take
can
another
reset. It
perfect
can
run
reset.
here for Humble. Walking cane.
Next spawn goes to
Misconnection,
Humble. They can
right-hand
reset.
side. Luki can still take flight at a moment's notice. Yoshi there to play full defense. 11 gems. The pull goes through. And it's a reset.
Beautiful.
Blue team gonna get it again. Luki just has to stay in the skies.
Now down on the ground.
Wow,
The clone,
what
nothing
a
on the Joker
first
with the protective
game.
Pirouette out. The clock ticking down. Humble
What a
using
first
whatever they
game.
can,
Oh
but
my
there's simply
God.
Not enough time. Joker is simply too safe in the back lines. It's a game 1 headed to SK Gaming.
It's just game number 1 of our grand finals.
Holy
26
dudes.
gems hit the ground. Unbelievable. 2 fantastic teams from EMEA showing off on the stage.
That was crazy.
It's been close.
That
Humble
was
have been
crazy.
relatively unchallenged,
That was
but finally
crazy.
it seems they've met their biggest foe yet, and it comes from their home region.
It could not have been a more chaotic scramble at SK Gaming spawn. Humble, they almost made away with those gems, but the respawn cycling from SK Gaming was just on point. Obey got to teleport just in the nick of time to stay alive. Same lane matchups as last time. Semantic has smartly
Where
moved
is
over
brother
to the left side for
going?
a more favorable thing. That's 2
Where
takedowns
is
for
brother
SK Gaming.
going?
Semantic left alone in the mix. He knows he's going to get some super out of this, and now that he has achieved it, he's just aiming to dodge some shots. Now going to fall. Some gems deposited on the side of Humble. But
Luki.
Yoshi is here in these bushes, providing so much pressure and keeping Humble back.
W delivery?
He's not even moving. I mean, he hasn't attacked in a while here. Just the fact that they can't find him makes him that much scarier. The mental game, something that Semantic now has to do with. The pull goes through. It's a perfect counter there. The pull, nicely done by Semantic. A great counter opportunity. SK Gaming just down to 2 members, and now it's Semantic's turn. He's got a super, flashing.
Boss in the
Up together
bush.
For now, they have to find a way out of their spawn.
Does he get a bear?
Obey over to Boss, who now gets a hypercharge as a result of that interaction. On the left side, Joker now out with the swing.
The juke?
Baited the super
Oh,
from
big
Semantic.
whiff
On the
by
right side,
Yoshi.
Big
Big
trying to run down
whiff.
Vita, but is unsuccessful. Ends up feeding that super and the hypercharge, which is going to come down onto Ope. Circling around towards Ope, now hypercharge. He's going right for the gem
Should
carrier.
be a
Luki
kill.
forced to jump to the skies.
Oh
It's
my
good.
god, what a shot by
kill
OP.
from
Oh
Ope. He's
no.
completely estranged on the
Oh
enemy side,
no.
but Yoshi
Where's that bear going? Ring around the rosy out bear. Oh my
every
god.
gem from Humble.
What a perfect matchup. Now SK Gaming.
Joker getting, I mean, Luki getting
more time
fed.
with the
Hold up.
countdown. Luki taking to the skies here. Flight looking for that 5 gym connection, and it's quite
There he
enough to
goes.
get through. Luki picking up 6. They still have to find a way out of this. Joker back in the middle.
Does he have
Can pick up
pull?
a
He
10th
does.
gym. And once again,
Oh, he
gets
hits
another
it.
one of them. Oh, Semantic though. The pull, the counter opportunity.
What is going
Luki
on?
once again
What is
forced
going
to go
on?
high.
Now retreating to the back lines, Yoshi in hot pursuit of the enemy gym carrier.
Oh, it was
Also
their
providing
spawn too, so they got to get
distraction,
SK
so the
spawn.
Joker's not at risk. Boss almost yanked through that wall. Dodges
This looks
that final
borderline
shot from
unwinnable.
Ope that would have sent him packing. Yoshi now taken down. Only 10 seconds for Humble to get to the enemy side, and prohibitive wall of flame keeping them from doing so. Luki now trying to drop the bombs on the
Over.
Joker, but he has
Over.
no support.
Set 1
The
to
clock's ticking down
SK.
to 0, and SK Gaming
Wow.
walk away with set 1.
Wow, wow, wow.
What a tight
Insane
fight.
start.
So close
Insane
all
start.
around, but SK Gaming somehow managed to put
Wow.
2 games on the board. I think this is going to be a great example of how crazy this match is going to be.
That was an unmatched back and forth between those 2 teams from EMEA. You can clearly see this is not their first rodeo. They were so ready for each other. Every single time Semantic had a stun ready on the Frank, Yoshi was there to take him out of that stun immediately. Just the animation cut short. Ope, the star player here with 11 takedowns.
And he got those teleports up and ready. They were going all over the place and had them at exactly the right moment. That game 1 scramble was so difficult to follow. It was everywhere. In the draft phase, we knew that this one was going to be quite interesting, chaotic, cheesy, all over the place. Now, Humble did follow that lead by picking the Frank with expert positioning, but they could not keep up with that instant teleportation. Look at that, 4 teleports down on the ground from SK. How was Humble even expected to keep up?
Crazy.
Beautiful chaos, to say
Crazy.
the least. I'm not
Crazy.
gonna be
Miss
one to
Totem
keep track of how
Prime?
many
Yeah, I
resets
also
we
missed
had in that
Totem.
game, but it wouldn't surprise me if
I
that was
also
an
missed
all-time
Totem.
for the year of most back and forth exchanging of gyms that we had. It just felt like no lead was ever safe. So the fact that SK Gaming could walk away with it, really good on them.
We're gonna head over to Layer Cake next, and that is one where Shade could come in once again. And I mentioned it, how it's a little bit of an outlier, at least in this tournament. We didn't see him as often as we might have expected, but SK Gaming did bring him in before. So let's see if they will do it this time around again. The fans are plenty here for both of those teams. Make some noise for SK Gaming!
They're leading with 1 set
You miss
already.
Angel Boy? Yeah,
What a
Angel Boy's the
foundation
GOAT, bro.
For the
I
remainder of
also
the
miss
match
Angel
to come.
Boy.
Sonny, you mentioned that Shade. I cannot wait to see it again.
Bounty
On Layer Cake in
next.
particular, it is such a strong
Layer
selection.
Cake.
He
I
even
don't
started
really
on
like
Brawl
this
Ball
map,
as
to be
well,
honest,
dropping
chat.
20 kills.
Before we head into draft day, I also want to hear the fans from Humble! I'm sure they can feel the energy on stage, Kenny.
Should be a tight one here. It's all EMEA fans present and some North American haters for sure. But nonetheless, it's going to be a good time here on the Brawl Cup stage. Let's see what these bands go through. Obviously, Shade, a star player here this weekend and across monthly finals.
Started not liking Bounty and Comp a lot. Yeah, it's not fun.
Because you see that on the left side. Well, it's going to definitely be the red roster with the first pick.
It's no surprise to see once again Kenji, Lumi, and Hank banned out. It's really the curse of the last pick in this one. Yes, you get the last say in what you want to have as a brawler against the completed roster from your opponents already, but you can't really decide who you want to ban.
This is true. You are quite locked down, and in many situations, you're simply faced with a decision of, okay, well, what do I even want to let the enemy have? And there's not a doubt in my mind that they didn't want to give Humble this gene, but they were forced to anyway, and it's a
when do you guys take the stage? Oh, we're next.
It's a really good one. It's so frustrating to deal with in general. In Bounty and Knockout, you've got a gadget that gets instant connection from across the map, poke damage, and you can heal your teammates up too. So the good news is something like a Buster. Humble actually took that away, so if they wanted to find a more perfect pairing, it's not going to be as simple. That's a passive-aggressive strategy that really works in Brawl Stars because they can wait to the final moments, get the heals from Gene, while also letting Buster just sit completely by a teammate to get that super, and obviously very valuable. So it makes sense why that goes down. Instead, we're going to go with long
I love
range.
you too,
so
whoever that is
Gus,
in chat.
Definitely interested to see if SK Gaming want to pick up a more aggressive brawler like a Melody or something alongside this, or go crazy with the tank.
I expect that this could be a setup for a last selection, something like a Daryl that can get a close range. You mentioned the Buster that generates value from staying close to its teammates. I'm looking at something from SK Gaming. Wow, that's going to be an assassin. Ollie, absolutely a top selection here. And seeing also some of the stuff that we saw on Layer Cake earlier, one pick that stood out to me actually was Juju. And Juju requires some kind of aggression to be taken down. Since Ollie will be able to jump onto a thrower, something like that, get the hypnosis down immediately, that is going to be a solid selection to prevent that threat of a thrower.
How could we forget those throwers too, especially on a map like this? I feel like Brawl Stars more recently has been so health point dependent. So the fact that SK Gaming scooped this up early in the hypnosis is such a free way to get kills. There's that thrower you were talking about. Humble, a team that are willing to go with the Willow. And it's a really interesting kind of thought process that goes into this, because you're going to see somebody like Ollie who is going to get that super and dive right at you. But where Willow comes into play is when those aggressive run it down compositions are coming your way, she pops a super. She's one of the better
prepare for a
throwers
tryout
that
camp
while
for
she is
Berlin.
squishy,
I don't know,
has a
just
mechanic in her
learn how to
super that can
draft,
take
learn how
over
to
an
play
enemy
well with the
and just
team,
lock
learn
them
how
on
to
back.
voice
I'm
call
curious
and
to
all
see
that.
whether the reaction of Willow here is to deter that Ollie in the event that he jumps on her, because if that is timed perfectly, then you can totally nullify what the Ollie has to offer with that gadget, where he usually jumps over a wall to get the free kill. Now that he's able to attack during that duration, that has been the thing that brought Ollie onto the map. Juju is chosen nonetheless. SK Gaming got that pick secured. When we saw them select this before, the strategy was to pick up that star early on and then walk back to the spawn, play around the wall in the bottom left corner. You'll see it in a moment, folks. It was so strong from SK.
SK Gaming up 1-0. Two masterminds in the draft stage, but ultimately it just comes down to how you play it on the map.
Who in Brawl is the King Charles of Brawl?
We're going to have fireworks. It's the #1 seed from EMEA.
Definitely me, bro. Definitely me. Like I pull up, it's over, bro. I pull up, everyone gets on their back, bro. Are you blushing? I'm not blushing, I'm laughing.
It's anyone's game. Semantic gonna go for it immediately. Yoshi waiting, not really wasting much
laughing,
of his ammo in hot pursuit of it. Joker now going to provide some heals.
Does bro know when he goes down, he goes back up?
Now the blue star belongs to SK Gaming. They've gotten that inaugural kill onto Willow as well. They are in a phenomenal position.
King Charles!
Oh my goodness!
Nice,
he managed to
well
get
played
out of there.
escape.
The teamwork from SK Gaming is on point, and now they're back to spawn.
Blue Star resting with Yoshi on the bottom side. SK Gaming can play it patient. You're going to see it all the time in professional Brawl Stars. Once you get a small lead, even something like 3 stars, including a blue one, you don't have to push it. Semantic on this left-hand end, of course, could be a nuisance. Oh, and a nice connection there, too. That's
yoink!
Oh, and
nice by Lukey.
Mechanics persevering
Beautiful.
early.
Joker now looking to punish now onto Lukey.
Joker! Oh, he got taken over.
Trying to close the gap.
Oh, Semantic's dead,
looking
though.
for 1-2 shots,
I was so
but no,
confused what was going
the super's
on.
out from Yoshi to keep Joker alive. SK Gaming with a comeback.
Blue Star resting with Humble, so 1 kill will be enough to get them a lead. Still plenty of Brawl Stars left to be played, though. Throwers battling on the left-hand side. One of the benefits of Juju, when that grass is up, she has such an extended range. It doesn't do the most damage in the world, but it's going to deter Semantic for a while. Joker,
knockback? He doesn't. Oh.
Jumps in, walking Lukey on a leash, has him on a tightrope and a takedown along with it.
5-star lead for SK Gaming. Boss looking to interrupt. Maybe a bit of wall break could do the trick. Looking for the poison gas. Joker bound to fall. Yoshi needs a super desperately to keep him alive. Oh my goodness, he's going to come down.
Alright, chat. All he needs is Yoshi. Luki!
With the hypercharge, take down.
Luki's carrying, bro. Luki's carrying.
Luki's carrying.
To go. Joker still has a comeback mechanic. Opay, of course, can bring assistance with a 4th brawler on the map. Yashi has to hike up this map now, and it's going to be Humble, cornered, diving under just to stay indestructible a little longer. Semantic, low HP. Here comes the hypercharge. A pickup there for
Joker.
Humble. Yashi looking for
He
a
needs
flank.
boss.
Joker still has a super
He needs
available.
boss.
For some good
He got
timing
him?
with it.
Oh, I
jump
thought he
in,
got
has the
him.
Hypnosis, the contact,
Ooh.
not enough. Humble will grab game number 1.
Last
thought he
minute
got
aggression,
him.
it simply wasn't enough. The damage wasn't there. And Chester was sitting on top of that hypercharged super for so long, waiting for the perfect moment. One pick is all they needed. Chester's hypercharge is so strong, it got nerfed some time ago, with the hypercharge charge rate being nerfed. But that super is still so strong. It is a guaranteed kill if you can hit it onto someone. And for a brawler that's residing behind walls, they cannot be safe from that projectile that goes over them.
Luki was doing everything in that game number 1. The gene pools were unbelievable. Now Opay just cornering Semantic. Tried to dive under to stay up a little bit longer, but not enough. Oh, and another double tap there coming in from Gus. Instant lead here for SK Gaming.
Humble also trying to get Joker on this right side. He's jumping out of range. Luki now in with the Vengeful Spirits, makes contact with Joker, but no kill just yet. They're continuing to establish this pressure. Semantic trying to come around the left side as well. It's going to order rotation of Opay over there to contest him, but they're also steering clear of any open passageways because they need to be safe against Semantic's mind control. He's closing it on the left side, though. This is a dangerous position for SK unless they have Joker's super ready.
There's a shield being dished out to Joker. Now Joker getting aggressive. Luki has a
Oh,
pull.
nice Joker, nice Joker.
Nice reflexes there coming in from Joker. Burns
I wonder
a
what Super
critical
Boss has.
super out of Gene.
Maybe
Opay
stun.
now on top
Kind
of
of
the
playing
water.
like he has
This one on the left
stun.
side can't catch Semantic off guard, though
Stun
he
or
knew
spray.
exactly how that was
Stun or
going to
spray.
work. This is the precise position that Juju has resided in successfully so many times before for SK Gaming, and they're playing it to perfection once again. Here come the Vengeful Spirits from Gene. Humble are gradually whittling away. They know that their best odds of victory are going to be in the final moments, and Joker knows that. He's got to interrupt, takes advantage of Boss on the left
Well
side.
played
That's
by
a 7-star
Joker
lead
again.
for SK.
Little 90-degree turn there, and Joker gonna be able to claim another one for his squad. Humble yet to pick up a star this game. The good news is they do have a Luki pull available. They're gonna need every bit of it here in the final 20 seconds.
Semantic's got the mind control. Luki has the
can't even go for
Boss
Joker,
needs a
he's just gonna
hypercharge
jump.
and a super at the same time.
Oh,
Joker
Red
gives him a
Chester.
little bit of value, but not that much.
Red
10
Chester.
seconds to go. Opay invisible on the right side. Gank onto Semantic. No, he's got the reaction time, but he's a dead man walking.
Dead.
And here comes
Done.
Joker in to keep up the pressure
Done.
for SK Gaming. Not a single star
Good.
offered to Humble in this Game 2 win for SK.
Wow.
Flawless game out of SK Gaming.
Big game here.
And the perfect
Big game
response.
here.
Humble came away with one. Some nasty
Big
gene
game
pulls came out
here.
of Luki in that game number 1, but game 2, a completely different story. No momentum there for Humble, just flat-footed.
Oh,
And this is
boy.
about to get scary. If SK Gaming come away with a 2-0 lead here in sets, Humble would have all the pressure raining on them.
They're being repeatedly punished by this Ollie, who's opted to never even think about getting close to the Willow. But what if Humble flip the script and don't allow that entirely? What if they get the blue star? Boston's
GC,
taking the
you
hard
gotta
job and
explain,
now
dude,
getting
I'm
that
trying-
blue star, escaping relatively without a scratch.
anything.
A lead for Humble. Now they have to be able to appropriately defend against Joker.
Okay, right hand in. Yashi with the long range tag, and he'll go underground. Semantic pops back up, but just enough distance to work with. Luki recharging, poke damage, just trying to keep SK Gaming at bay, but Joker is just a menace on this left-hand side.
He's providing so much pressure, and him getting the super is only
Dude,
an inevitability.
tell me you're actually
You see
lost,
the
bro. You're
Vengeful
actually
Spirits make
lost.
contact with Yoshi. Real
Let me watch this
standoff
game.
between SK and Humble at the moment, as both teams do not want to make the first move. They'd rather get their super first. Once Joker gets a super of his own, he'll be able to receive that shield from Yoshi, as well as the additional damage. But do SK know that there's a pull?
Oh.
No, not at all. Out of
pull.
nowhere, Joker's pulled, and the lead advances for Humble.
What a prediction coming out of Luki. Now some Vengeful Spirits. That's the first kill of the game. First couple here in the set. Some early action.
Joker has
but right
super,
now,
though.
It's neutral all
They
around.
need
Humble
2
falling to
kills.
their backlines. Yashi now looking to encroach. Here comes the SK Gaming
Oh
side. Joker
my god,
with a
they're
super
planning to go
available.
in, and
Look
then
out for that
Chester
super
got Red
gadget
Chester.
combo.
That's so unfortunate.
Pull onto Joker is easy. It's free. He's going for it, Luki, but he's holding back as well. SK Gaming retreating. They know that they only have a few seconds. They have to retreat all the way back and utilize their utility. Opay's ready with the super. Joker also ready to go in and tank. but the pulls available for Luki.
What does Red
Humble
Chester
need to have the
do?
burst damage to
Gives you
destroy the
basically
target
like
that they wind up pulling. Joker's
almost
ready
like
with the
unlimited
He's
ammo.
gotta
He got
make
red
his hands
again!
10 seconds to go. Joker
How
now
could you
pulled
get
in.
red so
Another
much?
takedown for Humble. 3-star
Over.
difference between the two teams. Hypercharge now
Over.
available for Luki. No pull required, but you might as well go
Over.
for it in the final seconds.
Over.
Humble walk
It's
away with
reload.
set
It's
two.
reload. It increases your reload. It's easily the best one. Purple's
Nicely
damage.
done there by the defending world champions, looking to hold on to their title and show their presence at an international level. Look, it's been a pretty easy walkthrough, I would say, relatively this weekend. Even in some great teams, they just have found a way to stay on top. Reminds me a lot of last year's run at the World Finals. Boss with a pickup of 4 there, 238 DPS, Yashi to match, but I mean, look at the kills, it was so even.
It was remarkably even in terms of kills, in terms of the scoreline as well. It went all the way to game 3-2. Humble, they put Boss on that hard job in game number 3, and if you ask me, that's why they wound up winning it in the end. We saw Boss, he had to weave his way in to get that blue star. My goodness, and the pulls from Luki were simply on point. But when we saw game number 2 come online,
Imagine
that's
Humble
when
wins
Joker
again. Holy Aura
really
for Semantic.
upped
Zero
the-
land wins to
upped the
back-to-back.
tempo
Yeah, it would be.
and grab that blue star.
That would
We
be
even saw him get
incredible
aggressive in these
aura.
final moments. SK Gaming,
That
they
would
weren't
be
able to
incredible
generate the
aura.
victory there, but this is when Joker started to shine.
And Joker was always kind of the center
Who
player
wins?
of
I don't
SK
know.
Gaming. Last year,
I
they
don't
had
know.
Leno playing the tank in their roster.
don't know.
Now it's Joker stepping up.
How would I
filling in,
know?
and
They're both so
his
good. How
talent
would
was
I
hidden
know?
in the shadows.
Europe's
But
gonna
now
win. That's
Ollie,
who's gonna win.
in
Europe's
match number
gonna
2,
win.
They did dodge a lot of those incoming pulls
Europe's
from
gonna
Luki, but
win.
round number 1 and 3 were just Luki dominating all of Humble. Very well deserved.
Can I explain Red Chester?
I mean,
Okay, Chester has power-ups, okay? So it has the dice one, which changes your gadget. I mean, which changes your super if you want like the reroll. And then it has the other one, the candy one. So the candy one, it gives you a random stat buff. You either get speed, you either get heals, you either get damage, or you get reload. Red Chester is reload, and Red Chester, which is reload Chester, is like 10 times better than any of the other ones. I'd rather get a Red Chester than I would get a bomb. I don't know. You know what? I don't know how accurate that is. I probably would. It's the same thing as a super. It's RNG. You don't know what you're going to get. I probably would honestly have Red Chester than the bomb. Like, Red Chester is just unbelievable. The speed's pretty good, too. The damage is okay. Even heals is okay. But, like, Red Chester is... You just spray shots. Like, you can shoot, like, 10 shots in 3 seconds. Like, it's unbelievable.
Defeat. I don't care what team you are.
Which
I don't care
gadget's
who
better?
you played of this
Probably
top
the
8.
candy.
Brawl Cup
Which
is tough pickings.
I didn't used to
Open
think, but
business
now
for set
that
number
I've played
3, and obviously
Chester,
set number
do
3,
think.
a very telling one for a match. Anywhere, anytime. Getting a 2-1 lead gives you a little bit of an extra safety cushion. Because otherwise, you're the one that has to play perfect the rest of the way. Very common bans going through here, though. Lu on both ends, a B, a Draco, Finks, Lumi. Kenji's still on the table, but
Would you take
I'm
Perma
not
Red
sure what
Chester
Humble
if
are gonna
Super
wanna
was
do here
always
with
this
this
slow?
first.
Yeah.
I think Kenji is going to be
Yeah,
one of your
because then you
strongest
just be the
options
best
here,
brawler in
and
the
it's
game
been
if you
made
had that
available by
reload.
SK
Like,
Gaming.
every
They've been quite
15
deliberate
seconds.
about the brawlers that they've allowed Humble to have. No Lumi, no Lu, but yes, Kenji on the table, available as a first selection, trying to pressure Humble into a difficult
Which
situation.
supers do I
They're faced
prefer?
with
The
do they
bomb
first
is the
take it? No,
best.
they're going to go for the Hank immediately. Anything
I
that
don't know
can
what's better
survive
between
that
spray and
Kenji,
stun, to be honest.
You're looking at something
But the
pretty
bomb is
good.
definitely the best.
But anything that's vulnerable to assassins, when Kenji takes to the skies, gets those sashimi slices down, that's when you're in trouble.
Draco
Makes a lot
ban.
of sense. We see Draco, B, and Lu being banned.
So what's... I didn't mean
All
to
of
pause,
those.
sorry. So
Think
what's
of
stopping
their
these
hands.
guys
They've
from going
had
Jay
no
Young
shortage of
and
play rate with this
Kenji?
guy. So now it's going to be left to SK Gaming to
What's
come
stopping
up
them
with
from doing
different
that?
options. Because especially in open business, somebody like Lu would have been a nice asset. And even they banned it. Griff going to be going for the wall break, I imagine, here. And obviously with that
Griff B,
hypercharge that
B
he
is
got, can
banned.
dish out some
The
serious
best
damage. I think
anti-tank
the biggest
Sphinx,
key
Lu,
to bring
Lumi,
down
B
somebody
are
like
all banned.
Hank, especially when he can keep himself alive with that super and keep healing himself, you need that quick burst of damage. Otherwise, he's just going to keep being a nuisance.
As far as wall breakers on this map go as well, probably one of your best options. In terms of wall breakers in general, sometimes it can be tough to get into position because you do need to place that piggy bank down right underneath
Piggy
yourself.
dank!
So
Piggy
something to
dank.
consider for Humble. They've left this open. Now Frank going to be taking up the mantle.
Okay.
Keep in mind that B has been banned out. It's one of the strongest counters to Frank. Humble are going to have to be quite inventive with how they dish out the necessary damage to
Are
take
we
it
really
down.
rooting for SK Hooters girl?
Wall break clearly what SK Gaming
For
want.
realsies?
Frank the Tank
For
gonna be an
realsies?
option for that once that hammer connects with any wall. Obviously going to
Think
bring
they
it
need
down.
more
I think that's
bands
done
yet,
very
or is it
important.
still alright?
Make sure that Semantic, whoever
They're
ends
never
up
gonna
piloting
add more
this brawler
bands, 'cause
can't
it has
just
to be-
pop a Hank super to save himself.
It
It's
has to
another
be the
option
same
to
as
give
the
them that
game.
quick kill that they need. Obviously, it's going to take a little bit, and it's not that easy, but in this professional interaction, I think that's just what you have to go for. 4-5 turn here. Barry comp coming in. Love to see it. This is a classic Humble composition.
Barry.
They do like this Barry quite a lot. Now, the hazard with picking Barry is that once those walls come down, then you're going to lose a bit of your tempo. And also, he's quite vulnerable to other throwers. This is one, honestly, where SK Gaming could decide, yeah, we're actually not going to break down walls at all, and we're just going to play Barley. Maximize the damage. Barley is an incredible selection in hot zone scenarios where your enemy's decision is we're going to stay in one spot and we're going to heal as much as possible. You can't sit down there. Oh my goodness. It is the crab. So
you got a sign, bro. Like I've been talking about everyone's signs. Like I'm allowed to talk about the sign.
That is the hazard with Clancy. You have to hit level 3 with him.
Relax, chat. Relax. Oh boy, not
is
the
a direct
crab.
answer into that, Frank. It's something that Humble pulled earlier in the weekend in a sneaky
No.
scrim brawler.
No,
Because once he gets that hypercharge,
no,
obviously it's hard to charge.
no.
That's the biggest con with Clancy, and I think why on pro leaderboards
No,
and across our tier list at
I don't
home
want
for
it.
our
I don't want to
fans,
see
the
it.
casual
I don't want to
level,
see it,
it's really hard
Gavis.
to
I don't
play
want to
this
see
guy,
it.
because
I don't
if
want
you're
to
stuck
see
at
it.
tier 1, he's arguably the worst
I
brawler in
seriously
the
don't
game.
want to see it.
But when
I
you have
don't
a
want to see
Frank
it. I don't
on
want
the
to see it.
other end,
I
he's a
don't
free
want to see it,
punching bag,
Gavis.
so
I
Clancy
don't.
can extend
I
a
don't.
little bit quicker.
I don't.
And there's that Barley that you were talking
I
about. We
don't.
see that very naturally, a
I
thrower
don't.
into
I
a
don't.
thrower on the other end.
I don't.
Barry just somebody that might struggle in the 1v1 interaction a little bit more. Once those walls comes down, who knows what's going to happen.
This is very true.
Kenji
Yeah, I would say
and
Barley's
Jae
a
Young
very
both got
natural
drafted.
reaction
Very
to seeing
interesting.
Barry come out here because
Kenji
Barry
undrafted's
in
pretty
no
crazy.
thrower matchup is pretty good, and he's a fantastic support. But once he's against another thrower, he's going to be outdone pretty much every single time.
Now, here's my
And
question.
Humble, where they're going to be trying to
If
heal up as
someone
much as possible,
just
stay in
banned
one
Hank
little
with
area.
first pick and got free
That is when they're
Kenji,
going
do
to
they
be
just
taking most of the
automatically
damage from
win?
Barley. Set number 3 now coming right at you. It's open business.
Boss taking on the right-hand lane.
Do
Look
they
at
just
that
auto
already
win?
at that tier 2, the silver stage. Semantic pressing against this wall, gets the slow onto Ope. Herbal Tonic going down to try and preserve his life.
Yeah?
Yoshi dueling, Joker trying
Kinda
to
what
do
I
his
think
best.
too.
Just gonna go down to the Humble Frag.
Early super now from Yoshi was fed to him by Hank, and he is profiting so far. Boss doesn't mind walking around on it a little bit though, and Lukey now laying down the healing. He's simply one of the best berries in the game. Not a doubt in my mind that that's what was going through their minds when they put him on this brawler. Boss already at level 3. That is a huge threat.
Now an opportunity
Humble
for
will
a
be
little
winning
bit
this one,
of a
chat.
takeover from SK Gaming. Semantic rushing in. There's that super, keeping himself up a little bit longer. Boss, of course, on this stage 3 is now officially a problem. SK Gaming have lost 2 brawlers, and Humble have retaken control.
Boss has the super ready as well. Here comes Ope on the left side. He's going to be wide out in the open, but he's still trying to stay behind some of these walls if possible. Looking for the stun onto Hank. A kill as well. No, Semantic stays
Nothing.
alive. Meanwhile,
Okay,
the
there you
mid-matchup,
go.
Joker gets the takedown onto Boss. And Lukey playing as an assassin. That is how Lukey plays this Barry. Looking for the takedown on Yoshi, who has the hypercharge and super ready to go. But he's
Good
running
kill by
radical
Yoshi.
use. He's going to be healing with every single attack.
Lukey is more than just a support brawler and demonstrating it there. Once again, Hank versus
You might give Frank super
left-hand
hitting him.
side.
He
Semantic
didn't.
finding that super.
Frank
Now
can't
he can
super.
get on the aggressive. Ope just forced
Yup.
away, and a quick little
Holy
killer there is
Lukey.
not enough. Now SK throwing down the Herbal Tonic, and at this point, it's really starting to get away from them.
Boss has that hypercharge.
Holy
ready to move.
Lukey.
Now with a kill.
Oh my
Joker with a
God.
piercing super of justice. One takedown onto Boss, the most troublesome enemy for them on the field. Lukey's got to be up next, and Ope's considering breaking down some of these walls. He knows that Lukey's going to dash out of the way, and here it comes, all the way behind.
I feel like
But
he missed
has
that
lit
crab
off
hyper.
The rest of the team.
Oh,
Humble
didn't
now
matter
counting
though.
up
You got a
to
shot.
85%.
Wow.
They've gotten the team wipe too.
Something about
Wow.
hot zone in this
Wow.
Humble squad. It seems to click. The Barry composition working once again. Clancy let loose one more time, and it will be enough to
Wow.
tick up to 100%.
Wow,
Humble
wow,
will take
wow,
game
wow.
number 1.
Nice and controlled all of the way through. Nothing looked too frantic for them either. Lukey looked to be incredibly comfortable on that Barry.
I knew it was coming.
Even when he was
I knew it was
pressured,
coming, Gamis. I was
even
just
with the
waiting.
looming
I was
threat
just
of the
waiting.
Frank
I
stun
was
coming
just
in,
waiting.
He
I
had
was
the
just
super
waiting.
at the ready. That's discipline
just
right there, and
waiting
it also
for it.
speaks success. He's getting his
I knew
shots.
it was coming,
He's getting
bro.
the necessary heals onto the rest of his team. But let's talk about Boss. He got that super charged up really early on in the game. Level 3 within genuinely just a few seconds.
Semantic now on the left hand, and this time it's going to be Yoshi tackling him here. Okay, on the right-hand side. Low crowd control, and now the last call goes down as well. Semantic rounding out this corner, trying to approach Yoshi, but he just has such
Gamis,
good
they've
range
only
now, and
taken
Herbal
it as a
Tonic
last
up
pick.
a little bit longer. stronger. Much better start, I would say, for the
Oh, well, I
SK
guess they
Gaming
took a
squad,
4 or
especially
5
with
here,
Boss
but they
going
took it only late in draft and only on hot zone into tanks. Like, wow, it can beat its counters when perfectly drafted on its best mode. Like, wow, so good. Oh my god. Oh my god!
Close range, 1, 2. The support assassin has put Humble back at mid.
The workhorse just popping off here for Humble.
God.
Now SK Gaming
Chat, does he
right
overheat?
back on the back heels. It's
Does he
35%
overheat?
in
No, he
climbing.
doesn't.
Humble have retaken
No, he
a
doesn't.
lead.
See, this is the difference
Joker
between a
also
champion.
super threatening with the use of his super. Impending. Luki's ready with another hypercharge and super. This man is charging them left, right, and
Chat.
center. Doesn't even matter if he has
Didn't
to
really
face the tankiest brawler in the game. He's going to pursue that position. Stun down onto Luki is a good takedown.
A little bit
Boss
of
on the right
overheat,
side
I
also
guess.
trying to peel Ope away from this point. Not successful. Ope
I guess
gets the
he did kinda
takedown.
overheat.
One more to go. Semantic retreats. Not really useful to pursue him. Just stand on the point and
I don't know, it just seems like every time anyone makes a good play, like, they
Ball in
just
the middle, now
immediately
another
die
Tonic on the
after.
ground. Yashi trying to heal him up. Semantic, hypercharge, receiving
kill,
damage.
yeah.
Uki there to heal, and now the hypercharge clicks. Semantic homing missiles in, forcing the team back. Joker clicking one of his own. Boss
Still
dueling.
winnable.
Luki looking to get over on the other end to get a little control. There he goes diving again. This time a stun goes through Hope. We'll end that right here.
A brief distraction. Semantic
Oh!
and a throw wide. What a torpedo! The super to
What
keep
a
him alive
shot.
and get the point back. Pressure established. Yoshi
What
and
a
Joker
shot.
attempting
This is
once
over.
more
Crab
for the
is
push
hyper.
in,
What are they gonna
and
do?
Boss is ready with a deadly
You gonna push
hypercharge
into
and
a
super
crab?
combo. It's time for SK to act. But do they have any moves? Checkmate.
Wow,
Humble.
well
No
played.
possible moves for SK.
Well
and
played,
set
well
three stowed
played,
away.
well played. Well
2-1
played.
to the defending world champions. Their fans loud in the arena here in Dallas.
Wow.
Capacity crowd cheering on both of these EMEA squads. We've got a battle.
Gammis, I get it, I get it.
for
The
the
crab
ages.
won, I
My
get it, I
goodness.
get it, I get
The
it.
crab came out and he delivered 10 kills for Boss. That's what the doctor ordered. But in terms of ice cream, I'm looking at Luki over there as well. So much damage.
Thank you. Relax. We have good lead.
We've got you guys.
Frank gold looking.
I'm making a lot of push here right
I'll
now.
go Agro soon.
That's insane, boss. It's insane.
Well
Semantic.
played, well played, well played. They're going Bali left at the top. What the fuck are we doing? We just cleanse them in.
Give Humble a berry in the hang, and they're gonna be grateful. They got both of them. SK Gaming's draft slipped out of their hands immediately as this draft started. I was talking to Joker coming into this, and I asked him, what do you play against the Hank? Does he have any counters? He said no. They don't know what to play against him, really. They tried to come up with a draft here that almost worked out, but Humble still looked a little too dominant for my liking.
Barry is just so good
Holy
with Luki. I mean,
bro.
oh my
Holy
goodness.
Luki.
He
Holy
was playing
Luki,
so
Barry.
aggressively, taking on a Frank in those solo interactions. How many times did we see him dive in, click a gadget, bounce Frank back, disrupt things like supers? I mean, there's no business being that good.
How is a brawler with 5,000 HP so fearless in close range? My goodness, it's the everything brawler. He heals, he throws over walls, he dashes, he does damage on the ground that lingers, and he has the stun in
Holy
close range.
Luki.
This was a moment, though, where he overextended just a little bit. It afforded a bit of time for Boss to stay alive, and that's when Semantic got an
We get it,
insane play.
Gammis.
Hit the
We get
torpedo
it, we get it, we
perfectly
get
to
it.
take back
Crab,
the zone.
crab,
Things
crab,
looked overall
crab,
like a win
crab,
for
crab,
Humble, but
crab,
the
crab,
individual
crab,
plays came
crab,
together
crab,
to
crab,
perform
crab,
a
crab, crab.
resounding
Chat, we
victory.
get some crabs, fan. We get some crab emojis in the chat for Gammis. Just a bunch of crabs, as many crabs as you guys want.
They got him
Crab, crab,
paired
crab,
together
crab,
with the
crab,
Hank.
crab, crab.
Perfect composition here. Now
Crab, crab,
we're
crab,
heading
crab,
over
crab,
to Bell's
crab,
Rock. We're a knockout, and we haven't seen
Crab,
SK
crab,
on
crab, crab,
knockouts
crab,
yet
crab, crab,
this
crab,
weekend.
crab,
This is
crab,
gonna be the
crab,
first time. On the other side, Humble played it a lot. We have seen a lot of Gene, B, Finks. The more range, the better for Luki, right?
All valuable shouts for sure. Now's the big time to try and make a comeback and win this game. Right? I mean, what a tough look here. 2-1, the number 2 seed Humble, taking on SK Gaming. And for SK Gaming, it's been close calls for a long time, but they have never really
That's for what?
been the
Oh,
X
Bell's
Factor,
Rock.
the
I don't wanna
number
watch
1 squad in the world.
Bell's Rock.
Top 4s galore, interchanging roster. They have these pieces that have come together.
When was
and
the
they
last
felt like
time
this was
SK
the
won an
year.
international
They
in
took care
Brawl
of
Stars
business on
chat?
home
Have they
turf,
ever?
But this is a different ballgame.
Have they ever?
They can take down Humble in their home region, but at land,
Have they ever?
Humble is simply
Ever?
a different beast.
Really?
Each of their players performing at the top of their game. I'm looking to
Chaos
Luki
Cup!
to make some of the plays.
Chaos Cup
Let's
champions.
observe some of
Chaos
these
Cup
bans
champions.
As well. Kit banned out by Humble.
We're not
simply
counting
too strong
Chaos Cup.
to lend to a team that has
Wow,
the
so
last
SK
pick.
has
First
been
pick
in the
available
game
for
forever.
Humble, they're going to go for Gus.
And they've
We've
always
seen this be
had
such a strong
one of the
foundation
best,
for any
EU
composition
teams, best or
choices.
second best,
You
and
can
they've never
combine
won
this with
an
something
international.
aggressive. It's generally a high health brawler.
Tribes
You can
never
defend
won
himself
either,
in
right?
close range as well.
Standard, safe, first pick. You love to see it here. It's easy to let drafts get away from you, but I feel like both
I would
these
know if
teams
Tribe
have
won.
done
They've never
so
won
well
either.
with it all year long, and even at this international
So the two
event,
most
when the
invested
arena is
orgs?
loud, when the pressure is high,
Well,
they've
I wouldn't
managed
say
to bring
most
it once
invested.
again.
Two longest
SK Gaming
tenured
have to come up
orgs.
with an adequate response here.
Have
The
never
2 seconds
won.
on the clock. Pedro and the boys come
interesting.
up with Angelo.
Angelo's
Totem
gonna
has lost
offer
to
the
Japanese
potential
4
to
to
get
4
some picks
worlds.
before things really get started. Once the poison closes in,
I
it
lost
can
to
be kind of
Japanese
weak. It depends on whether he gets his super
back
and his
to back.
hypercharge charged up in the meantime. Buster is going to be a fantastic
22 and
in-game brawler.
23.
Also provides the potential to get an early push in towards the enemy side since he's getting his super for free, and we've seen how useful that Buster shield can be in generating a 2-man push.
Let's go,
It's a good
Daryl.
2-3 turn. Got the range.
Yeah.
Safety net and Buster.
Yeah.
They've got their passive aggressive, which oftentimes professional Brawl Stars has. So Humble with the 4-5 turn. Now going to be looking to kind of give Gus that assistance. And that's quite the opposite, actually. It's the squishiest brawler in the game.
It is. He's able to heal up with
Oh,
well,
I was
that
almost
star
right about the
power.
tick
Oh my
Daryl,
goodness,
bro.
and RT coming out as well. This
Wow.
is an extremely safe comp from Humble. They must believe that SK Gaming can't generate the necessary aggression to topple them here. This is a very safe composition from Humble. SK Gaming, they were going something pretty burst heavy. At long range, Tick is pretty much the king of passive damage. Yeah, he's going to get the Tick super every now and then, and it's probably going to die, but it pushes back your enemy a little bit every single time. Humble's
Can
goal
you go
really
another
is
tank?
to chip
Maybe.
away at the enemy and survive in the final moments. Piper now coming out from SK Gaming. So we're looking at a battle of two really different ideas
But
here.
like for what?
SK Gaming.
But like for what?
forming
RT's
a
pretty
push,
good into
a
Piper.
spearhead
Tick's
that
good
can
into
get a kill and
Piper.
then get a victory from there. Humble looking for
Gus,
survival.
I
in the
guess you're
final
giving Gus a bad lane no
I mean,
matter
in terms of
what.
aggression,
Like,
honestly, this is about as neutral and defensive
no
as
matter
we've
what, Gus
really
is to lane
seen.
either an
I'm
Angelo
so
or a
used to
Piper,
seeing
which
these
isn't
bulky
great for the
brawlers
Gus.
come through. Humble getting loud in the audience here. The number 2 seed, the defending world champions, are one set away. SK Gaming, kings of Europe, are looking to lay siege to the rest of the world.
Already, Yoshi in with the Master Archer and does get some damage on Semantic. You're able to hit 4,000 HP through a wall. It's a huge ability to have on your side when your focus as a team composition is to burst down an enemy.
I like Humble's
And
comp
Yoshi
more.
is letting these
It's
arrows
winnable
fly
for SK,
quite
but I like
literally,
Humble's comp more.
honestly. He's focused on getting this super so that he has survivability in the end game. Joker also coming out with the signature EU curve as well onto an enemy that is max HP, but you go for the curve for pressure nonetheless. Ope is also pretty estranged from his teammates as well. He's looking to threaten Luki in close range, and here's the wall break as well from Joker to diminish the value that Luki can offer as a thrower.
Oh, Yoshi
And on top
almost
of that,
got
it's going to
Semantic.
allow for Piper and Angelo to have
It's
a
a
little
tough
more
lane
limitless
for
range. Bad
Semantic,
news
like,
is they still have Gus and RT on the other end.
I don't
Maybe
know.
not quite the range of something like a Piper, maybe not quite the damage, but nonetheless, still very helpful.
Some utility earned for SK Gaming so far. They have Yoshi's super. They're gearing up for an end-game push. And Humble are trying to do the same. Luki's getting some
Semantic
fairly
gained a
consistent
shot.
damage onto SK Gaming. He's got another Tick
He hit
super
one,
ready.
he hit
Joker
two.
is in a threatened position. Ope now closing around the right side. Tick super placed over to Ope. You can't block that one. He has the face tank and Luki now taking
Oh,
again.
God.
The Tick super out. Is that enough? Yoshi
Game.
can't get the damage. Boss
Wow.
blocks him with the shield to stay alive. Hang on for round one.
Wow.
5-head plays all around. What a dropping of the base there. Boss keeps his team with hopes alive, and from the grave, Luki sent one last super to keep him up. That's just the world champion difference.
SK Gaming, they give an honest attempt at getting that in-game victory versus Humble. Now they have to get some early game aggression. Joker out with the hypercharge, curve blocked by Luki. It was tanked and he had the shield active. Just expert play and communication from Humble in that moment.
Now low HP for Luki, gonna have to back off here. Joker going for a jump. Goes with B by his team, Ope. there for coverage. Long range shot. Oh, it was so close to bringing him down. Nonetheless, SK Gaming in deep trouble.
Chat, I'm thinking about it right now. I don't know if I've seen
the shield as well from Luki, baited it
Yoshi
out and got to pretty low
or
HP,
Boss
but
makes
he's
one
healing up
mistake
so quickly. That's one of the benefits
this
of playing
entire
Tick.
tournament.
He's so
Either of them.
consistent. He heals up from low HP rapidly. As
I'm
a
trying to
result, though,
think.
Yoshi's gotten to farm up his hypercharge. That means his super is going to heal him when he pops it, and it's only a matter of time as Poison's
Here we
closing
go.
in now.
Here we go. Hypercharge, hypercharge, hypercharge.
Away. Now Ope marching forward. There's the
definitely a
reflection
SK
there.
win, right?
Projectiles connecting. Humble down to 2.
Oh my
Luki with the
God.
bounce back though. Boss too low to stay up.
So good.
SK Gaming tie things
Yoshi
here.
missed Jackie pull?
A successful response
They're
now
just
from
both so
SK
solid.
Gaming in disturbing that Humble defense that they worked so hard to establish, even in the face of a Tick hypercharge. But it's only a matter of time before Tick gets it once more. He's also flashing that super in case Yoshi hits him with a high-speed projectile. And Yoshi's going to be ready with the Master
RT
Fletcher
not use
once
super
again.
because he knew he wasn't
Got
going
it
to win
now.
that round.
No impact on the boss. SK Gaming opting to retreat all the way back to their base to keep
Really
this range
good
matchup going.
positioning.
Humble just laying it down. I mean, for such a passive squad, it's been all aggression, but here comes Joker. Hypercharge
They almost
being
combined
popped.
for that
now
kill.
Ope, shield available. Boss just forced to go away. I thought SK Gaming were surely going to go at them.
I think it's hard to win unless SK is going to have
flashing it.
or not,
Semantics
sorry,
working
unless
on
OP
getting his
has
hypercharge and super combined as well.
Has
Really
his
only a
hyper, I
matter
think
of
it's gonna
time
be
unless OP
very
is able to get in close range. Semantic profits as the super ready now. Yoshi
Hypercharge
also
for
with long range
Semantic.
attempting to
They're
pressure back
backed
Semantic,
up.
but he's feeling all of the
Yoshi's
heat
low,
from
pushing
Luki.
up.
Now the two-man
Smoke
push is starting
coming
to
in.
form. We expected this with the Buster on the left side. Semantic looking to pinch in from the right as
Semantic
well.
gets hyper.
Contact also
The head
from Tick
hits.
Super. Everyone's low.
Luki
And the
has
final weapons
hyper.
too.
And now
That's
Semantic
game.
able to get it down to a 2v2.
Game.
Ope, the last hope reflection. Not
Match point
enough.
Humble.
Humble.
Match
Just
point
one
Humble.
game away.
They can do it. It was flawless on their way here. 3-0s in the group stage.
The Piper pick was
3-1
kind of mid, yeah.
earlier, and now
They didn't
possibly
take advantage
another
of
3-1.
Gus having
But
a
not
bad
without
lane.
response from SK.
Like no one
SK
killed the
proved
Gus.
that they are
But
able
you
to
know
take
what?
down
It's hard to
this
kill the Gus and
long-term
push up when your
composition
mid is
plan
Buster
from
versus
Humble.
Tick. Because you
SK
don't have
Gaming
support from the middle.
have beaten this squad all year long. And they're going to have to find a way to drag this one back. Match point now for Humble. Round number 1 of our game 2, and SK Gaming once again on the defensive. Semantic from the long range. Boss on the left-hand end, just easily able to hunker behind these walls. And Luki, of course, just continuing to lob up some easy mines.
SK Gaming have retreated just like they did in the previous round. This time without even breaking open walls. Joker's also going to go for that curve. By the looks of things, he's actually doing that to get his super this time for some additional survivability. Also the wall break that'll keep Boss back, since he is supposed to win in this thrower of 1v1.
Now Yashi knocking an arrow, looking for contact, doesn't make the connection. Boss down to 5,300, but Ope, a walkway on the left-hand end. Super available for Luki. He's just gonna pause. Lobbing up these shots, just trying to slowly gain control, because both of these teams know it's crucial as the fog closes in.
Boss doesn't have
Hypercharge
super.
now from Ope on the
He
left
does
side,
now.
tucks in Boss. He's got to use his super,
Joker
but there's no way
died.
for
I
him
don't
to
know
get
how
it back.
Joker died.
Now
I
it's
missed
defend
it.
off the Tick super on the left side. That's
Oh,
damage.
boy.
That's a kill. Yoshi, the last one alive,
Oh,
looking
boy.
for whatever he can scrape
Oh,
together,
boy.
but denied. Humble 1 round away.
Oh boy.
The defending world
System
champion
is flawed.
and
Last
number
pick
2
is better
seed.
than first pick. That's
Looking
not
to
necessarily
finally
true
end
because first pick is
SK
supposed to get the
Gaming's
best brawler
opening on the
available.
left-hand end. Nice
The
job
issue
there
is
from
the
Joker.
bans. Like you don't know the other
It's just
team's
gonna be a
bans and
slow play
whatnot.
here. Ope knows how high the pressure is, has a super.
I think
and
the
they're gonna have to
flawed
rely on this
system is
Buster
the
to get them
fact
in the
that
middle of the map.
you ban blindly
Okay,
3
also,
each.
with this
Because if
super
it was
ready to move,
1-1,
he's gonna
1-1,
go
you took
aggressive, trying
turns,
to
there could be
reflect
some
the
strategy
damage.
behind
Also
it.
looking to bait out that hypercharge from Luki. Now he's got it. Hypercharge mines top of the ground.
Oh.
Oh, take it down. Oh, it's a disaster.
3v2
Oh.
situation. Humble with the numbers here, and now a super.
Oh,
Chasing
baby.
down Yoshi. Joker,
Oh,
the
baby.
last man alive, and he's just running forward. 20-24 pins coming out.
Oh,
2v1
baby.
situation. Joker
Humble.
trying to be the hero that SK Gaming
MSI.
needs. 510 HP, curveball gadget, not enough. The fog closing
World
in. Semantic running it
champions.
down. And the rebellion ends
Wow.
here. The kings of EMEA were able to win the Civil War, but they are no match for conquerors of the globe.
The curse is
Champions.
Humble.
Holy quality.
Not anymore. Your
Holy.
2025 Brawl Cup champions.
Wow. There's OG.
Great job, everyone. Great job. Oh, come on, come on. Great job, everyone. You can follow me over here. Humble, your champions of the Brawl Cup. Samantha,
Poor
you know
Yoshi.
what? It didn't look that easy, but then once momentum was going, you guys just picked it up and looked unstoppable.
I mean, I think we're just better at LAN. I don't know, SK always wins in online events, but at LAN it just shows that we're composed, we adapt, we know our stuff, we perform, and when it matters, we're there.
I absolutely love that mentality because being successful and being feared on LAN definitely has its advantages, doesn't it? Now try to put into words what this victory means for you and for the rest of your team, and obviously going forward into the second half of the season.
I mean, this is first and foremost to shush the haters, to let everyone humble is washed. Screw you, man. Like, we're so much better than everyone. Just relax a bit. And then, yeah, it's just an important victory just as well for us, for our ego self. To show that we are there, we're still good. EMA is on top as well, like SK banger team. Like, no, I would not like to share any, I don't know how to say it. Like, SK is the best team to be on the final two of us. That's what I want to say.
I love that. And of course, you have all these fans here at DreamHack Dallas and everyone watching at home as well. Is there anything that you would like to say to them? Maybe give your thanks.
Thank you very much to every single fan. Thank you very much to, like, look at this crowd. They're all screaming humble the whole time. It's absolutely unreal. Thank you, America, for having us. And yeah, that's it. Thank you, everyone.
An absolutely phenomenal performance from you guys. Give it up one more time for Humble DreamHack Dallas. I'm going to keep you guys right here on the stage because I would like to now invite onto the stage some very, very special guests. It
Frank
is the
Supercell.
general manager of Brawl Stars and the gameplay lead of Brawl Stars as well. It's Frank and Adrian. to
Frank
come here
Supercell.
and to dish out all of the medals for our top 3 teams.
Oh, all the top 3 get medals.
In third place over here, we of course have Zeta Division securing an LCQ spot for their region. Is there anything that you guys would like to say to your fans?
They don't speak English. Oh. Okay. They got the translator there.
Thank you very much for supporting us. We'll come back stronger.
Attaboy.
Let's give it up one more time for Zeta
Why do I not have an
Division,
MSI medal? Dude, I got scammed. I came second. I don't get no medal. No, imagine having a second place medal. I don't want that anyways. Humble are the champions, and it makes me happy knowing they got there with
to our
Crab.
second place finisher as well, SK Gaming. Let's hear it for SK Gaming, everyone. Ope, the grand final didn't work out for you, of course, but has this just fueled your fire going into the second half of the season?
We will win next time. That's it.
I like that. That is it. That is all we need to know. And as
Attaboy,
Frank
OP.
dishes out the second place medals, I have to say, you played incredibly throughout this entire tournament. Congratulations. And back over Icom. I know, Lukey, I know you hate it when I start talking to you. But you know what? Is there anything you would like to say as you wear your cool shades?
EMEA on top.
EMEA on top, and that is right, taking first and second place. Congratulations.
Yeah.
You guys look good in gold. That's what I'm going to say, man.
OP
You look good
Loki
in gold.
pressed. Of course he's pressed. He wants to win.
Really fancy. Thank you so much.
Wants to win,
and for
bro.
the final time, as Frank places the final medal on our winning team, let's hear it for our top 3 teams. Zeta Division, SK Gaming, and your champions, Humble! Gareth, you've been absolutely incredible to all of the players, the talent, and of course...
All right, chat, I'm getting out of here. I can't watch this rage bait any longer. I can't lie. This is like rage bait to watch. Humble, insane team. SK, insane team. Zeta, insane team. Everyone that was there are insane teams. It pains me to watch. These guys are the same top 4 as last year, bro. As last year Worlds. Like, I have let us as a region down, and I'm going to start trying again so that and it cannot be like put in the garbage, you know? But I'm gonna go eat. I'm starving. Hopefully we make it to Worlds, LCQ, all that cool stuff, so we can be on stage with the rest of these teams. And you know, like maybe like Sands can play fish and snipe someone across the map like everyone. But anyways, GG's to everyone that played. I appreciate you guys watching all 3 days. You guys are the GOATs. Again, I've said it at the end of the last 2 streams, but I appreciate you guys watching over here rather than, you know, the 100 other options you guys got. I might try the crab maybe. I don't know. But yeah, it's going to be it. I love you guys. I'll see you guys soon. Peace out.